Chapter 901 3000 Beauties. Oh, it turned out to be such a thing. Luo Sheng was observing Ella's every move in secret just now, and seeing her reaction, he was already insightful. No wonder she has reacted abnormally recently, often absent-minded, and even dressed up specially for the family banquet. It turned out to be simply jealous. Is it because of Linga, or because Princess Sophia's persona is so similar to her that she has the illusion of being replaced? After Luo Sheng understood, she didn't want to tell the truth. It is rare to see Ella who has always been jealous to him, and Luo Sheng suddenly felt very interesting. Not only did he not tell the truth, he also wanted to see her next reaction. Ahem, yes, since ancient times, the kings of the East have had many beloved concubines. There was a poet in the East who said that 3000 beauties in the harem are loved by thousands of them. Luo Sheng pretended to be serious, while chanting Bai Juai, Song of Everlasting Regret, while secretly observing Ella's reaction. 3000 people. Ira was shocked, and there were too many women in the army. If there are 3000 concubines, I will be forgotten to the point where I don't know. Thinking of this, Ella's eyes are red. 3000 people. Princess Sophia was shocked. Of course it's an exaggeration. 3000 is just an adjective. Luo Sheng saw that the situation was not good, and was afraid that Ella would cry on the spot, so he hurriedly came back. It turned out to be an exaggeration. Princess Sophia thought that the king of the East was so powerful and could control 3000 beauties. What am I thinking? Princess Sophia was ashamed of her thoughts. 3000 beauties, 3000 women. All 3000 beauties echoed in Ella's head. She didn't hear the explanation behind Luo Sheng, and there was a tendency to crash. Are you okay? Luo Sheng realized that he was joking a bit too much. With her loyal character, she would definitely think that what he said was true, so she asked in a low voice. It's okay. Ella was awakened by Luo Sheng, and found that she was still at the table, and she absolutely couldn't lose the face of the army master. Ella's eyes were somewhat resolute. 3000 women were 3000 women. At least she and the military master gave birth to Linga, and she was able to do things for the military master in the intelligence department. Even if you are left out in the cold in the future, as long as you can still see the military owner. How does it feel that she is sinking deeper and deeper? Luo Sheng regretted that he shouldn't do this for the sake of a temporary evil taste. Now in front of the members of the royal envoy, it is still difficult to solve this matter. But now that she knows her heart not, she can comfort herself after the dinner is over. Li Jind, who could understand this matter best, didn't know what happened because he couldn't understand the conversation between Luo Sheng and the envoys. Princess Sophia didn't care that the things she asked unintentionally would stimulate Ella, and Sir Greenville and Selina were both smart people, knowing what to say and what not to say. Seeing that something is wrong, only if nothing happens. What kind of broken question is the princess asking? Did you ask the hostess if she was the right wife? Sir Greenville groaned. Master of the East, how many concubines do you have? Princess Sophia still didn't open the pot or mention which pot. His Royal Highness, pay attention to the master. Sir Greenville had to take the initiative to remind the princess. I just ask. My brother married the Princess of France. But in private. Princess Sophia mumbled. Ahem. Your Royal Highness. Sir Greenville saw Princess Sophia trying to shake out some secrets of the British royal family, and quickly stopped Princess Sophia's behavior. Luo Sheng also had a headache. Princess Sophia seemed to have no scruples about these topics. If she knew the secrets of Charles I, wouldn't it be a little embarrassing to cooperate in the future? Serve. Yu Cheng, the guard on the side, saw that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, and came out in advance to shout for the food to be served in the kitchen. My lord, why is it faster than expected? The chef, who was busy in the large kitchen, asked. Something went wrong. Speed it up immediately, and deliver the appetizers when they are ready, Yu Cheng said. Soon the appetizers were served. Cold dishes, hot dishes, 10 different regional dishes, and delicious dishes quickly attracted the attention of the members of the delegation. In addition to the appetizer, there is also the Cantonese old hot soup, which made Princess Sophia amazed. Stew roast duck. The chef in Beijing brought up the cut roast duck. It's delicious. Princess Sophia used a fork to put a piece of roast duck into her mouth. It was crispy and delicious, and the meat was tender. Mapo tofu. Boiled fish. The dishes came up one by one, and the dishes from all over the place came up, making people look appetizing. These two dishes are very spicy. You have to be careful. Luo Sheng pointed to the two dishes brought by the Sichuan cuisine master. However, when Luo Sheng reminded, Princess Sophia had already swallowed a spoonful of mapo tofu. Cough, cough, cough. Princess Sophia was choked with peppercorns, tearing, water, water. Princess Sophia gurgled down the tea she had at hand, but she didn't relieve herself at all. Here is a glass of milk, which can ease the spiciness a little bit. Luo Shengren handed the prepared milk to Princess Sophia. It's too spicy. Princess Sophia stuck out her tongue, unable to bear the spicy taste. Your Royal Highness, pay attention to etiquette, Sir Greenville reminded. I think this dish is good. The spiciness is just right. Selena's reaction is different from that of Princess Sophia. She seems to have a soft spot for Sichuan cuisine. It seems that there are still relatively large differences between individuals. Luo Sheng discovered that Selena could already use chopsticks quite skillfully, while the princess and Sir Greenville were still using knives and forks. This is Xian's gourd chicken, Jiadong's braised prawns. In addition to being unable to stand the spiciness of Sichuan cuisine, Princess Sophia is still interested in the dishes of other places, but she is also surprised that a civilization can have dishes with different styles, and the tastes vary greatly. I think even if I live here for a lifetime, I can't eat Chinese dishes. Princess Sophia said, don't say that you have eaten all the dishes of Huaxia. Even if you live in a city for decades, you may not be able to eat all the local dishes. Luo Sheng said. Princess Sophia nodded repeatedly. After the main course, there were exquisite desserts, steamed sugar pastry cheese, sweet Zentidos cake. Princess Sophia and others had never seen it before, and they were amazed. I don't know what is the main purpose of the royal delegation's visit this time? Luo Sheng asked at this moment. Come to the topic. Sir Greenville put down his knife and fork. This time he came to Huaxia not only to explore the mysterious East, but also to shoulder the important task of the British royal family and Huaxia trade. Convincing Luo Sheng to choose to cooperate with the British royal family is not an easy task. Chapter 902 European Agents. On behalf of His Majesty the King, the minister travelled across the ocean to China for the purpose of conducting business with China and agreeing on tariffs. Sir Greenville said. Luo Sheng put down his chopsticks, and as expected, the Britons took the initiative to come to the door to do business. At this time, European countries have begun to carve up the world. Among the Westerners who trade with China, the Netherlands, Spain, and France are more active. Britain is still competing with the Franciscans in the Mughal Empire and established a number of North American bases. In the trade with China, Britain, which has just risen recently, is on the backward side, and now the monopoly of Dutch, Spanish, and Francophone is broken by Luo Sheng. Many business opportunities have emerged here. I am also very happy to trade with the Britons. Luo Sheng couldn't ask for the request of the Britons, just as he could intervene in Europe. If possible, I hope the masters of the East can grant us the arbitrariness of trade between the British royal family and China, and exclude the Dutch and Spanish. Sir Greenville said. Luo Sheng changed color slightly. Charles' eyes' appetite was too big, and it would be an extremely terrifying wealth if he wanted to obtain a monopoly on trade with China. As a price, we are willing to pay higher tariffs to China, as well as collect fewer tariffs from Chinese merchants. It is even possible to dispatch the Royal Navy to maintain the safety of Chinese merchants in Europe. Sir Greenville said. Sir Greenville, what we advocate here in China is free trade. We will not grant monopoly power to any party. It is impossible for the British side to monopolize our trade with us. Whether it is a British, a Dutch or a Spaniard, all can come to us to buy goods, and our businessmen can also go to various countries for free trade. If any country prevents our free trade, our warships will open their borders without mercy. Luo Sheng said. Sir Greenville frowned slightly. This is the most ideal situation for Charles I, just like in the Mughal Empire, to win the support of the local ruler, and then reject the Franco-robot. But unlike the Mughal Empire's foreign powers, China has more advanced technology, and they have everything, while Britannia can't come up with any commodities that China finds scarce. Maybe glass and wool fabrics could be sold before, but now the Kyushu army has its own glass factory, and the large ranch set up on the Mongolian grasslands not only cultivates war horses, but also starts raising dairy cows and sheep to provide more agricultural and sideline products. If it were not for competition from the West, China would be fully self-sufficient. Since China has the willingness to cooperate with us in Britain, what form do you want to cooperate between the two sides? Sir Greenville does not insist on China's trade arbitrariness. That is the most ideal situation. Charles, I be prepared to make concessions. Britain can act as our agent in Europe. Our Chinese merchants will build factories and warehouses in the City of London, produce goods on the spot or transport goods by sea to Europe, and sell them to European countries. Luo Sheng said. What benefit can we get from Britain? Sir Greenville saw that the Chinese were planning to build factories and warehouses in the City of London, and felt that something was wrong. If Chinese merchants stationed in the City of London and directly traded with European countries, with the financial resources and strong production capacity of Chinese merchants, where would there be any affairs of the British Kingdom? Mutual benefit is called trade. If Britannia City is willing to provide us with venues and act as our agents in Europe, we will naturally benefit Britannia. The first is the rent for setting up factories and warehouses, which is a very stable income. The second is tariffs. You can deduct tariffs for the goods we ship from China to Europe. Finally, we set up factories and warehouses locally. It is inevitable that we will hire local laborers to help you take in bankrupt farmers and workers, and make the Kingdom of Britain even better, stable. Luo Sheng said. Sir Greenville thought for a while and said worriedly, the arrival of your merchants may bankrupt our original factories and workshops, and the benefits brought to us may not be able to make up for our losses. Unexpectedly, people in this era will also pay attention to protecting their domestic industries. Luo Sheng squinted his eyes. People who can be sent by Charles I also have a few brushes financially. What if we can formulate an industrial protection treaty that is slightly beneficial to your country? Luo Sheng said. It can be guaranteed that our businessmen and workers will not go bankrupt because of the arrival of Chinese businessmen, but will be richer. Maybe we are willing to act as this agent. But I can't understand that your country may be far better than our technical level. It may not affect our nobles, merchants, workers and even farmers. Sir Greenville asked. You can provide the raw materials and labor we need for production, and help us open up the European market. With the relationship between the British royal family and other kingdoms, it can barely be able to eat. We need people from you to help us open the market. We provide technology with the machine, you provide the raw materials and the market. Isn't it a beautiful thing for our two families to earn the silver of other countries together? Luo Sheng's words were like the whispers of the devil, making Sir Greenville a little moved. With the most powerful empire in the East to make money from other European countries, then Britain can easily become the most powerful country in Europe. Princess Sophia heard it in the mist, and the conversation between Sir Greenville and Luo Sheng sounded very difficult to her. As the mascot, she had to eat sweet scented osmanthus cake silently, and then sneak to glance at Ella, surprised that this person was better looking than herself, and she still lived in the East. Princess Sophia couldn't help but become interested in Ella. Ella also looked at Princess Sophia. She could distinguish Princess Sophia's dress, which was an older royal court dress. If Princess Sophia puts on the hanfu, Ella feels like she is looking at a mirror. Because of the arrival of Princess Sophia, she was confused, but after hearing that Luo Sheng was looking for 3,000 beauties, Ella didn't think that Princess Sophia had anything. There are 3,000 beauties. Is there still one person? You can call me Ella. I should be a little older than you. The determined Ella took the initiative to greet Princess Sophia. My name is Sophia Stewart. Princess Sophia replied. Sorry, I was a little indifferent to you before. Please forgive me. Ella leaned over and said in a low voice, Habit. The heartless Princess Sophia didn't notice Ella's faint hostility before, and soon became acquainted with Ella. When Luo Sheng was talking with Sir Greenville, the two of them couldn't interrupt, so they had to talk about some personal topics. I didn't pray when I saw you eating just now, Princess Sophia said. I had given up my original belief, Ella said. There is no priest in the East, so what do you believe in now? Princess Sophia asked strangely. I only believe in the military owner. Chapter 903 Acquisition of the East India Company. I think we need more time to discuss the cooperation between the two countries in detail. Sir Greenville was interested in the cooperation plan proposed by Luo Sheng. Once Luo Sheng's conditions are agreed, Britain is likely to become China's processing plant and distribution center in the West. The final decision can only be made after measuring the profit and loss, and we have to discuss how to divide the spoils. There is also a very serious problem. There are many pirates in Europe, such as the Barbary pirates in North Africa, the Ottoman Navy in the Mediterranean, and the navies of other countries acting as pirates. If Chinese merchants want to trade in Europe, I am afraid there will be accidents midway. Sir Greenville is a little worried about the trade between East and West. In the future, the navies of our two countries can join forces to eliminate pirates, Luo Sheng said. The Royal British Navy knows the local waters and the location of the pirates, and knows the situation there. If they were to lead the way, it would save money and effort than organizing the expedition by themselves. Turning Britain, who was supposed to be in the Victorian era, into his own little brother. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng didn't know why it was a bit irritating. But if you want Britannia to be his little brother willingly, you need to find an opportunity to show them his muscles. Perhaps the fight against piracy is an opportunity to demonstrate force and at the same time ensure a smooth passage to Europe. In addition to setting up factories and warehouses in the City of London, I hope that we can also cooperate within the boundaries of the Mughal Empire, Luo Sheng said to Sir Greenville. Mughal Empire, you mean the East India Company? Sir Greenville asked. Yes, I heard that the British East India Company has won the support of the Mughal Emperor and is squeezing out the Franco robots, Luo Sheng said. The Mughal Empire occupies the Ganges Plain and has a large population. Luo Sheng does not want to absorb so many people in. Instead, he wants to copy the East India Company model, develop local resources and utilize local labor. I heard that Luo Sheng was also interested in taking a share of the Mughal Empire, and Sir Greenville's expression was not good. The British East India Company has made a lot of profits in the Mughal Empire, and has obtained the support of the King of Britain and the permission of the Mughal Emperor, and has a bright future. If China, which is closer to the Mughal Empire, wants to compete for the raw materials and market of the East India Company, then Britain as far away as Europe will simply not be able to grab it. Eastern China has everything it needs. Why should we fight for the Mughal? Sir Greenville said embarrassedly. I know that the main trade goods of the East India Company in the Mughal Empire are cotton, silk, indigo, tea and saltpeter. We can provide better silk and tea. And we can continue to let you do these transactions, Luo Sheng said. Sir Greenville frowned. Luo Sheng knew too much. If Luo Sheng still allowed the East India Company to continue to engage in such transactions, what would Luo Sheng want from the Mughal? As if seeing Sir Greenville's doubts, Luo Sheng said his own attempt. I want the minerals, coal and iron of the Mughal Empire, and we can reasonably divide the shares of agricultural and sideline products. Sir Greenville shook his head. Our East India Company will suffer heavy losses because of your intervention. Please raise your hands high, otherwise, for an island country like Britain, the loss of the Mughal market will make us lose. Sir Greenville, do you think you have a population of several million and are far away in Europe, and you think that with the East India Company, you can control the Mughal Empire? A huge empire with a population of nearly 100 million? Luo Sheng questioned. I'm afraid not, Sir Greenville replied hesitantly. The current East India Company only established a few strongholds in the Mughal Empire, with about 20 factories, and Sir Greenville really did not expect that the future Sun Never Set Empire would actually control hundreds of millions of people with very few soldiers. The Mughal Empire. Luo Sheng secretly said in his heart that fortunately, Britain has not yet risen at this time, otherwise it would be more troublesome to reclaim it as a younger brother. We can send an army to help the East India Company open up a market in the Mughal Empire and turn the entire Mughal Empire into a raw material factory, each taking what it needs. Luo Sheng emphasized heavily. Control the entire Mughal Empire, Sir Greenville gasped. This is the kingdom of Britain that is not particularly powerful, and never thought of turning the entire Mughal Empire into a place to provide raw materials. Your human, military, and financial resources cannot do it, but we, China, who occupy Malacca, can easily send troops to the Mughal Empire, and any disturbances can be suppressed in time. If you think about it carefully, if you don't cooperate with us, once we form one, the new company enters the Mughal Empire, what will your East India Company compete with us? Luo Sheng continued to threaten Sir Greenville. If the East India Company cooperates with you, what do we need to do? And what benefits can you give us? Sir Greenville asked. As long as the benefits are properly distributed in this world, there is basically nothing that can't be discussed. The East India Company has the trust of the Mughal Emperor. It can live almost anywhere in the Mughal Empire and can buy and sell at will. Luo Sheng reminded. Do you mean you want to obtain these privileges indirectly under our guise? Sir Greenville made it through. Yes. The Mughal Empire is a feudal empire established by the Turkic Mongols. It is close to us and will certainly not treat our Chinese merchants as tolerantly to you. I want to join the Shareholder India Company and indirectly acquire East India, the company's privileges in the Mughal Empire. Luo Sheng said. Join the Shareholder Indian Company. Sir Greenville stood up in surprise. Sir Greenville's gaffe made Princess Sophia, Legend, Ella, and Selena all look at him. It was me who lost my mind, but what you said surprised me too much. Sir Greenville sat down again. The most indispensable thing for us in China is silver. What we need is more raw materials and a larger market. At this point, we have the same pursuit. I am willing to spend a huge amount of money to acquire 90% of the shares of the East India Company and acquire East India. The company's control rights, and all the staff of the East India Company are still appointed to make suggestions for us to control the Mughal Empire, and transfer the headquarters of the East India Company to our east. We eat meat, you can also drink soup, and enjoy better than now. The profit is even more dividends. What do you think? Luo Sheng proposed to acquire the British East India Company. The 904th chapter. Stranded in the capital. Please let me calm down. Sir Greenville was somewhat troubled by Luo Sheng's proposal to acquire the East India Company. He came to discuss trade matters with China on the order of Charles I. But Luo Sheng instead proposed a plan to acquire the East India Company. Once it does not agree to the acquisition, Huaxia will intervene in the market of the Mughal Empire by itself, and the East India Company will have nothing by then. Your delegation will stay in the capital for a month or two. We will discuss the details of the trade plan and the plan to acquire the East India Company, and you will bring it back to Britain. However, I hope you can pass these two as soon as possible after returning to Britain. Plan. Luo Sheng is beyond doubt. It is the lowest cost thing to enter the European market and the Mughal market at the same time through the British industry. However, Luo Sheng still missed the phone and the internet a little bit, and he only needed to talk to Charles I a few times and send a few emails to make sure things were basically settled. Now it is necessary for the envoy to return to convey it, and then Charles I and the British nobles will be sent over after discussion. At least it will take nearly a year. In 1 year, a small colonial army can be formed to control the Mughal Empire, and it can be selected to go to Britain to build factories and warehouses as a bridgehead for the Kyushu army in Europe. Well, I also need time to think carefully. After Sir Greenville understood the power of the East, he knew that if he didn't handle it properly in this diplomacy, it might make Britain's future situation very difficult. You want to buy the East India Company? At least £1 million. Can you really spend so much money? Princess Sophia was surprised when she heard that Liu Sheng wanted to buy the East India Company. The East India Company has its own employees, ships, and factories. The total investment reached more than £200,000 20 years ago. It is not an ordinary person who wants to acquire such a company. £1 million. We can still get it out, Liu Sheng said. You are really rich in the East. My brother borrowed tens of thousands of pounds from merchants for shipbuilding. In Britain, merchants with a net worth of more than £100,000 are one of the few billionaires. Princess Sophia told Chu. I was surprised at £1 million that the cloud didn't move. After all, we have a large population, and 1 or 2 silver per person is far more than £1 million. Liu Sheng said, in recent years, the profits made by the Kyushu army from trade with Dongying and Korea is an exaggerated figure, not to mention that many government-run stores and factories have provided blood transfusions. For example, Danxia Cloth Village pays more than 100,000 taels of silver to the Ministry of Households every year. After the commercial tax is levied, it will also account for the bulk of fiscal revenue. Otherwise, Liu Sheng does not have that much money for such large projects as steamship construction and submarine cable laying. It's great. If my brother was the King of the East instead of the King of Britain, he wouldn't be so short of money. Princess Sophia said, Your Royal Highness, don't talk nonsense. Sir Greenville's expression changed. Fortunately, Liu Sheng did not respond. Liu Sheng knew that Charles I was really short of money in order to start the war and maintain the royal family's expenditures. If he can provide a huge amount of extra money to fund his war, perhaps Charles I would be willing to give himself the privileges of the East India Company in the mug. Then the acquisition of the East India Company by himself would be a logical matter. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng knew how to entice Charles I to sell the East India Company. It is quite cost-effective to trade short-term benefits for long-term benefits. It is estimated that Charles I cannot believe that the East India Company will be able to control the entire Mughal Empire in the future. His Royal Highness, we are afraid that we will stay in China's capital for a month or two, and the things that need to be discussed with the East have doubled. Sir Greenville said to Princess Sophia, Isn't it good to stay here for a month or two? How boring to go back to Britain, either to go to various countries for blind dates, or to attend and participate in noble banquets. I have had enough. Princess Sophia said with joy. When Selina heard that she could stay for an extra month or two, she couldn't help feeling a little pleased. I don't understand it very much below. How do you know so much about Europe and even the Mughal Empire? Even I have limited knowledge. Sir Greenville asked in surprise. I know more than you think. Liu Sheng said. This visit to China has a lot of feelings, but I just hope that you can be more tolerant to us in the matter of agreement trade and shareholder Indian company. Sir Greenville discovered that China's national strength is strong, and at the same time Liu Sheng is mysterious. After testing, he became more and more in awe of Liu Sheng. At this time, his posture was already very low, only begging Liu Sheng not to be too harsh on the agreement. If Liu Sheng is willing to take them to play together, maybe he can agree to his terms. But if he just blindly oppressed them, Sir Greenville could only refuse Liu Sheng's request. Liu Sheng didn't want to push the Britons too hard and let them taste some sweetness. Only then would he willingly sacrifice his life for himself and act as a vanguard in expanding his influence to the West. You have to believe that we are sincere to cooperate with you, and our sincerity will be reflected in the details of the treaty later. Liu Sheng said. Sir Greenville was relieved. Originally, he planned to come over to seek cooperation, but if Liu Sheng forcibly asked him to sign an unequal treaty, how would he go back and explain to Charles I? What else is interesting in the capital? Princess Sophia asked Liu Sheng. There are still many interesting places in the capital. During this time you can slowly explore. Liu Sheng smiled. This time it was Sir Greenville who was discussing business matters, and Princess Sophia was just a mascot. Without involving the interests of both parties, Liu Sheng's conversation with her was easier. Why are there so many delicious foods in the East, so many fun, so many styles of costumes, and there are activities like dragon boat races, said Princess Sophia. That's because you are a princess, and you don't lack silver, so you feel that everything is good without worry. In fact, the life of common people only eats a good meal every few times, and then changes to a new set of clothes. Liu Sheng said. But the civilians here lead a more prosperous and stable life than ours in Britain. Princess Sophia said. Unexpectedly, you would still appreciate the sentiments of the people? Liu Sheng was a little surprised. I am the Princess of Britain, and I must know the lives of our people in Britain, Princess Sophia said proudly. Sir Greenville saw Liu Sheng talking with Princess Sophia, but he had other thoughts in his heart. Anyway, Princess Sophia is unwilling to marry in Europe. If she can marry the powerful Huaxia, wouldn't it be possible to tie the two warships of Britain and Huaxia together? Chapter 905, Selling the Princess. Sir Greenville was thinking about selling Princess Sophia to Liu Sheng, so that Britain and the powerful China could become a political marriage, which would be a great honor for the British royal family. In the past, Charles I wanted to ask their princess to be his wife from the powerful Spanish Empire, but the Spanish Empire did not allow it, so he had to ask King Louis XIII of France to marry his sister. The royal family in Europe never thought of marrying the Emperor of the East, because the East is too far away and the lack of a powerful country makes the marriage more worthwhile. But after seeing that China was so strong, Sir Greenville inevitably had the idea of marriage. In addition, Liu Sheng looked a little smaller than Charles I, which might not be impossible. Even as Sophia's princess, she might be able to replace Sella. Thinking of this, Sir Greenville moved his mind. Your Royal Highness, the Lord of the East knows everything. Maybe you can learn a lot from him. Sir Greenville said to Princess Sophia. You are indeed amazing, at least much better than my brother. Princess Sophia stared at Liu Sheng and said. In the eyes of Princess Sophia, Liu Sheng is indeed much stronger than many European royal families. China's size is larger than any European country, and Liu Sheng is not like the Duke of Prussia, the King of Spain and others who have difficulty communicating. At least Liu Sheng can speak strange English. And the food here is really delicious. It's not easy for your brother Charlie. Liu Sheng knew this poor king. Charles I was put to death by the capitalists of the parliament because of a fight with the parliament. He was also the first king to be publicly executed in European history. Liu Sheng couldn't tell Princess Sophia about such a thing. Otherwise Sophia would think he was cursing her brother. At least Liu Sheng could hear that the relationship between their two siblings was still good. My brother likes his army and wars. He also likes art. He is easygoing and serious, but he is very lazy and lacks a sense of humor. He has very poor relations with parliament, businessmen, and Scottish elders. He is also particularly short of money. Worried about not having enough money to start a war. Few people can understand him. Princess Sophia talked more about her brother. If there is a chance, I think I might be able to meet him. Liu Sheng didn't know if his journey into this world would change the fate of Charles I. For Liu Sheng, it is obviously not a good choice for the parliament to execute Charles I according to the historical process. Charles I is easier to control than the parliament. My brother will be happy to comment on you. Unfortunately, China is too far away from us. He wants to stay in Britain and look forward to the Spanish and the Dutch. Originally, the Dutch worked with us to deal with the Spanish, but they have changed. After becoming stronger, it will drift away from us and drive our fishing boats away from the North Sea fishing grounds. Princess Sophia continued. Unexpectedly, the princess who became ill would be on the road. Sir Greenville was now anxious for Princess Sophia and Liu Sheng to get closer. We can stay in the capital for an extra month or two, Selina said to Li Jind on one side. Li Jind couldn't understand what Selina said, so he smiled bitterly. Selina made an anxious gesture. I can stay in the capital just a little bit. Okay, let's talk about it after I leave here. Li Jind only knew what Selina was anxious to express to him, but he wouldn't be able to understand it for a while, so he gestured to her to wait. "This is the fan that Mr. Li gave to me at a banquet hosted by my brother. It is said that there are authentic Chinese calligraphers on it." After getting acquainted with Liu Sheng, Princess Sophia excitedly unfolded Wen Zhengming's fan to Liu Sheng. Wen Zhengming Liu Sheng took this black bone lacquer fan and knew at a glance that it was valuable. Among the 4 talents in Wuzhong, the most famous in later generations is Tang Yin, followed by Wen Zhengming, Zhu Yunming, and Xu Zhengqing. Is the original owner of this fan famous? It's like Da Vinci and Raphael in the West, Princess Sophia asked. "It's hard to compare, but it is indeed a rare thing. Li Jin gave it to you, but you should keep it well." Liu Sheng flipped through Wen Zhengming's fan, landscape ink painting, and it will definitely become a valuable cultural relic in a few years. Even in this era, it is more precious. Li Jin saw that Liu Sheng was looking at the gift he gave to the British royal family. Does the military master also like this fan? He couldn't help but regret not leaving Wen Zhengming's fan to Liu Sheng. But at that time he never wanted to have a chance to meet Liu Sheng. "My lord, I came to the capital this time and brought some big red ropes from the 9 Dragons rock wall in Wuyi Mountain. A small gift is no respect." Li Jin took out a small pot of tea that he had prepared. He was a little nervous, wondering if Liu Sheng would be satisfied. Selina didn't know the rarity of the big red robe of 9 dragons, but seeing that Li Jin had just prepared such a little tea for Liu Sheng, she couldn't help worrying about Li Jin. Liu Sheng knew that there were only a few dongbao trees on the Julongbang rock wall, and the year when the tea production was the largest was only a few hundred grams. Regardless of the small amount of this weight, in fact, every gram is measured by silvertals. "This tea is too precious." Liu Sheng rejected Li Jin's kindness. "My master, please be sure to accept it." If there was no master who fully opened the sea ban and eliminated the pirates in the southeast coast, I am afraid I will not be Li Jin's today, Li Jin said. Liu Sheng still shook his head. "I plan to set up a factory and a warehouse in Britain. I want to use you to participate in this matter when I use people. If I accept your tea, people may misunderstand you. There may even be rumors." "Military lord, do you plan to let me participate in European trade?" Li Jin was flattered when he saw that Liu Sheng wanted to reuse him as a local businessman. "You have been to Britain and you are familiar with the road. If you help us, maybe we can take root in the local area faster." Liu Sheng said, "I'm very willing to play such a role." Li Jin volunteered, and being able to become an opportunity to do things for the Kyushu army is very much desired. But this tea Li Jin knew that if Liu Sheng planned to reuse him, it would not be appropriate to receive his gift at this time. "I only take a handful of tea to make a pot of tea, and distribute it to everyone on the spot." Liu Sheng didn't want Li Jin to make it too difficult, so he asked Chu Cheng to take some tea to make tea. "Our Majesty the King of Britain also prepared a gift for you." Sir Greenville took out the wooden box Charles I gave to Liu Sheng. The gift Charles I prepared for himself. Liu Sheng was a little curious about what it would be. Chapter 906 The Gift of Charles I. What Sir Greenville took out was a wooden box with iron hoops, originally with a brass lock, but it had been opened in advance. "It seems a little precious. Gift prepared by Charles I." Not only Liu Sheng, but also Li Jin, Selina, Ella, Yu Cheng and others stared at the wooden box curiously, wanting to know what gifts Charles I would give. "This is a gift from Our Majesty King Charles of Britain to the Lord of the East." Sir Greenville opened the wooden box. There was a cotton cloth covered with silk, and there was a half-moon-shaped crown on it. It was crystal clear. It was actually inlaid with diamonds, reflecting a little bit of light under the light. Charles I is really paying for it. When Liu Sheng saw this exquisite crown, the price should be high. Our British royal family hired craftsmen to use hundreds of small diamonds. No one has used them. Even His Majesty the King cherishes it very much and is reluctant to give it to others. Sir Greenville pushed the wooden box in front of Liu Sheng. The diamond crown, Liu Sheng has not seen this kind of European royal-style jewelry for a long time, a symbol of European royal power. And it is generally worn by queens and princesses of European royal families. It seems that Charles I intends not to please him directly, but to please people around him indirectly. Princess Sophia was surprised to see this crown. She had never seen such a beautiful crown, and the brother who had always been short of money even sold the dowry of the French princess who had been married, and was willing to give a crown to Liu Sheng. People really don't understand whether he is for profit from the East or for the sake of face. The gift that King Charlie gave me, I will accept it, because this is not something from his own. Liu Sheng don't want it in vain. If you are short of money in the future, you may be able to sell a huge sum of money. Sir Greenville saw Liu Sheng accept the crown, and felt a little distressed while completing the task. The diamond crown is crystal clear, comparable to crafts. Even if it is placed in the British royal family, it can be used as a family heirloom. After I go back to Britain, I want my brother to give me such a beautiful crown. Princess Sophia couldn't help being a little envious. Selina looked at the crown with the same envy. But all Western girls, I am afraid that they have such a fantasy that they can wear the crown and become a princess. As for whether we can really get happiness in the future, let's talk about it separately. Liu Sheng closed the wooden box, knowing that Charles I was mobilizing all the people to send an envoy to come here because he was serious about cooperating with him. Princess Sophia, Sir Greenville, that's all for today's dinner. We will discuss the details of the cooperation in the next month. Liu Sheng does not think that the time of a meal can determine the next two. A big event, whether it is to open up the European market or to plunder Mughals' raw materials. Detailed arrangements are required. It's an honor to have dinner with you. The food in the East is much more delicious than I thought. Princess Sophia stood up and said, "Thank you for your hospitality." Sir Greenville and Selina got up at the same time. On the contrary, Li Jin was more nervous than Princess Sophia and his party. Liu Sheng intends to let him play an important role in the trade with Europe, so will Liu Sheng become his immediate boss in the future? From an ordinary big businessman to an official businessman, the status will not be understood in a day. You stay in the capital too. After we have negotiated tariffs and some other regulations with Britain, you will be able to understand a little bit. A month or two will not delay your usual business, right? Liu Sheng asked Li Jin. How could it be that I can do things for the military master, but I am afraid that I can't do it well enough? And how can I talk about delays? Li Jin said. Then it will be hard for you, Liu Sheng said. The military master is serious. Li Jin replied respectfully. Liu Sheng personally sent them to the door of the mansion, and then they returned to their residence together. There are already street lights on the main roads of the capital, so their safety will not be a problem. His Royal Highness, what is your impression of the Eastern Master? Sir Greenville asked. His talents and abilities may be the most powerful person in the world, and he is almost omnipotent. Is there really any magical power in the Far East? Princess Sophia said bluntly. Only Li Jin was a member of the Kyushu army, but he did not understand Princess Sophia's words. No matter what magical power there is in the East, one thing is beyond doubt. The owners of the East have a larger territory and population than the Mughal Empire, but they are different from the Mughal Empire. The Mughal Empire's people are backward, ignorant, and scattered in power, and the spiritual appearance of the people here is hugely different from that of the Mughal. If we can get closer to them, it might be an excellent thing for our British kingdom, said Sir Greenville. Are you saying that your brother is likely to agree to their request? Princess Sophia asked. Sir Greenville did not answer. He was afraid that Charles I would really marry this sister to the East. In the eyes of the royal family, it would be very happy to be able to form a political alliance with the powerful Eastern Empire through marriage. Miss Selina said that she will stay with the delegation in the capital for an extra month or two. After Li Jin came out, the British sailor who worked for him conveyed Selina's meaning to him, and he knew what Selina had to say to him in Liu Sheng's mansion. Will you leave after a month or two? Li Jin thought that Liu Sheng would use him to engage in trade with Europe, so wouldn't he still have a chance to meet Selina again in the future? But when we meet again, maybe she has become someone else's wife. Some distress arose in Li Jin's heart. "Tomorrow I will take you to the Academy of Sciences you most want to see. I have never been there before. I just heard that there are many officials, doctors, and workers trained there." Li Jin supported Selena and said to her, "Father is going to negotiate with your officials. I can't help much, just can go with you." Selena said, "Daughter, your foot injury is not healed, so you can't easily go out and walk around. You need to heal the injury within these 2 months. When I have reached an agreement with the Kyushu army, we will return to Britain to deal with His Majesty the King," said solemnly. He always felt that his daughter was about to be abducted. Huaxia's life was only smoother and richer than that of Britain, and Li Jin himself was a big businessman, and the attraction here was much greater than he thought. "My father, I want to see what China Academy of Sciences looks like anyway." Selena looked at Sir Greenville stubbornly. "The 907th chapter, eat supper or eat me." Luo Sheng looked at the back of Princess Sophia and the others leaving, and the plan to turn the rest of the world into raw materials and foundries had already begun. "Let the subordinates do these things. We pay them monthly salary. But you won't let your wife do these things." When Luo Sheng returned to the living room, she found Luo Sheng Ayla was clearing the dishes. But Ayla was in a complicated mood. "Follow me back to the backyard." Luo Sheng took away the wooden box that Charles I had given him, then turned around and ordered the hired servants to sort out the debris. Ella followed Luo Sheng like a kid who made mistakes. Actually, receiving the royal envoys is not a major event. In my opinion, the royal family is nothing more than that. I don't understand why you put Linga with Xiao Xiao and Liu Ryu on purpose. Luo Sheng carried his hands and walked in front of Ella, bowed her head and said nothing. After Luo Sheng returned to the room, Ella went to the kitchen in the backyard to fetch hot water and pour it into the copper basin. "I want to eat supper later," Luo Sheng said suddenly. "Military owner, you just had dinner. How come you suddenly want to eat supper?" Ayla was a little surprised. "I was very full, but someone seemed to be absent-minded and didn't take a few bites," Luo Sheng said. Ayla knew that Luo Sheng was talking about herself, but she didn't expect her every move to be seen in her eyes. "Let me guess why your behavior has been abnormal recently. Could it be that you were jealous because of the arrival of Princess Sophia?" Luo Sheng suddenly teased. "I am not jealous." Ayla lowered her head and dared not look at Luo Sheng. If she raised her head, she would definitely expose all the embarrassment in her heart to Luo Sheng. No matter how sophisticated she was, it would be useless. Suddenly, she found that something seemed to be lightly placed on her hair. She subconsciously raised her head to look at Luo Sheng, just in time with Luo Sheng's line of sight, and found that Luo Sheng showed a triumphant smile. "What's the matter?" Ella wanted to reach out to see what was placed on top of her head, but her hand was soaked in the water in the copper basin. It was difficult to touch what was on her head. "What do you think this is?" Luo Sheng took the silver mirror from the bedside table and blocked it in front of Ella. Ella found that in the mirror, what was placed on her head turned out to be the diamond crown that Luo Sheng had just obtained. "Military master, what are you doing?" Ella wanted to take off the crown. "I don't usually give you any jewelry. This crown will be given to you in the future, and I order you not to take it off tonight," Luo Sheng said. Luo Sheng looked at Ayla wearing a diamond crown, and her charm was still higher than that of Princess Sophia, and she really didn't understand why she would worry about being replaced. It may be like all slim women feel that they want to lose weight. Luo Sheng thought to himself. "I don't know how many kingdoms I have destroyed. Many of their princes and nobles are still being held by me in Dongjiang town prison, so don't think that the princess is such a big man. In my heart, we civilians are more than those princes and nobles. Be honorable. I am a civilian, and I will not achieve political compromise through any means of marriage. I will use my own means to obtain everything I need." Luo Sheng put the mirror back in place. "There is also the 3,000 beauties are just teasing you. I have been busy with the Ministry of Justice in the past few days, and I fell asleep when I came back. Where can I have so much energy to take care of the feelings of the 3,000 beauties?" In the previous sentence, Liu Sheng was serious. He would not be able to marry each other like a European royal family. What if China is annexed by some European royal family in the future? The latter sentence is also serious by Liu Sheng. 3,000 beauties are just an exaggerated statement by literati. Why are you crying? When Liu Sheng straightened the mirror and turned his head, he found that Ella was already in tears without knowing it. Ella wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves, but she couldn't help but she didn't know what to say. Well, you go to prepare supper first. In fact, you hardly eat for dinner. There are still some sweet potatoes in the kitchen. Although they cannot be served on the table in formal occasions, they are actually extremely delicious with sugar water. I remember the last time I taught you how to handle the heat, Liu Sheng said. Ella was still speechless. Don't cry. You usually take care of Linga. It's my negligence that I am negligent. Liu Sheng comforted for a while, and Ella returned to normal and left the room with the copper basin. When she came out of the room, Ella seemed to be relieved. It turned out that the army owner was not really looking for 3,000 beauties. Well, Liu Rushi said before that he should take the initiative and don't have to implement it. After washing her hands with a spoon of water in the kitchen, she carefully wiped the water stains on her hands on a dry towel before secretly trying to take off the crown and look closer at this exquisite jewelry. However, she thought of Liu Sheng ordering her not to take it off. She didn't want to violate Liu Sheng's order and still didn't take off the crown. Military owners often give me unexpected surprises, but I have never taken the initiative. Do I need to make some changes? Ayla thought of what Liu Ruai said, but was a little eager to try. Liu Sheng sat by the bed, reading Adam Smith's A Study of the Nature and Causes of National Wealth. Adam Smith put forward the theory in the 18th century when Britain began to move towards glory. The social background of Britain at that time was somewhat similar to that of China today. This similarity has nothing to do with culture, but the inevitable result of productivity and economic development, which has certain reference significance. A very important asset of Liu Sheng is that his mind has a period of history that can be referred to, which allows him to know the stage of industrial development and the demands of different classes. After a while, Ella returned to the house. She seemed to have plucked up great courage, closed the latch, put her hands behind her back, and pressed it against the latch. Is supper ready so soon? Liu Sheng asked. Does the military master really want to eat supper? Ella asked, breathing a little short of nervousness. Of course. Liu Sheng felt a little strange, and put down the book in his hand. Didn't Ella just return to normal? Why did it suddenly become strange again? So does the army master want to eat supper, or do you want? Ella bit her red lips, dripping red, and said every word. Eat. Drop me. I want to eat. Before Liu Sheng finished speaking, Ella had already pushed him down. She pulled a lamp down easily, and the room was completely dark. Finally know why Linga was taken away. At this moment, Liu Sheng wanted to understand the reason, but it was too late when he wanted to understand. Chapter 908 Tokyo Telegraph Station. Vostok is ready to dock. Please take your place. The sailors and some workers hurriedly called out. On the dock of Tanjinwai, I have long heard fishermen who go out to sea say that there is a ship like a steel hill on the sea. I didn't believe it at the time, but I believe it now. There really is such a big ship. The 10,000-ton steam cabling vessel Dongfeng was slowly docked, and the 125-meter-long hull surprised the residents of Tanjinwai. The Vostok is a steam ironclad ship built in Dalian port. After loading 3,000 tons of submarine cables in Dalian port, it went to Edo Castle to start laying. The Vostok has not appeared in Tangent satellite, and it caused a huge sensation when it first appeared in Tangent satellite. When Nelson got off the Vostok, he looked back at the crane at the stern. As long as the last remaining cable on the deck of the Vostok was connected to the telegraph station of Tanjinwai, Edo Castle could be connected to the East Asian Telegraph Network. Fortunately, the submarine cable did not break on the way, otherwise all previous efforts will be lost. Nelson was a little afraid. The 3,000-ton submarine cable is very expensive to manufacture, and it takes a long time to produce. If a break occurs in the middle, it needs to be reproduced, which is very cumbersome. Your Excellency General, welcome back to Tanjin Guard. The Tanjin Guard general knew Nelson, because the Zili fleet was stationed at Tanjin Guard to protect the safety of the capital. After walking on the sea for a few months, those rough foods have already been eaten and vomited. You prepare fresh water and fruits and vegetables for the crew. Nelson said the Vostok was laying at a slow speed, and it really took several months. We have prepared fresh water, fruits and vegetables, and fresh meals a long time ago, said Tanjin Chief Guard. Can the delegation from Britain reach the capital now? Nelson asked. Well, after they arrived in Tanjin Y on the same day, they took the train to the capital. It is estimated that they have already seen the army master. The soldier replied. Notify the telegraph station to prepare for connection. The military owner may be eager to communicate with Edo Castle. With this telegram, the military owner's order can be sent to Edo Castle as soon as possible. Nelson did not understand why Luo Sheng was so obsessed with Edo Castle. He preferred to suspend the construction of the telegraph route on land, and had to lay the submarine cable to Edo Castle first, and forcibly merged the Edo Castle of the Tokugawa shogunate. National Telegraph Network. The food for the general is ready. A soldier came over and said, No, I want to take the train to the capital immediately, and let the military commander check whether the submarine cable can communicate normally. Nelson rubbed his hands. Actually couldn't wait to see his grandson. The staff of Tanjin Guardian Telegraph Station arrived at the terminal soon to do some final preparations before connection. After finally returning from the sea, Nelson returned to his place of residence, and went to Tanjin railway station after a little cleaning. In the distant Edo city, the Kyushu army established another functional facility after the Tokyo branch in the city under the administration of the shogunate. Tokyo Telegraph Station. In accordance with the additional provisions of the Edo Treaty signed between the Kyushu army and the Tokugawa shogunate, the establishment of a telegraph station is also the prerogative of the Kyushu army. The establishment of Tokyo Telegraph Station confuses both Edo Castle and the Tokugawa shogunate. They didn't know what the call station was for. Secondly, I don't know why the Kyushu army always likes to call Edo Castle Tokyo. The Kyushu army set up 2 telegraph stations in Toyo, Tokyo Telegraph Station and Yokohama Telegraph Station. While Nelson led the Vostok to lay the submarine cable, the Yokohama Telegraph Station's landline to Edo Castle was also being laid. In order to control the submarine cable, the end of the submarine cable is at Yokohama port instead of Edo Castle. Then it is connected to Edo Castle by the road wire. After the shogunate's minister Tadagara Sakai was forced to resign because of the Ogura incident, he almost stayed in his home and no longer appointed important official positions in the shogunate. Sakai-kun, do you know that the Kyushu army has set up a telegraph station in our Edo Castle? According to our information, this kind of thing can be transmitted for thousands of miles, and then translated into Chinese characters based on these strange sounds. Abe, who inherited the position of Sakai Tadashi Zonki, who came to visit him. Tadaki Abe has become a new generation leader of the shogunate's reformists. Sakai is waving his brush and practicing calligraphy on rice paper. Even before the arrival of the Kyushu army, the senior officials of the shogunate were proud to be able to write beautiful Chinese characters. Even their official characters were all Chinese characters. Of course, some of the meaning of grammar and vocabulary has been transferred here and has changed. This is terrible. Sakai put down his brush with a solemn expression. It took 10.5 months for the news of China mainland to reach us in Dongying. With such a thing as telegram, they can immediately mobilizing the Beiyang fleet to take action. The Beiyang fleet can also transmit everything that happened here back to their capital, so that they can make quick decisions there. The Kyushu army can even invent things in myths. How can we fight against them? Abe took a sip of tea and chewed the tea together. That's not a myth. It's a force called science. They have more complicated technology than iron cannons. We can only look up. Sakai said. That means we can't fight them anymore? Abe Tadaki frowned. Don't think about confrontation. The only thing we can do is to bring the shogunate closer to them. We don't need to defeat them. we just need to make them feel that we need to pay a huge cost to occupy us. Sakai said. I agree with you. It's very difficult to get close to them, so let's learn a little bit. Abe Tadaki sighed. The other party can even figure out the telegram that spans 6,000 miles of sea. How can it be more than? Miss, I heard that the Crossy cable will be put into use soon, and we won't have to send a letter back to the capital in the future. The staff of the Tokyo branch said to Dieu. You also think it's too simple. The cost of sending a telegram is very expensive. You are billed by the word. Are you willing to use your salary to send the telegram? Besides, if you send some private words, you have to be known by the sender. Except for urgent matters, it is really better to write a letter. Dieu said. The railway from Yokohama port to Edo Castle will also be completed. At that time, Miss, would you like to see the opening ceremony with us? The opening ceremony? I'll go and see it when I arrive. Dieu thought about working in Edo Castle, but there seemed to be no special activities, so she agreed. The 9th chapter is too presumptuous. Master, why did you get up so early today? The steward who worked in the military chief's mansion found that Liu Sheng got up very early today, and he came out of the backyard before 7 o'clock. Because Liu Sheng maintains a modern schedule, he usually wakes up very late. Help me buy some fresh vegetables and send them to the backyard kitchen. This is the list. Liu Sheng handed a note to the steward. Yes. Guanxi took the note. Liu Sheng raised his head and chest in the front court, but when he returned to the backyard, he only felt a sore waist and back pain all over his body. It was too late to toss him last night. Besides, Ella was also a naval officer and had surprisingly good physical fitness. Liu Sheng felt a little hard to deal with when she was really dissatisfied. It was hard to rest for a day or two. Liu Sheng shook his head helplessly. When Ella woke up, she was still curled up in the bed, her hair scattered, and a diamond crown on her head. She also felt a little sore in her body, and she couldn't help being a little shy when she thought that she was a little presumptuous last night. Suddenly she heard the footsteps of Liu Sheng returning to the room, and hurriedly covered the quilt, not daring to face Liu Sheng. Ahem, don't continue to pretend to sleep when you wake up. Liu Sheng's voice came. Seeing that she couldn't pretend to be asleep, Ella had to pop her head and flushed with suffocation. Military master, why do you cook your own breakfast? I should do it. Ayla was anxious when she saw Liu Sheng bring the food into the room, but she thought that she hadn't put on clothes yet, and she didn't dare to leave the bed. Do you still know how to make breakfast? Liu Sheng said. Don't get up for dinner. But Ella pointed to the clothes scattered on the floor. There is no way. Liu Sheng picked up the messy clothes and put them beside the bed. After a while, Ella got out of bed after putting on clothes and found that Liu Sheng had prepared the tableware, millet porridge and some breakfast. When the two were eating, Ella kept her head down and did not dare to look at Liu Sheng. You were too presumptuous last night. I didn't have any precautions. Liu Sheng saw that Ella's face was ruddy, and the improvement after waking up was better than before, feeling that the structure of men and women is really different. Seeing what Liu Sheng said, Ella only dared to lower her head to drink porridge, and even more did not dare to look at Liu Sheng. Military master, you won't be angry, Ella whispered. Of course I am angry. You are a sudden attack. What should I do if I have important things the next day? Liu Sheng said with a straight face. Ira knew it was wrong, and I will never be so presumptuous again. Ira's voice was lower. However, if I know that I will be fine the next day, a sudden attack is still possible. Liu Sheng said cheeky. Although it was a little unexpected and tired, Liu Sheng felt that it was very exciting to be pushed back. Ella felt more ashamed when she heard the overtones. After the two of them had finished eating, Liu Sheng helped Ella comb her long hair and took off the crown. This kind of thing is usually worn in the room for a while, but it can't be taken out. Otherwise it will be misunderstood. I listen to you. Seeing Liu Sheng in the mirror patiently combing her long hair with a comb, Ella was inexplicably moved. Liu Sheng was so good to her that she felt like she was dreaming. According to the concept of this era, let alone Liu Sheng's status, Even ordinary large families would not treat each other so equally. Your father should finish the task of laying the submarine cable soon, and he will definitely come back to Sealinga as soon as possible. Luo Sheng said. I'll take him back later. Ella said. Recently, I need to go to the Ministry of Criminal Affairs to discuss major law reforms, to establish certain new systems, measures, and concepts in the form of laws, and to discuss cooperation with the British Embassy. If anything is left out to you, just tell me that there are some things hidden in your heart, but they will ruin your body. Luo Sheng said. I see. Ella's thoughts were swept away, only feeling extremely relaxed. There is also the intelligence department that needs to organize personnel to go to Europe for large-scale infiltration. Try to follow the activities of businessmen to infiltrate, and put our eyes and ears in various countries, which will be useful in the future. Luo Sheng said again. Early in the morning, Li Jint came to the courtyard where the envoy was located, and waited for Selina to finish packing. The two agreed to visit the Academy of Sciences, one of the most mysterious places in the capital. It's you kid again. Sir Greenville was practicing fencing when he saw Li Jint visiting, blowing his beard and staring. He always felt that Li Jint wanted to abduct his daughter, so he was very defensive against Li Jint. Master Earl, I just want to ask Qianjin to visit the Academy of Sciences. It is a sacred place for studying. It is bigger than Cambridge University in your country, and there are countless scholars. I want Qianjin to benefit a lot from it. Li Jin said. You businessmen are very good at talking sweetly. My daughter is going to return to Europe with me. She has already arranged marriage with other nobles, which means that she is someone else's fiancée. You should understand what I mean, Sir Greenville said. Selina turned out to be the fiancée of other British nobles. Li Jin felt a little uncomfortable when he heard the news, and smiled bitterly. I just want to take her to see what the Academy of Sciences looks like this time. Fine. Selina helped out the door and changed into a Han suit. Her ankle still ached when she walked. Li Jint hurriedly went to support him, making Sir Greenville look straight and raise his eyebrows. He even thought about following Li Jint and Selina, fearing that his daughter would be embarrassed, but he still had to conclude a diplomatic treaty with the officials of the Kyushu army, which was inseparable. When Li Jint came to help, Selina took his arm and almost walked on Li Jint. After Li Jint learned that Selina was someone else's fiancée, he hesitated. Selina seemed to notice Li Jint's hesitation, and then retracted the hand holding Li Jint, thinking that Li Jint disliked her a little. Selina did not know that her father had fabricated a non-existent fiancé for her, which caused Li Jint to misunderstand. You are going to the Academy of Sciences? I heard that there are thousands of people there, and I want to see it too. Princess Sophia came out and said she didn't know when she changed the bloated European court dress, put on a convenient hanfu, and moved her muscles and bones flexibly. His Royal Highness, pay attention to etiquette. Sir Greenville was distressed. Whether it was Princess Sophia or his daughter Selina, both of them were blocking him. Sir Greenville, this princess has ordered you to take care of the affairs entrusted to you by His Majesty the King. The principal and Selina will go to visit the Oriental Academy of Sciences. Princess Sophia immediately put on a high tone. Chapter list. Chapter 910. The Magical Academy of Sciences. The Beijing Academy of Sciences covers an entire area and occupies several streets in the northern part of the capital. It has become a famous attraction in the capital, and is actually where Luo Sheng placed all the people who had been summoned. This large piece of land is allocated to the Academy of Sciences by the military commander. It occupies a very large area, and there are affiliated research rooms, hospitals, and factories. All the places you see now are land for the Academy of Sciences. The residents near the Academy of Sciences were hired by Li Jint to take them to the place where the Academy of Sciences was located. Selina, who lives in Cambridgeshire, was most surprised by the Academy of Sciences established by Luo Sheng. Most of the buildings of the Academy of Sciences are traditional schools and private schools, single-story civil buildings, red brick and green tiles, but you can see that many places are under construction, and it seems that some new building facilities are being built. What are they doing? Li Jin asked, pointing to the site under construction. They are building a new stone house, saying that the old house was too small to hold so many people. Now there are a lot of students in the Academy of Sciences. I heard that without building a large stone house, these students will not be able to teach in it, said the local guide. How many students are there in the Academy of Sciences? Selina saw for the first time an institution that occupies such a large area. The area occupied by the Academy of Sciences is comparable to several large estates, and different academies are located in different places. Perhaps the number of people in a large college. It was comparable to the University of Cambridge. She knew. I am not very clear about this, and this is the headquarters of the Academy of Sciences. In addition to the headquarters in Beijing, there are also the Liaonan Academy of Sciences and the Nanjing Academy of Sciences, which is under preparation, said the guide. There are other branch schools. Selina is really surprised. The scale of the Academy of Sciences may exceed tens of thousands of people. It is hard to imagine that tens of thousands of people with the most advanced knowledge of this era will be produced from here every year. Originally, the headquarters of the Academy of Sciences was in southern Lining, but after the military commander entered the customs, the headquarters moved here. However, many facilities and teachers are still retained in southern Lining, second only to the headquarters, said the guide. I've heard a little about this. At that time, when military leaders founded the Academy of Sciences, they basically hired Westerners to serve as professors. However, in the past 2 or 3 years, many Han people and others have also served as lecturers and professors, Li Jin said. Selina feels even more bizarre. When a large number of professors will come to the East in Europe, I am afraid that there are not as many high-end talents in Europe as there are here. Your Royal Highness, please don't leave us. Selina found Princess Sophia swaying around curiously, fearing that she would be lost. The clothes they wear are so strange. Why are women in blue tops and black skirts, but men are almost all dressed in grey and black? Princess Sophia discovered a strange place for the students of the Academy of Sciences. The clothes of the students and the style of the local residents are all different. Something is different. This is a new style of school uniforms. Our military owner started production and popularization a year ago. Students need to wear school uniforms during non-holidays. It is said that the reason why the new style of school uniforms is so simple is because the military owner wants to let all students remember the concept of hard work. And the current stability is hard-won, said the guide. But I think such a simple color combination is very beautiful. Princess Sophia is deeply interested in the costumes of the Republic of China in the Academy of Sciences. The uniform that Liu Sheng popularized in the Academy of Sciences is a uniform style of the Republic of China to strengthen cohesion. These students have become a stunning scenery in the capital. This style between traditional clothing and modern clothing is not too avant-garde and can be accepted by the people of the time. Where can I buy such clothes? Princess Sophia asked. The guide shook his head. Students' clothes are coded. You can look at their chests. That string of numbers is the department and their personal numbers. Unless you are a student of the Academy of Sciences, you can't copy and wear such clothes privately. It's a regrettable thing. Princess Sophia had a little regret when she heard that she couldn't buy the student uniforms of the Republic of China. If possible, she also wants to try this new style of clothing. Last time we saw the military master, what his mind is thinking about, why he is better than specialized tailors and designers in costume design. Even so, many of your new costumes are designed by him. What kind of briefs came out? When Selina talked about Liu Sheng's creativity, she always felt weird. In her opinion, Liu Sheng is simply a god, possessing incomparable creativity. Even the clothes used by women can be invented, and the experience is much better than in this era. Yes, he is a perfect man, almost omnipotent, Princess Sophia exclaimed. When Li Jin took Princess Sophia and Selina around the place of the Academy of Sciences, he found another amazing place. In the middle of the area where the Academy of Sciences is located, There is a magnificent concrete building that is square and occupies a very large area. The exterior of this magical building is hollowed out, and the surface is covered with Chinese red bricks and glass, which looks like a treasure box. Even if Li Jind and the others are still quite some distance away from that building, they can still admire its elegance. "What is that building and how high is it?" Selina asked, pointing to the building in the middle of the Academy of Sciences. The QC Library gathers all the books from the Academy of Sciences, as well as the ancient classics that can be collected. Its height is comparable to the Temple of Heaven Praying Hall, about 10 meters long. It seems to have adopted a brand new manufacturing technology, and it contains countless books. "I am afraid that these books will be destroyed by the water, so I try to reduce the use of wood," the guide said. Such a tall Li Jind was a little surprised. Originally, he thought he had seen a stone church in the west, but this QC library was not much more spacious, and it occupies a wider area and is very traditional. "Let's go and take a look," Princess Sophia said excitedly. "I also want to see what books are in it." There are some differences between Selina and Princess Sophia. The huge library of China Red is likely to collect the research and development results of the entire Academy of Sciences. Selina was thrilled at the thought of the vast sea of classics and books. It seems that the size of the QC library is not a joke, not to mention that it is very interesting. Energy hidden telegraph, trains, railroad, steam armored ships secret. Chapter 911. Smallpox and vaccination. When Li Jind and the others arrived in front of the QC library, they really felt how magnificent this library is, located in the center of the region where the Academy of Sciences is located. The Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests in the Temple of Heaven is already a very spectacular building, but it is still a bit worse than what can be achieved by cement. This building occupies a wider area and is even more majestic. This building is just like a hole. How did it do it? Selina stood under the QC library and looked at the towering giant building, marveling at it. "I don't know," said the guide who led the way. He was only a resident living nearby, and could not understand what the cement was used, but just treated it as a stone. Without cement, it would be impossible to build such a building in such a short time. It's hard to understand. Selina became more and more interested in the technology hidden in the east. In addition to the streetlights and trains seen on the surface, it is estimated that China has hidden more complicated technologies behind it. "Please show your credentials." Soldiers were stationed at the entrance of the QC library. These soldiers stopped those who were going to enter the QC library. "What documents?" Li Jind asked. "Of course it is the student certificate of the Academy of Sciences. Only students are allowed to enter the QC library," the soldier standing guard said. Seeing that the Academy of Sciences strictly guarded the entrance and exit of the QC library and did not allow outsiders to enter, Li Jind had no choice but to let the British sailors convey his meaning. "How could this happen? It's really disappointing." Princess Sophia pouted a little after learning that outsiders could not enter the QC library. Selina felt a little regretful. "There is no way. We have to look elsewhere." Li Jind knew that some parts of the Academy of Sciences are related to the highest secrets and technology, and it is impossible for ordinary people to contact. For example, the confidentiality level of factories and research institutes is higher than that of QC library. The QC library is a place where most of the technical materials and classics that are currently opened are stored, and its preciousness is unimaginable. Just when Li Jind and others were about to leave, two women in white coats came out from the door holding thick books. "I heard that a virus called smallpox is raging in the West. Thousands of people are dying because of this virus. If our pox technique in the Central Plains can spread to the West, it may be able to save millions." "Human life," said one of the beautiful women. "We medical school students can't take care of the Western affairs," another woman said. "If it can save people's lives, I think we should have a way to promote vaccination." In the past, our predecessors inoculated a small amount of acne fluid from mild smallpox patients through the nose into normal people, so that those who were vaccinated had only light smallpox but has immunity to smallpox. A woman in front said, "Our medical seniors in China are naturally strong, but planting human pox is also risky. 1 or 2 out of 100 people will die because they can't resist the patient's acne fluid." Another woman said, "I think nevertheless the western side is far inferior to our method of planting human pox in the prevention and treatment of smallpox virus. This method invented by our predecessors in China can save a lot of lives there." And it is said that Professor Zhang of our medical school proposed a method of vaccinating people with cowpox blister solution. The fatality rate of the vaccinated people is only 1 in several 100,000, which may be safer than our vaccinations. We are here in China. There are still some places suffering from smallpox. If a vaccine can be produced, it would be a good thing for us. The woman before that said, "Xiaoxiu, are you planning to suggest the production of the smallpox vaccine to the military master?" Another woman asked, "I do have this meaning, but I don't want to alarm the military commander because of something like me." The previous woman was Xiaoxiu. In history, smallpox caused more than 500 million lives to be lost, and a large number of people in Europe and America died as a result. Even some princes and nobles were not immune. Huixiu also suffered from the scourge of smallpox before the invention of the prevention and treatment of planting human pox. Later, after the invention of vaccinia, the mortality rate dropped greatly. Even so, the vaccination technique is inherently dangerous, and secondly, universal vaccination has not been realized, and smallpox still became an extremely terrible virus in ancient times. Until 1950, 7,765 people died of smallpox. After universal vaccination was achieved across the country that year, it was not until 1960, 10 years later, that the domestic smallpox virus disappeared completely. Xiaoxiu noticed the horror of this virus, and originally wanted to suggest to Liu Sheng that the people should be vaccinated with human pox. However, the fatality rate of human pox is not low. If 100 million people are vaccinated and hundreds of thousands of people die at once, Xiaoxiu will really hardly escape the blame. However, among the doctors that Liu Sheng summoned, there was Edward Jenner, who invented the vaccinia cultivation method. The new vaccination method at the end of the 18th century made the mortality rate only 1 in several 100,000, and the population of 100 million maybe several hundred. Death is much smaller than the number of people dying from smallpox in a year. Moreover, smallpox vaccination can completely wipe out the smallpox virus and make humans one less natural enemy. It is not so easy just to get everyone vaccinated against vaccinia. What you are thinking is a great thing, I think. The military master will definitely approve your request. Isn't Professor Zhang, who was hired by the military master to come to the Academy of Sciences? You can propose to him first, and then request as the medical department. The military master promotes universal vaccination. Another woman said, "I'll try it." Xiaoxiu thought for a while. If it can promote widespread vaccinia and save many people, it should be acceptable to disturb the military master. Xiaoxiu and her companion walked out of the Qiuxiu library and found Li Jin, who was about to leave at the door. Looking at their dresses, they seemed to be envoys from the Western Corps. Xiaoxiu's companion said, "It's not like they are." Xiaoxiu had seen Princess Sophia and Selena in the cloth village before, and she naturally remembered clearly. "Do you know them? Do you want to go over and say hello?" "Why don't you go back first? I see what's the matter with them coming here." Xiaoxiu knew that Ella was more concerned about the arrival of Princess Sophia, so she wanted to go and see what Princess Sophia wanted to do when she came to the Academy of Sciences. Of course, she didn't know that Liu Sheng had settled this matter. "It's you? The doctor who showed up that day?" "No, you also showed up at Buzzwang at the time." Selena also spotted Xiaoxiu, and instantly recognized Xiaoxiu, who had helped her get bones. Chapter 912. Enter the Qiuxiu library. "Is your foot injury okay?" Xiaoxiu asked when she saw the patient before. "You can walk, but it's a little painful. Selina replied, "It's a pity that my medicine box is not here. You can go to my residence and I will change your medicine." Xiao Xiao said, "How embarrassed to trouble you. You don't know your name yet. And are you a student of the Academy of Sciences in your outfit?" Selina saw Xiao Xiao wearing a blue shirt and black skirt here, pregnant with her, in the middle of still holding a thick book. Thinking of Li Jin mentioned that there are female students in the Academy of Sciences. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "My name is Xiao Xiao, and I am a student of the Faculty of Medicine of the Academy of Sciences." Xiao Xiao couldn't comment. "Medical department, a place that specializes in training doctors?" Selina asked in surprise. Xiao Xiao nodded, then looked at Li Jin. "You are not from the Academy of Sciences? Did you bring the envoys to visit the Academy of Sciences?" "Yes. I don't know if there is any offense. I only heard of the existence of the Academy of Sciences before the next. This is the first time I came to visit today." Li Jin was active and remembered that Xiao Xiao and Ella appeared together on the same day. Tanxia Cloth Village. Then she and Liu Sheng should also be inextricably linked, and she dared not treat them as ordinary students. The Academy of Sciences was originally open to the people, and there is no offense, except for some places that require special permissions, Xiao Xiao said. "Isn't it? We originally wanted to enter the Kyushu library, but we were told that we could not enter without a student status," Li Jin said helplessly. "It's not impossible to enter the Kyushu library. Different places in the Academy of Sciences have different access rights. I can take you into the library, but your rights as tourists are the lowest. You can only stay in you for 3/4 of an hour, and no books can be borrowed. In addition, there can be no loud noises inside. If Princess Sophia and this young lady understand the situation, they can follow me in." Xiao Xiao thought for a while and said to Li Jin, "Really?" Li Jin did not expect that Liu Anhui would have a chance to enter the mysterious library in another village. After he explained the current situation with Princess Sophia and Selina, both Princess Sophia and Selina were quite surprised and expressed their willingness to visit the mysterious Kyushu library with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao took a few people to register at the guard in front of the door, and then walked into the Kyushu library. Wow! Princess Sophia entered the Kyushu library and was truly shocked by the grandeur inside. They are now at the lowest level. They looked up and saw that the layers of square floors were superimposed like a maze, with aisles connected between the layers, and one of the aisles actually stretched from the lowest to the highest as if they were folded. There are countless bookshelves on each floor with various books on them. A few of them looked so small in front of shoe high. The wooden tables are neatly arranged. Students sit on wooden chairs and flip through books. Table lamps and chandeliers between the aisles make up for the lack of lighting in the stone buildings and make the inside look magnificent. It's like a sea of smoke. Selina finally experienced what it means to be submerged in a sea of books. This feeling made her scalp numb and inexplicably excited. We in China have a proverb: "The book mountain has roads and diligence as a path, and the study of the sea has no boundaries to work hard." This aisle leading to the highest level is called "Le diligence as a path." Xiao Xiao pointed to the folds, said the main staircase extending to the highest level. Unimaginable luxury. Princess Sophia expressed such emotion when she hadn't seen precious metals such as silver and gold. She faintly felt that the value of these seemingly randomly placed books might be more precious than silver and gold. Each level has its own theme. The first level is Chinese literature, the second level is history and geography, the third level is law and economics, the fourth level is mathematical science, and the fifth level is "I will take you walk up layer by layer. But don't make a loud noise inside." Xiao Xiao said, "Can I take out the book and read it?" Selina asked like Sinxi. "Yes, but you can take it out." Xiao Xiao nodded. Xiao Xiao took them up the diligence path, attracting some students in the library to look sideways. They couldn't help but take a few more glances when they passed by. There are hundreds of diligence classes, and Selina, with an ankle injury, had to ask Li Jin for help with her eyes. Li Jin understood that it was not easy to support because Selina had a fiancé, but it would be too cruel to ask a person with an ankle injury to walk the stone steps. So he generously gave up his arm and let Selina hold it. His arm borrowed strength. "Hey, why are the bookshelves here empty?" When Princess Sophia was climbing the diligence as a path, she found that many of the bookshelves were empty and there were no books yet. Because the Kyushu library has not been established for a long time, many subjects have not been supplemented and perfected yet, but at the beginning of the classification, places have been reserved for them. Not surprising, Xiaoxiu said. Although Liu Sheng used a powerful system to summon many talents, it took time for them to write books. At present, the most abundant collection of books in the Kyushu library is still the Chinese literature in this world, which is the traditional classics preserved by Liu Sheng, mathematics and physics. Selina was deeply interested in the books placed on a higher level. She took a book from the shelf. The title of the book was in Chinese characters, so she couldn't understand it. She opened the book and found that in addition to a bunch of Chinese characters, there were illustrations showing the orbits of the Sun, the Earth, and the Moon. And there were many calculation formulas beside it. "I don't understand," Selina smiled bitterly. "Not only the calculation formula, but more importantly, if you don't know Chinese, you can't understand what this book is about." Li Jin leaned over and saw the book Celestial Mechanics in Selina's hand. "The orbits of the planets have changed due to their mutual attraction." Li Jin read one of the sentences. "What is a planet?" "Orbitals attract each other." Li Jin, who had never studied astronomy and physics, was at a loss. Li Jin saw another book near Celestial Mechanics, which seemed to be the work of the same author. "If a wise man can know the forces of all natural motions and the positions of all natural objects at a certain moment, then the motions of the largest objects to the smallest particles in the universe will be included in a simple formula." Li Jin read again. One paragraph immediately closed this philosophical essay on probability. "What are the people in the Academy of Sciences researching?" Li Jin found out that he couldn't understand it at all. Selina saw that Li Jin could read these characters, so these books were all written in Chinese characters. "It would be great if I knew Chinese characters. At least I could know what these books were saying." When Selina was envious, she didn't think that Li Jin couldn't understand these advanced things even if he knew Chinese. List of chapters. Chapter 913. Want to learn Chinese? There are too many books here. It's a pity that they are all Chinese characters. There are only a few letters and numbers. I can't understand them at all. Selina saw that the Kyushu library had a large collection of books, but she couldn't help but feel sorry because she couldn't understand. The Academy of Sciences has overseas departments with special Chinese courses. Xiaoxiu said. "Does overseas departments specialize in learning Chinese for students from other countries?" Selina whispered. She didn't expect the Kyushu army to be so caring, even considering that people from other countries can speak Chinese. Selina did not know that the establishment of overseas department was initially aimed at Korea and Dongying. The first batch of students accepted were the Shimodzu family of Dongying and the Prince son of Korea. Now Chinese teaching has begun to affect Western countries. I'm sorry if you want to get in touch with the most advanced culture in the world. All books use Chinese characters, and the teaching also uses Chinese. You must learn Chinese and Chinese characters to understand these books. And only in this way can we come into contact with the most advanced culture. Well, Chinese is a prerequisite course for overseas students. Generally, students can basically communicate after 1 year of specializing in Chinese. If they take professional courses after 1 year, their Chinese proficiency will also improve during the study. But the cost is somewhat expensive. If it is the children of common people, it simply cannot afford it. Xiaoxiu explained to Selina the situation overseas, and couldn't help but sigh that the tuition fees there are really expensive. In addition to overseas departments, other departments not only charge no fees, some outstanding students have monthly allowances, which consume a lot of financial income. Moreover, she came out of the Atayal tribe, and there was almost no silver on her body. It was only when Ella hired her to be a private doctor that she could earn income. Naturally, she felt that the overseas expenses were extra expensive. The only advantage is that as long as there is money, overseas departments can enter, and there is no need to go through a special entrance examination. After all, Selina is a nobleman and has no additional reaction to the high tuition fees. She is only interested in overseas functions. If you can enter overseas, not only can you learn Chinese and communicate with Li Jin normally, but you can also get in touch with unprecedented knowledge. That would be a wonderful thing. I don't know if I can enter overseas, Selina said. There is no precedent for Western students in overseas universities. At present, overseas students are mainly Koreans, Dongying countries and some people who do not speak Chinese in Nanyang. However, if our two countries cooperate in the future, overseas students should be open to you. Xiao replied. Isn't it right now? Selina felt like a treasure house in front of her, but she didn't know Chinese, so she didn't have the key to enter this treasure house. We can only stay here for a month or two. Even if we can enter overseas, we don't have enough time to learn a new language, Princess Sophia said from the side. After staying in the capital for a few days, Princess Sophia's curiosity about the East not only did not fade with time, but increased day by day, and she began to reluctant to leave this magical country. It's only a month or two. Selina also felt sorry. When the envoy returned to Britain, she had only a small chance to be exposed to the Chinese language and the terrible collection of the Kyushu library again. Xiao took them around inside the Kyushu library, walking through the crisscross aisles, as if entering a future world, two completely different worlds from the outside. As Princess Sophia discovered, it was too large, and the current collection of books could not fill the library. The bookshelves of many subjects were still vacant, waiting for future generations to fill them up. Nevertheless, this size and ambition is already terrifying in this era. This is just the knowledge that the Kyushu army puts on the surface, and the knowledge system hidden behind it is not known how deep it is. Because of the vast interior space of the Kyushu library, 3/4 of an hour was only enough for a quick glance, and Xiao took Princess Sophia and the others out. Amazing place. Princess Sophia put the two sides behind her, standing on the base of the Kyushu library, looking at the Forbidden City to the south, like a world away. Who can imagine that there is an alternative treasure house in the seemingly ancient city outside? Is there a private teacher in the city who can teach Chinese? Selina was still a little unwilling. Our Academy of Sciences is a college that specializes in cultivating teachers, called Teachers College. Some of their senior students should be able to teach Chinese. Before, we needed to teach how to write and how to pronounce it word by word. But now we use pinyin and simplified characters. The cost of learning is already very low. Even now the Teachers College still has many male students, and it is still difficult to find female students in higher grades. Xiao said. Li Jin was a little uncomfortable when he listened. Finding a male private teacher didn't know why Li Jin felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe I can teach you. Li Jin nominated himself. However, Xiao poured cold water on him unceremoniously. If you teach them word by word, maybe this girl won't be able to learn it before she leaves. But Li Jin was not reconciled. There is another place where you can also learn Chinese, is those private schools in elementary schools, but generally they are taught to children. Xiao said. I think the private school is good, so I will find a suitable private school. Li Jin thought for a while and still supported Selina in learning Chinese. At least the communication will not be so strenuous in the future, and there is no need to go through an intermediary's translation. Xiao is a little confused about their relationship between these two people. I have an appointment with someone for something. There are many courses in the Academy of Sciences that are not allowed to be audited. It is indeed a very cumbersome thing that your language is imperfect. Then I will leave first. Xiao thought of making an appointment with Goya. When something happened, he bid farewell to Princess Sophia and others to ask the military chief whether it is possible to produce smallpox vaccine on a large scale. Xiao Xiao took the book and left, and she also had some thoughts. Doctors can not only perform medical aid when someone is sick, prevent and treat certain diseases, or invent new drugs to overcome certain epidemics, and they can often save more people. His Royal Highness, I want to find a school to learn Chinese. I don't know if you would like to join me. Selina wants to learn Chinese systematically, not limited to some proper nouns. But she was afraid that she could not learn well alone, so she invited Princess Sophia to join her. Okay, I also want to learn a language here. Otherwise I would not dare to go out and find delicious food alone. Princess Sophia's thoughts are simpler. If you learn Chinese, you will be able to adapt to life here. Chapter 914, Rich and Wayward. You said these two Western envoys are going to learn Chinese with us? The teacher of the elementary school's private school met Princess Sophia and Selina with long blonde hair and massaged his temples with a headache. He is a teacher of a new style primary school encouraged by the Kyushu army. He faces school children of the right age, usually between 7 and 13 years old. Princess Sophia and Selina are both grown-ups! They all come to learn Chinese sincerely, and the cost is not a problem. Li Jin said. The quality of your clothes are all top-notch. You can see that there is no shortage of money, but it is not a matter of cost. The teacher frowned. We are children here, not suitable for adults, and they don't speak any language. Even if it is us local children who are only 5 years old can also communicate with me normally. So when we teach, both the use cases and the explanations are based on their understanding. Li Jin understood that to teach people whose mother tongue is not Chinese to learn Chinese, the way of education is completely different from teaching children and cannot be taken for granted. Excuse me, Li Jin said. You don't have to be polite. If they stay in our capital for a long time, if they dare to learn and speak, they can speak fluent Chinese without a teacher, said the teacher. What you are saying is that my helper was originally a sailor on a British merchant ship. After staying in Xiamen and other places for 2 or 3 years, he learned our local language. It is a pity that the members of the mission quickly returned to the West. How can it be taught without a teacher in 2 months? Li Jin said. If it's such a short time, it won't work anywhere. The teacher shook his head. How can it be that simple to learn a language? What's more, Chinese represents the Eastern hieroglyphic system, which is completely different from the Western Latin alphabet. Even linguistic geniuses cannot get started in a month or 2. After Selina learned that the elementary school could not teach them Chinese, she was also helpless when she was disappointed. Let's go to the host of the East and let him find a private lecturer for us. It's better to be a female, and then be willing to go to Britain with us. As for the salary, we will share it. Princess Sophia had a whim. Yes, Selina said. As long as you have money, you can't find anyone willing to teach Chinese. If you don't have enough time for 1 or 2 months, just hire back to Britain and teach until the meeting. His Royal Highness, you may be too ideal. Hiring an educated person is not cheap. The environment and opportunities in the East are obviously better than ours in Britain, and this will increase the price of hiring them several times. Selina said. Princess Sophia's idea of hiring someone back to Britain was too extreme for Selina. Although she is the daughter of the Earl, her monthly expenses are limited and she can't splurge at will. £50 a year is not enough. If it is not enough, add £100. As long as my brother fights less wars and holds banquets with those nobles, the money raised is more than enough. After we hire back to Britain, she can also let her teach us more Chinese. In the future, it will be beneficial to the trade between our 2 countries. Princess Sophia solemnly looked for excuses for her wayward reasons. When Selina saw what Princess Sophia said, she felt very reasonable. If you hire a Chinese lecturer for £100, you will be able to teach more people, and the value may be more than £100. Thinking of this, Selina was a little moved. "We're going to find the Master of the East." Princess Sophia pulled Selina to find Luo Sheng. Selina felt that because of such trivial matters, she took the initiative to find Luo Sheng who ruled the East. However, she was shocked by the vastness of the Kyushu library. Only by learning Chinese can she come into contact with the most advanced and vast literature and books. What are you going to do? Li Jin couldn't understand the communication between them, so he had to follow. In Luo Sheng's mansion, Nelson has arrived from Tianjin Y and brought back good news that the submarine cable project across the Bohai Sea, the Yellow Sea, and the Sea of Japan has been completed. Where's Linga? After Nelson reported his work, he wanted to see his grandson. Your daughter and Linga are in her courtyard. After Luo Sheng was tossed last night, Ella went to pick Linga back today. Didn't she really go to her courtyard? Could it be that you quarreled? Nelson felt a little worried for his daughter. Definitely not. Luo Sheng couldn't explain to Nelson what good things his daughter had done, so he had to discuss business matters with him. According to the scheduled plan, we will be able to communicate with Yokohama port today. It is better for you and me to go to the capital. Sent the first telegram to the port of Yokohama. Yes, although Nelson wanted to see his grandson quickly, he was overseeing the laying of the submarine cable. Family affection is one thing, but the results of these months' work must be checked and accepted first. Luo Sheng cleaned up, and took Nelson and a dozen of his guards out of the house. Master of the East, Princess Sophia and others just ran into Luo Sheng and shouted from a distance. Luo Sheng had a headache for Princess Sophia's address to him, feeling that Master of the East sounded nondescript. Princess Sophia came over and saw Nelson. She couldn't help feeling strange. A man in a navy uniform appeared here. Nelson also looked at Princess Sophia. In his impression, James I's youngest daughter should have died at a very young age, and he did not expect to be alive in this era. Maybe something has changed. You can call me Mr. Chu. I don't know what the princess did you want me to do. Luo Sheng saw Princess Sophia again. At this time Princess Sophia had put on a long hanfu dress, and looked a little like Ella. I want to hire a Chinese language lecturer to return to Britain with me. I wonder if Mr. Chu can help us find a qualified female lecturer in your Academy of Sciences. The salary is not a problem, £50 a year or £100 a year, everything. It's easy to say, Princess Sophia said. Luo Sheng thought that Princess Sophia had something to do with her, but she didn't expect that. She just wanted to find a Chinese lecturer. Originally, Luo Sheng wanted to output Chinese throughout the world, and such a thing would definitely be accepted. But, the easier it is for people to get, the less they will cherish it. They need to make them feel hard-won. Proficient in Chinese teaching and willing to go to the unfamiliar Britain, such a person is not easy to find, but I will try my best to help. Luo Sheng said. Thank you. I don't know what you are going to do now, Princess Sophia asked in excitement when she saw Luo Sheng promised to help. Does telegram know? Luo Sheng asked rhetorically. Chapter 915, Telegram to Dongying. The Beijing Telegraph Terminal is the hub of the Kyushu military telegraph system. Telegraph lines in Liaodong, Liaonan, Nanjing, Suzhou, Guangzhou and other places all converge here. Now even Edo Castle, which is far overseas, is also incorporated into this huge and intangible network. The staff of the Tianjin telegraph station received the submarine cable into the telegraph station overnight after the Vostok cable laying vessel arrived. The telegraph line from Tianjin Guardian Telegraph Station to Beijing Telegraph Station has long been prepared. When the submarine cable receives the Tianjin Satellite Telegraph Station, the Beijing Telegraph Station can already notify the Tianjin Satellite Telegraph Station to switch lines to communicate with the Yokohama Port Telegraph Station. The employees in the Beijing Telegraph Terminal were already busy. Because they received the above notice, the army chief personally came to inspect and accept the results of the submarine cable project leading to Edo Castle. Big guys have to be calm. The more panic the easier it is to make trouble. The head of the Beijing Telegraph Terminal said to his busy employees. Head of the station, here is the towel. The assistant of the head of the station handed over a dry towel. The head of the station absent-mindedly took the towel and wiped it on his face at random. But in fact he was too panicked. Luo Sheng had to worry about all kinds of things. He hadn't been to the Beijing Telegraph main station once. This time he personally came to the Beijing Telegraph main station and made the Beijing Telegraph main station pay more attention to it. Regardless of the department, I hope I can have a sense of presence. Is the transmitter in place? The head of the station asked. Head of the station. "Am ready," a selected telegrapher replied loudly to conceal his inattention. Later, he is going to send the first telegram to Yokohama port in Toei country, and wait for a response from there. Your military master is here. The person at the front desk of the telegraph station quickly reported. Stay in your place. Try not to make anything wrong this time. The head of the station took people out to meet Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng brought in Nelson, Sophia, Legend, Selena and others from the front door, making the employees in the telegraph terminal stand in awe. The telegraph station was built vigorously by Luo Sheng. Without Luo Sheng's spare support, it would be impossible to establish several important telegraph stations across the country, and the number of telegraph stations is still increasing, not just in coastal areas, but also inland areas, such as Kaifeng, Xiangyan, Chengdu and other places are also planning to establish telegraph stations. Just want to build a wire network on land, but also dig tunnels and build supports. At present, the land telegraph network in the Central Plains is far from being realized. The telegraph station set up by Luo Sheng was a living place for the employees inside, and it was Luo Sheng who provided them with a job. There is no need to mobilize the teacher. I just see if the telegraph line can be used normally. Luo Sheng's first sentence went straight to the subject. Just in case, we have already contacted the staff of Yokohama Telegraph Station as soon as the connection was made, and informed them that the military chief will come to test in person today, and there will be absolutely no problem. The head of the station said, patting his chest. I want to test it myself. Seeing is believing. Luo Sheng said, our telegrapher is already in place, and the military owner can send any order to Yokohama port. The station chief pointed to the telegrapher responsible for docking with the Yokohama telegraph station. There are so many people in their telegraph station, Princess Sophia whispered to Selena. She didn't know that the Beijing telegraph terminal had to connect with all the telegraph stations across the country. And of course there were many employees. And the telegraph station is also trying to invest in civilians to reduce maintenance costs. Princess Sophia and Selena were full of curiosity about the mysterious telegram. They looked carefully inside the Beijing telegraph station and could see the strange transmitter. The highest officer over Yokohama port is still Shi Daxuan of the Beiyang fleet. Luo Sheng was supposed to send Nelson to sit in Yokohama port, but the shogunate was much more honest after he replaced Sakai Tadakasa, so he shelved the idea of changing the general. As for Zheng Zilong, he also led the main force of the Northern Fleet to station on Gangwon Island near Heinayong of Goryeo Kingdom. After Li Yong became the king of Goryeo, the domestic situation in Korea was not peaceful, and rebellions broke out from time to time. Zheng Zilong also led the navy ashore to help quell the rebellion. Just ask Shi Daxuan, how old Zheng Zilong's son Zheng Gong is this year? Luo Sheng said. Yes, the telegrapher in charge of sending the telegram was a little surprised Luo Sheng would ask about such insignificant things. But Luo Sheng only verified whether the opposite party could receive the message, and as long as the opposite party answered correctly, he could confirm that the communication was successful. At the Yokohama telegraph station at the end of the submarine cable, the Beiyang Fleet Deputy Commander Shi Daxuan and the staff of the Yokohama telegraph station are waiting for messages from the Beijing telegraph terminal in order to respond in time. SHHH. The terminal has sent a message. The receiver of the Yokohama telegraph station received the reminder that the Beijing main station began to send and receive telegrams. The employees of the Yokohama telegraph station held their breath, waiting for the receiver to translate the message from the terminal. Come out. General She, the commander asks Yu Zhenggong's true age this year. After the reporter translated the message from the capital, he was equally surprised. Responding to the military commander, Zhenggong is 10 years old this year. The Yokohama-Edo Railway is about to open to traffic. The Beiyang fleet, Shi Daxuan said. Shi Daxuan thought for a while. Is that too many answers? The receiver did not understand why Shi Daxuan answered the wrong question. Luo Sheng only asked him one question, but he answered Luo Sheng 2 questions. Just reply as I said, Shi Daxuan said. It took more than 10 minutes for Luo Sheng to receive a reply. In addition to the time for Shi Daxuan and the transmitter to think about, the transmission of the message also takes time. The submarine cable at this time, no matter the transmission speed or the amount of information transmitted, is far from being compared with the era where Luo Sheng lived. In his bones, Luo Sheng, who was accustomed to modern speed, was a little impatient while waiting. However, in the eyes of Princess Sophia and Selena, it is unimaginable that they can receive messages more than 1,000 nautical miles away in more than 10 minutes. The railway from Yokohama port to Edo Castle will soon be open to traffic. Luo Sheng received an additional answer from Shi Daxuan, and it was basically certain that Shi Daxuan himself received the message. After the opening of the train from Yokohama port to Edo Castle, the soldiers of the Beiyang fleet could not only threaten the location of the shogunate from the ocean, but they could also take the train into Edo Castle. The greater value lies in the transportation of goods and passengers. According to the Edo Treaty, the Kyushu army has the right to build and operate railways. Tell Shi Daxuan that I have learned that he should attend the opening ceremony of the Yokohama-Edo Railway in person, observe the shogunate's reaction to the train, and notify me in time. Luo Sheng said. Chapter 916 Opening Ceremony. On the outskirts of Edo Castle, the Edo railway station, which had been built for several years, was finally completed and completed its acceptance. Now the railway station has a squad of Beiyang fleet stationed in preparation for the opening ceremony. According to the Edo Treaty, the Kyushu army has the right to garrison along the railway to protect the normal operation of the railway. Edo railway station also uses cement technology, otherwise it would not have been completed so quickly. On the side of the train station is a towering bell tower to remind waiting passengers of time. In fact, Jianghu railway station began planning for its construction a long time ago, and it also hired local cheap workers to move bricks and gravel. At that time, the people of Edo City saw the construction site busy and did not know that a magnificent Edo railway station could be built in the future. When the Edo railway station was completed, it shocked the people of the entire Edo Castle and other parts of the Musashi country. Many people gathered to know what the train was. Please keep idlers away from the platform and railroad tracks to avoid danger. The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet stationed at Edo railway station maintained order along the railway line. The crowds of the people in Edo Castle were surging, and it was difficult for a small number of soldiers of the Northern Fleet to maintain order. Miss, there are so many people, at least tens of thousands. Employees of the Tokyo branch also came to watch the opening ceremony. Wait a while, the steam locomotive named Tokyo will go here from the Yokohama concession. There are still so many people. Dau was in the crowd, shocked by the unprecedented grand occasion here. I am afraid that even the shogunate does not have such a great energy to let residents come to participate in an activity voluntarily. Nowadays, it is the Kyushu army from outside that leads the coquettishness in Edo Castle. Even some factories in Edo Castle have been acquired by Chinese merchants. Protect Miss. The two Beiyang fleet soldiers who were sent by Shi Daxuan to protect Dau hurriedly followed. Since the attack on Dau has had his own temporary bodyguard. At that time, Tadashi Sakai, who caused the trouble, had been put into a cowhide bag by Shi Daxuan and sank into the Pacific Ocean. Dau and the others squeezed to the front, and you could see the simple barbed wire and the sign prohibiting entry. Inside were 4 cold railroad tracks. The big figures of the Kyushu army in Edo City, such as Huang Zongxi and Governor Qian, were invited to the opening ceremony. They stood on the platform and waited for the train from Yokohama port. In fact, Dia also received the invitation, but she still stayed with the ordinary employees of the Tokyo branch and did not go to the platform. The shogunate also sent many ministers to witness the opening of Yokohama port and Edo Castle. A year ago, Tadaka Sakai led the delegation to the capital to visit Liuosheng. The delegation had seen a new thing like a steam train. However, many shogunate ministers did not have the opportunity to see the steam train. Before the opening ceremony, the front of the steam locomotive has been hidden in the Yokohama concession after being transported by a galleon. It is rare for Sakai Tadakatsu, who has gone to the wild, to come out of his house and uninvited by other shogunate ministers. It was supposed to be us building the railway, but now let the Kyushu army take the lead. Since Sakai has seen trains, he has a knack for food, and dreams of building his own train. Sakai-kun, even if they don't take the lead, we will not be able to cast qualified rails. Even if our cast iron technology reaches production rails, not to mention there are more complicated steam locomotives to be manufactured, otherwise the rails are just a pile of scrap iron. Tadaki Abe is quite embarrassed. Now the technology of the shogunate cannot be manufactured on rails or railways. You idlers, get out of the way. The shogunate shoguns are here. The shogunate expelled the residents who were in front of him, and brought Tadao Sakai, Tadaki Abe and others to the front. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the crowd at the farthest point agitated. Here, the residents of Edo Castle who had not seen the train told each other, their faces pale. For strange things, they feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. On the horizon, there was a stream of black smoke billowing, and then a black dragon-like monster appeared from the horizon. The loud bang of the wheel and axle made the residents along the railway panic. Is this the Black Dragon of China? It is approaching at a very fast speed. Woo! The fast-moving train was about to enter the station. The driver sounded the whistle, and the speed of the train gradually slowed down. Little did they know that the sudden sound of the siren frightened the residents of the crowd. Ha! Exclamation mark! The brake shoe and the wheel hub rubbed violently, and a large amount of white smoke was discharged from the part of the wheel. Cough cough cough. The residents on the railroad did not expect that the steam locomotive would emit white smoke when the steam locomotive was at the station, and was choked to retreat again and again. After the black smoke and white smoke gradually dissipated, the ferocious steel body was exposed, and the carriages were nearly 100 meters long. It's almost exactly the same as the train we saw in the Huaxia capital. Sakai Tadakatsu and Aoyama Ukes looked at each other, and they can be 100% confirmed that this is the technical craftsmanship of the Kyushu army. The door of one of the carriages was opened, and the officers of the Beiyang fleet, who were troubled by the shogunate, got out of the car. After Zheng Zilong moved to defend Jiangwo Island, the top person in charge of Dongying Kingdom became Shidaxuan. He was also among the officers who got off the car. They were dressed in all Kyushu naval uniforms, and they were tall, making the shogunate ministers who were watching the train gritted their teeth. It was the existence of this group of people that made the shogunate walk on thin ice, and did not dare to ban the privileges of the Kyushu army, let alone tear up the Edo Treaty that humiliated the country. The naval officers of Shidaxuan and his party seemed to notice the gazes of the shogunate ministers, and looked at them, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Although the shogunate looked at their Beiyang fleet unhappy, they were helpless. Damn it! The shogunate ministers saw the contemptuous and provocative eyes of the officers of the Beiyang fleet, and they stamped their feet with anger. The Beiyang fleet has always been dependent on our place, as if it used our place as their base. Originally, Yokohama port had become a concession, and now their hands have reached our Edo castle. Masuira Nobuichi face sad and angry. There is no way, you must endure if you are behind. Sakai Tadakatsu reluctantly. Compared with the loneliness of the shogunate, Shidaxuan and other officers of the Beiyang fleet were full of ambitions, and the construction of submarine cables and railways had come to an end. The capital could directly control the affairs of Dongying, and the situation of the shogunate would be more difficult. It seems that Tadaka Sakai still has considerable influence among the shogunate ministers. Shidaxuan found that Sakai was still mixed in with the minister of the shogunate, and he couldn't help but keep an eye on it. Tokyo is a dual train for passenger and freight, and it will be officially put into operation from today. Shidaxuan took this opportunity to announce the news to the residents of Edo City. This section of the train has just begun to be used, and the passenger flow may not be too much. In order to make the best use of the goods, the Tokyo ships simply adopted passenger and cargo carriages. Chapter Table of Contents Chapter 917 Try the Company's System. Why the Kyushu Army always regards our Edo Castle as their Tokyo, whether Tokyo Academy or Tokyo Branch, and now they have named their locomotive the Tokyo number. Their heart is clear. Tadaki Abe learned of Yokohama to Edo. The steam locomotive on the first line of the city is called Tokyo, and I can't help but feel depressed because of the influence of the Kyushu Army. Even some people in Edo City called the city they lived in Tokyo, which seemed to sound more lofty, making their shogunate worried that their residents would be swayed by the Kyushu Army. Over time, maybe the Edo Castle of the shogunate really became the Tokyo of the Kyushu Army. Tadaki Abe could hear the people around him discussing railways and trains. These people, who had never seen a train, were finally not so shocked after shaking their minds, but were surprised at why there is such a magical item as a train. To them, the Kyushu Army is like a god of omnipotence, and it does not require horsepower or manpower to make a black dragon made of steel run. This kind of ability is not a manifestation of the gods. How can it be explained? The people of Edo Castle have already respected the Kyushu Army, but our innovation can't produce results that can be seen with their own eyes. Aoyama Kosai, who has been to China capital city, expressed despair. Sakai patted him on the shoulder. Aoyama-kun, let's take a step and take a step. The Kyushu Army's profound background is not something we can compare in a short while. King Shanxingqing said in frustration, I have no choice but to do so. The reformist shogunate ministers were hit hard by the opening of the railway, and their confidence began to shake. Some other conservative ministers saw the train for the first time, and were shocked to realize the strength of the Kyushu Army. It seems that the reformists did what they did. The thing is correct. Dayu looked at the Tokyo locomotive and found that the model was similar to the industrial, indicating that the manufacturing process of the steam locomotive was relatively mature. In the future, there will be a Tokyo locomotive and a steam locomotive. From now on, we will be able to take the Tokyo locomotive directly to the port of Yokohama when we return to Central Plains on holiday, and then take the Yongcheng boat at the port of Yokohama, said Dongjin branch employees. It is indeed much more convenient. Dayu saw the successful opening of the railway, and was thinking about what she was responsible for. The Tokyo branch has now almost defeated the Bank of Edo, occupying more than 90% of the market share, and monopolizing the trade between China and Toyo. At the same time, the Tokyo branch is trying and working hard for paper currency. The banknotes issued by the Tokyo branch have been put into use. Bank vouchers can be freely exchanged for gold and silver coins at the Tokyo branch. They are at the same price as gold and silver. They are also popular because they are easy to carry. By issuing banknotes, the Tokyo branch exchanged paper for a large amount of gold and silver to fill its own gold and silver reserves. At present, in the currency market of Eastern Japan, in addition to the copper, silver, and gold coins minted by the shogunate, there are also banknotes issued by the Tokyo branch and the Edo Bank. The Tokyo branch is equivalent to stealing part of the currency issuance rights in disguise. If the Tokyo branch issued banknotes uncontrollably, it could even cause turbulence in the currency market in the East. Maybe it's time to try to promote the company system. Merchants must trade in the name of the company, and they must submit reports to the Far East Trading Company every year in order to tax their income. Merchants are too powerful, and I am afraid it will not be easy to do so in the future. Control. Dayu thought about implementing the company system. The reason why Luo Sheng asked her to choose Dongying as the experimental field was because Dongying now has a unique advantage. If Dongying's economy is collapsed by Daewoo, after all, it is not the Dongying province, so there is no need to be responsible. Naturally, the shogunate is behind it. It is also important that if the merchants who trade with Dongying do not comply with the new measures, they will be expelled from the market by the Far East Trading Company. Therefore, the businessmen of Huaxia must abide by the new rules of the game. If Daewoo enforces the company system forcibly, then these businessmen will also have to register companies in order to continue to make money in the Dongying market. However, the implementation of the company system will definitely harm the interests of big businessmen. No big businessmen are willing to let the tax department know the origin of each of their income, so they can't evade tax. Once a big businessman gets angry, even if the reform is successful, some eons sacrifice is needed to calm their anger, and this person is generally the advocate, that is, herself. Daewoo was a little melancholy, but gritted his teeth and decided to try to implement the company system as soon as possible. In addition to being the vice president of the Tokyo branch, she is also an interim director of the Far East Trading Company. She can coordinate the two large organizations to ensure the implementation of the company system. Daewoo didn't know how much disturbance her secret decision would cause. What she wanted to take away was the interests of the rising Chinese merchants, and their energy was great. The construction of the Yokohama-Edo Castle Railway is just the beginning. In the future, we will build a main line that runs through Honshu Island, Kyushu Island, Shikoku Island, and Hokkaido to extract valuable resources and sell our goods to any place on Honshu Island. A corner. The Railway Construction Committee official responsible for the construction of this section of the railway pointed to a blueprint. In this sketch map for the construction of the Dongying State Railway, the main railway line runs through almost the entire 4 islands of Dongying State. If Tadaka Sakai knew that the Kyushu army had a detailed railway construction plan for the entire Toyo state, he would have been dumbfounded if he knew the blueprint for the railway network he wanted to build. He did not expect that the Kyushu army knew better than their shogunate where the railway should be built. It's a pity that we don't have enough resources to realize this construction plan as soon as possible. Now that the Ministry of Households focuses on domestic construction, it is very difficult for us to build this section of the railway. Shi Daxuan said, because the Kyushu army can garrison troops along the railway. If the railway artery that runs through the entire East China is built, it is equivalent to realizing direct control of the East China. Shi Daxuan is very eager for this. He really wants to station troops in the entire Eastern China, but the domestic railway network has not been completed yet. It is really impossible to spend enough money to build such a long railway network in Eastern China. Come slowly. Our railway construction committee will send people to investigate in the next period of time. We will work with the Academy of Sciences to find out the distribution of minerals, agricultural and sideline products, and population in Dongying country in order to plan a better railway network, an official of the Railway Construction Committee said. Moreover, if we propose such a railway construction plan now, the shogunate is probably going crazy. Shi Daxuan could not imagine the consequences of this blueprint letting the shogunate know. If the troops were stationed along the railway that ran through the entire Eastern Kingdom, the Kyushu army could directly declare that it was its own occupation. Chapter 918 Chinese is too difficult. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. These 3 points are water character partial. Chinese characters with partial are generally related to water. For example, this character means Jiang, a woman introduced the radicals of Chinese characters to Princess Sophia and Selena. Radical. Oh God, Chinese characters are so difficult. Princess Sophia called. Princess Sophia asked Luo Sheng to hire a person who could teach Chinese. Luo Sheng actually found a female student from the Academy of Sciences for her, who could not only teach Chinese but also speak English. In order to export Chinese to the world, Students in the normal college of the Academy of Sciences generally master a foreign language so that they can be sent to other countries for teaching in the future. At the beginning, Princess Sophia was encouraged by Selina to learn Chinese on a whim. When Liu Sheng really recruited students to teach Chinese, Princess Sophia was quickly dizzy by pinyin and radicals. Chinese characters are very vivid, we can think of as 3 points of water. But Selina found it very interesting. Chinese characters look complicated, but they evolved from hieroglyphics. Many characters can be seen from the surface what they mean. When Sir Greenville and the Kyushu army officials agreed on a bilateral cooperation treaty, Princess Sophia and Selina arranged a special Chinese course with nothing special, and wanted to master basic vocabulary and grammar before leaving. Li Jin had nothing to do before the cooperation treaty between the two countries was finalized. When Princess Sophia and Selina were learning Chinese, they made friends with merchants in the capital. It was not until the end of the Chinese course between Princess Sophia and Selina that he came to see them to see if Princess Sophia wanted to do something earth-shattering on a whim. Because he went to Europe on a whim, and then triggered a series of things. Even he was about to become the official businessman of the Kyushu army. Li Jin felt like he had a dream. Chinese characters are too difficult. After Princess Sophia finished her daily Chinese course, she felt that the air outside was exceptionally fresh when she came outside. I don't know how you learned, Li Jin asked. This is the third day of the Chinese language course for Princess Sophia and Selina. Li Jin also needed to communicate with the two of them through an interpreter by the British sailors. You, me, her. Selina pointed at Li Jin, herself, and Princess Sophia respectively, already knowing how to distinguish pronouns in Chinese. Yes, that's it. Li Jin was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Selina to have such a strong comprehension ability. Princess Sophia was a little envious, muttering softly, "How come you learn faster than me? Are there any special places you want to go today?" Li Jin asked Princess Sophia and Selina as usual. Selina is going to change the dressing. The doctor gave us the address last time. Princess Sophia forwarded the note Xiao gave her last time to Li Jin. The affiliated hospital of the Ministry of Medicine. I know that this is the first hospital established by the Ministry of Medicine of the Academy of Sciences. The woman I saw last time is really a student of the medical school. Li Jin read the address on the note and knew it. In the past few days, he has basically figured out the situation in the capital, knowing exactly what building is in and where. He was deeply impressed by the changes in the capital. Li Jin took the two to the affiliated hospital. At this time, the hospital was still a traditional red brick and green tile, divided into several sections, with different departments. When Li Jin and his party arrived at the hospital, they found that some patients had already come to see the doctor. In addition to the patients coming in and out, there is also an elite guard standing at the gate, with his hands behind him, his sharp eyes scanning among the people coming and going. Several people from Li Jin were also spotted, but they were soon ruled out of suspicion. It is estimated that they have been recognized as members of the envoy. Has anyone come here? Li Jin muttered to himself. Let's find Xiao. Is she the doctor here? Li Jin came to the front hall and found that almost all the staff inside were wearing white lab coats. Xiao, she is seeing other patients. Please wait a moment. The staff in the front hall looked through the record sheet and found that Xiao had an appointment, so asked, "Why are they all wearing white clothes?" Princess Sophia asked curiously when she saw the white coat for the first time. "We want to be more clean. Once there are dirty things on our clothes, we will soon find out. Now we have paid attention to high temperature disinfection of appliances, washing hands before surgery, and disinfecting patients' wounds," the front desk explained. "It seems to make sense," Princess Sophia thoughtfully. Maybe the British side could also learn to do this. At this time, the doctors in Britain were still wearing grey gowns, and the nurses were nuns, and there was no concept of disinfection. "Is there someone in your hospital?" Li Jin asked quietly. "You are very careful. We have indeed come here with a big person, It is still a big person, the front desk said. Sitting across from Xiao Xiaoyu was Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng saw Xiao Xiaoyu in a white coat outside, as if she had returned to modern times, and she had a long-lost familiarity. "Why did you come here in person?" The military master. "Just tell me to go to the mansion if you have something to do." After Xiao Xiaoyu and Liu Sheng became more familiar, their names were not so low, which also meant that Liu Sheng would take the initiative to look for her. "Because you also have your own job, I brought him here along the way." Liu Sheng handed Linga to Xiao Xiaoyu. "Check your temperature." Xiao Xiaoyu took out a mercury thermometer. The modern mercury thermometer was invented by the Dutch physicist Wallen Haight in the early 18th century, and the Fahrenheit temperature scale was also born. Linga was already familiar with Xiao Xiaoyu, and she didn't cry or make trouble. "Usually, my sister brought Linga over. Could it be that she has something to do today?" Xiao Xiaoyu asked Liu Sheng when she waited for the mercury thermometer to come out. "Yes, she has something to do with the intelligence department," Liu Sheng said. "Ella is now selecting intelligence personnel to go to Europe and Muggle infiltration, and it is indeed busy. My sister usually takes care of a lot of things, and it is not easy for her. If you are free, you can find out what she is thinking." Xiao Xiaoyu tapped on the side. Liu Sheng stared at Xiao Xiaoyu's clear eyes, and immediately understood what she meant, but Xiao Xiaoyu didn't know that Liu Sheng had already dealt with Ella. "What benefit did Ella give you?" And she actually helped her speak nicely. Liu Sheng said. No, please don't get me wrong." Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head quickly. "Actually, I came to you this time. In addition to Linga's coldness, there is also your proposal through the Ministry of Medicine to produce smallpox vaccine to prevent and control smallpox," Liu Sheng said. "The smallpox vaccine matter." Xiao Xiaoyu was surprised. She only reported this matter for a few days, but she didn't expect that Liu Sheng had already come to the door on her own initiative. Chapter 919 Vaccine Pox Vaccine. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Smallpox is indeed a major harm, and tens of thousands of people die every year. Especially now that the trade activities are more frequent, once the epidemic breaks out, it will be a terrible thing. Human pox vaccination has a relatively high mortality rate. If any, the choice is, of course, vaccine. But there is a problem that may affect the promotion of vaccine injection. Liu Sheng said. "What's the problem?" Xiao Xiaoyu was puzzled. "The common people are most concerned about the issue of food, clothing, life and death. Although the death rate of the vaccinia method has been reduced to 1 in hundreds of thousands, our population is too large, and there will still be dozens or even hundreds of people who die as a result of vaccinations. Since then, some people have spread the falsehood, thinking that the vaccine is a poison." Liu Sheng said. "Xiaoyu does not understand that if they are not vaccinated, once they are infected with smallpox, the fatality rate is almost 100%. Dozens or even hundreds of people die within a short period of time when the vaccine is promoted. But compared with the number of people who die every year, almost it can be ignored. And if everyone is vaccinated against smallpox, this disease is very likely to disappear in this world, and the number of people who will benefit from this in the future may be millions or even tens of millions." Xiao Xiaoyu said anxiously. After all, humans are not completely rational machines. They have human weaknesses. Ordinary people can usually see short-term benefits instead of considering long-term benefits. People who do not have smallpox will luckily think that they will not get smallpox in the future. There is no need to risk death to get a vaccine, even if the fatality rate of the vaccine is very low, even if it will be beneficial to future generations. Therefore, being a doctor cannot be completely rational, but must learn to understand human nature. Liu Sheng said. After Xiao Xiaoyu listened to Liu Sheng's explanation, Liu frowned slightly, and what Liu Sheng said made sense. She stood at a high altitude, and naturally felt that the promotion of vaccines was profitable and harmless. But it will definitely cause panic among the common people. Then what should I do? Xiao didn't want to give up the vaccine plan. If you want to promote vaccination, you need to do a good job in the aftermath. Let me take care of this. First produce the vaccine with the qualified rate, and then develop a complete aftercare plan. For those who died because of the vaccine, we will treat their family members, provide a lot of compensation and suppress the situation. Liu Sheng said, I will select a group of people in the Department of Medicine to work with you to develop new vaccines and provide funds for clinical trials. Xiao, thank you, military master. Xiao didn't expect that Liu Sheng not only supported her idea, but also specially provided projects. She couldn't help being grateful. It is not easy to find someone who understands oneself, let alone such a costly project. Europe and the Americas are even more threatened by smallpox. If it can be made into a vaccine and sold to Europe, it will not only recover the cost, but also profit from it. Liu Sheng thought not only to eliminate smallpox, but also how to make up for its cost. The military owner is too thoughtful. Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. She also admired Liu Sheng from the bottom of her heart, because Liu Sheng knew too much, and even the hospital department and the current hospital were established by Liu Sheng. The medical skills here are far more advanced than those in the tribe, which made her addicted to it. Moreover, medical skills are still advancing rapidly. New medical equipment and drug inventions are constantly being made. Smallpox vaccine is just one of the results. What do you think of the Department of Medicine now? Liu Sheng asked about this. The Department of Medicine produces books every year, and our first batch of students have already tried to practice medicine here. The medical skills here are quite developed. After high-temperature disinfection, there are fewer and fewer cases of patients dying from wound infections. Maybe in the future, eliminate most diseases. Xiao said, you are too optimistic. We don't know many things in this world, especially diseases. This is a world of natural selection. As medicine develops, bacteria and viruses are also evolving. It depends on whose speed is faster. What we need to do is to increase the survival rate of people as much as possible. Liu Sheng thought that even in his era, human beings cannot escape the troubles of a series of terminal illnesses such as cancer, heart disease, diabetes, genetic defects, etc. They will not be able to overcome the disease for at least a few hundred years, and can only minimize the harm caused by the disease. Modern medical standards have been able to increase the average life expectancy of people to more than 70. I thought the military master was omnipotent. Xiao looked at Liu Sheng, a little envious of Ella. I am omnipotent. I just can see the future. Liu Sheng said. See the future? Xiao was a little surprised. Wu Linga started making trouble in Xiao's arms. I almost forgot. Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, because she was talking about medicine with Liu Sheng and forgot that the thermometer had measured the temperature. It's just a little fever. I prescribe a medicine. I guess it will be fine in 2 or 3 days. Xiao looked at Linga's tongue and throat again, and said, it's a good thing to get sick when I was young, and I might have stronger resistance in the future. Liu Sheng is not very worried about Linga. With the system in place, he won't die so easily. Xiao personally went to the backyard pharmacy to fetch the medicine from the pharmacist inside, and then returned to Liu Sheng's hand after packing. Be busy, I have something to do when I go back. Liu Sheng took the medicine. I will send you away. Xiao said. If you have anything you need help, just tell me the next time you come to the mansion. Medical skills are related to the national economy and the people's livelihood. Liu Sheng stood up and said, Xiao understands. Xiao sent Liu Sheng to the front hall. In the front hall, Li Jind, Princess Sophia, and Selena were quite surprised to see Xiao sending Liu Sheng out. Military master, Li Jind also guessed which important person came to the hospital, but he didn't expect it to be Liu Sheng. We met again. Liu Sheng bumped into Princess Sophia and the others again. The last time I met, I took them to the telegraph station. When Princess Sophia saw Luo Sheng and Xiao Xiao, she thought of seeing Xiao Xiao with Ella in the cloth village last time. She seemed to have thought of something, so she asked, "Mr. Chu, this is you, concubine?" "It's not." Luo Sheng thought that Princess Sophia was really upright, and he dared to ask anything. Xiao Xiao couldn't understand the conversation between Luo Sheng and Princess Sophia, but found that the two of them glanced at her a little, knowing that they must have discussed the topic with him, and couldn't help being curious about the conversation between Luo Sheng and them. "How was the Chinese lecturer I found for you last time?" Luo Sheng knew that Princess Sophia and Selina had recently started to learn Chinese. Chapter 920 The Temptation of Staying in the East. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Chinese is too difficult. I only learn Pinyin and remember a few Chinese characters now. I read it to you. You still have Princess Sophia pointed at Luo Sheng and Xiao Xiao, and said the pronouns, . But she only remembered the word you, and the other pronouns couldn't remember it. "I still have her?" Luo Sheng asked. Yes, that's Amanda." Princess Sophia suddenly realized. It seems that this princess has no talent for languages. Luo Sheng muttered in his heart. He could see that Selina, who was next to the princess, had some anxious expressions just now, and he knew that Selina, who was studying Chinese with Princess Sophia, had a better learning ability than the father of Sophia. If you use Luo Sheng's time, Princess Sophia would be a mascot and a vase. "Princess, you have to study hard, otherwise you will not be able to learn anything when you return to Europe in a month." Luo Sheng worried. "People have worked very hard. It is obvious that Chinese is too difficult." Princess Sophia pouted. "After I returned to Europe alone, I learned Chinese and it seems to be of no use. I don't know if I can stay in the capital." "Chu, do you agree, sir?" "Whether or not you can stay in the capital is not something I can decide. You have to see what your brother Charlie means." Luo Sheng had a headache for Princess Sophia's request. If he agrees to Princess Sophia's request, won't he become the same as staying Princess Sophia? And Charles, I will definitely not agree. It takes more than half a year to travel between the East and the West, which is not comparable to the time when there were planes. Selina was a little surprised when she heard that Father Sophia was staying. She never dared to think about it like this. From then on, if you live in the East, it is very likely that your entire life will change as a result. Doesn't Ella also live in the East? If I live here for a while, I can speak Chinese even without special learning, Princess Sophia said, unconvinced. Princess, you are different. Just think about this kind of thing. Luo Sheng shook his head. In the eyes of Princess Sophia, she thought it was Luo Sheng who didn't want to see her, and she was a little anxious. Mr. Chu, don't you want to accept me? His Royal Highness, I don't think Mr. Chu meant that. If you want to stay in the East, neither His Majesty the King nor my father would agree. You are the British royal family. You cannot stay without a valid reason. A different country. Selina understood what Luo Sheng meant, so she explained to Princess Sophia. My brother has always listened to me. If I really want to stay, he can't refuse. Princess Sophia was not convinced. Okay, I have something to do. I'm leaving. Luo Sheng felt that if Princess Sophia stayed, she didn't know what kind of turmoil would be triggered. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng had a headache. Xiao Xiao kept sending Luo Sheng to the gate before turning back. Are you here to change the dressing? Come with me, Xiao Xiao said to Selina. Xiao Xiao took Selina to her infirmary, helped her remove the bandage, washed the old medicine, and then applied the new medicine. What did the military master tell you just now? Xiao Xiao asked Princess Sophia while helping Selina with medicine. She was really curious. Just now the princess asked the girl if you were the concubine of the military master. The British sailor just heard the conversation between Luo Sheng and Princess Sophia, and said directly to Xiao Xiao without conveying it to Princess Sophia. What's the problem? Xiao Xiao's cheeks were slightly hot. She never thought about it. Thank you. After Xiao Xiao finished changing the potion, Selina thanked her directly in Chinese. Xiao Xiaoyu was a little surprised that Selina started to learn Chinese. With her comprehension, she might be able to conduct simple communication in Chinese soon. Miss Xiao, you see that we have troubled you many times and will take up your time. Please be sure to accept the cost of our treatment. Li Jin knew that Xiao Xiaoyu must have a great relationship with Liu Sheng, so he insisted. I have to pay Xiao Xiaoyu for medicine. If you have to give it, you can go to the front hall to register and just pay the same fee as an ordinary doctor. Xiao Xiaoyu said. Registered? Li Jin was puzzled. Just to register your name, condition and corresponding doctor. Xiao Xiaoyu said. I'm going now. Li Jin crossed the threshold. Xiao Xiaoyu, it's great to meet you in the Far East. I don't know if we can be friends. I will learn Chinese soon, and then we can communicate directly. Selina said to Xiao Xiaoyu, said. Of course there is no problem. Xiao Xiaoyu disinfected in the copper basin and replied to Selina. That's great. Selina didn't expect her savior to agree to be her friend so easily. But I heard that your envoy will return to the West soon, and you won't stay here for too long. After washing her hands, Xiao Xiaoyu stroked her slightly messy bangs. Yes, I will return to Britain soon. I'm a little bit reluctant to start getting familiar with everything. Selina said regretfully. She finally accepted everything from the East, whether Han Fu, Chinese, or even the people she knew here. She would become a memory when she returned to Britain, and she might not have the chance to come into contact with these things in the future. Selina, do you want the two of us to ask your father to stay in the capital? The prices here are not very expensive. As long as we save a little, we will definitely be able to live here. Princess Sophia urged. His Royal Highness, are you serious? Seeing what Princess Sophia was saying was true, Selina was uncertain about the princess' mind. She also met Princess Sophia because of this trip to the East. Of course it's serious. It's so fun here. It takes at least 1 or 2 years to go back. How can you go back so soon? You stay with me. Princess Sophia said. No, I can't stay. Selina was a little afraid that she wouldn't be able to go back once she stayed. She just thinks that there are many reasons for her to stay. If you don't stay, don't I want to stay here alone? This is still a bit strange to me. It seems that I need to learn Chinese as soon as possible to be able to integrate into the life of the East as soon as possible. Princess Sophia said. Selina thought to herself, shouldn't my father allow the princess to stay in the East alone? There has never been an example of a Western princess staying in the East. Even if the maid accompanied by the envoy stayed with Princess Sophia, Sir Greenville would not agree. Chapter 921, Staying and Not Allowed to Stay. His Royal Highness, do you really intend to stay in the East? Sir Greenville heard of the request from Lord Sophia to stay, but instead of furious, he asked Princess Sophia if she was sincere to stay. I can try to stay in a foreign country for a year or two, and I will write the same travel notes as Marco Polo in the future. My Princess Sophia may also be known to future generations. Sir Greenville, can you agree to my request? Princess Sophia she put it on his chest and said, His Majesty the King may not agree. Sir Greenville was embarrassed. The reason why he could calmly discuss with Princess Sophia about staying in the East was because he wanted Princess Sophia to have a relationship with Liu Sheng, and Britain would have a backing in the affairs of the East in the future. If starting from this point, maybe Charles I would agree to let his sister stay in the powerful East. If China at this time was as strong as the Mughal Empire, he would never allow Princess Sophia to make such a request, and even directly rejected her on behalf of Charles I. But Sir Greenville believed everything he saw. China's might be stronger than the former power of the Spanish Empire. If China's support can be obtained, after the two countries trade with each other, Britain may become the largest power in Europe. I will write a letter to my brother, Sir Greenville. You will pass it to my brother for me. He will definitely agree. Princess Sophia said confidently. If he doesn't agree, I will jump into the sea on the way back. Princess Sophia added. Your Royal Highness, don't be so radical. Everything is easy to discuss. Sir Greenville had no intention of rejecting Princess Sophia, and said quickly, My father, Leaving the princess alone in the east is not a joke, Selina said anxiously when she saw her father's tone slightly loose. The east is a civilized country, not a savage place. I think Her Royal Highness will not be in any danger even if she stays in the east, but it can be said to be a very safe thing. Sir Greenville said, the east is too far away from Britain. If the princess appears in the meantime, we can't help in time in Britain. Selina always felt that her father was joking, leaving the beautifully dressed Princess Sophia to stay in China capital alone. Sir Greenville said so. Do you want to oppose my proposal? Princess Sophia gave Selina a dissatisfied look. I didn't mean to offend the princess, but the princess is honorable and should not live alone in the east thousands of miles away. Especially now that the princess has no good friends in the east, no one can take care of each other. I can't learn it for a while, which is even more worrying. Selina said, it's enough to leave me with 1 or 2 servants and enough gold and silver. Isn't it just Chinese? As long as I live here for a year or a half, it will naturally be. If you think of me as a flower in a greenhouse, then you are so wrong. Princess Sophia said confidently, isn't it the flowers in the greenhouse? Sir Greenville and Selina said in their hearts. The host of the East is warm and hospitable. The capital is orderly and more prosperous than London. I can be sure that Her Royal Highness is very safe in this city. If your Royal Highness wants to stay, I will leave you with 4 girls. The servants, 4 soldiers to ensure your safety. Sir Greenville said. Sir Greenville, you are such a good person. Princess Sophia thought it would take a cry, 2 troubles and 3 hangs before she could fight to stay in the capital of the East. But now she seems to want more. Sir Greenville is more than expected. Talkative father. Selina was puzzled, repeatedly making sure that her father's brain was not short-circuited. Selina, needless to say, this is the decision of the princess, and we cannot defy her orders. Sir Greenville wanted to sell the princess to Luo Sheng, knowing that Charles I would be willing to marry this unwilling person. The younger sister sent it out quickly. So I wanted the princess to stay in the east and have more chances to contact Luo Sheng. But he couldn't let Princess Sophia know what he was thinking, because he knew that Princess Sophia was very resistant to this kind of business marriage. The more she asked her to do something, the stronger her resistance. Yes, I am a princess. You can't disobey my orders. Princess Sophia nodded repeatedly. But father, can I stay in the east too? Selina asked Sir Greenville. No, you must not stay in the east. I have agreed with Sir Thomas Munch before I set off to marry his second son George Munch when you return home. George is under my command for several consecutive times. He fought with the Spaniards in the Netherlands in the year. He is an excellent army general, young and promising, and can inherit the title of the family. Sir Greenville said, my father, how can you make a private marriage appointment for me? The first time I heard about this news, Selina was a little hysterical. She was supposed to be very calm and smart. She didn't know why her mood suddenly became extremely bad, and she didn't care about it. Princess Sophia is on the side. You must pay attention to the tone of speaking with your father. This is a marriage between our 2 big families, and it is good for both of our big families. Their family has many fields and properties in Devonshire, and he himself is also a major in the infantry regiment. The future is bright. Are you trying to defy me? Sir Greenville angered. I have never seen George, and don't think I will marry him. Selina's eyes flushed. Princess Sophia was caught between Sir Greenville and Selina. She didn't know what to do, so she had to act as a mediator. You 2 should calm down. She is very distressed. She has always been the one who caused trouble, but she didn't expect it to be her turn to calm others down. I'm not going back to Britain. Selina glared at her father. Do you dare? I won't leave you a penny. You will fend for yourself if you stay. Do you think you can find a job here to make a living if you are a Briton? Sir Greenville said in a huff. I don't care. Selina cried and ran out of the courtyard where the envoy was located. Because of her leg injury had not healed, she limped and almost fell. Sir Greenville felt a little distressed when he saw his daughter walking hard, but he couldn't hold back. let alone let her stay in the East. Chapter 922 Eastern Company and Western Company. 2 more. We have reached a preliminary cooperation intention with the diplomatic mission. If the other side's king agrees, we expect to start exporting products to the West in 1 or 2 years, and establish factories and warehouses locally, in order to protect the safety of our goods. Before the pirates are eliminated, merchant ships heading to Europe must be organized and uniformly protected by armed merchant ships and even warships. In Li Jin's house, officials from the Kyushu army were discussing business with him in Europe. Regardless of whether it is negotiated with Britain or not, it is certain that businessmen will enter Europe, but Britain can provide ports and markets, which can save a lot of time and energy. The local pirates seem to be very powerful. I think the number of armed merchant ships and warships we send out must not be too small, otherwise they will become the target of pirates. Li Jin is most worried about this when he thinks of the pirates on the Atlantic and Mediterranean. We will investigate the strength and distribution of the pirates on the western side, and it will be a matter of time before we destroy them. Before that, our number of warships and artillery will be enough to deal with, and there are no enemies in the southeast and the east. Our ships can set up one. The fleet went to the west to escort our merchant ships. As far as we know, the relationship between Britain and Spain and the Netherlands is very delicate. Britain and the Netherlands have joined forces against Spain. However, with the decline of the Spanish Empire recently, Britain and the Netherlands have Reign's relationship began to become less harmonious, said an official of the Kyushu army. Do you mean that we also want to prevent the war between them from destroying our merchant ships? Li Jin asked. Yes, our best idea is to station a fleet in the city of London or other ports to protect the safety of our merchant ships and merchants. This is the most disputed point between the two sides. The British Embassy did not want us to station troops in Britain, but only relying on their British Royal Navy cannot ensure our safety. The officials of the Kyushu army said the focus of the negotiations between the two sides was stalemate. Luo Sheng even wanted to station troops near the city of London and control the city of London like the city of Edo. However, Sir Greenville and others realized the seriousness of the garrison and refused to agree to this condition. Will it be possible to reach this treaty in the end? Li Jin was a little worried. Even he felt that Luo Sheng's conditions were a little harsh, and it was difficult for anyone to accept the deployment of other countries' fleets at the door of his own country. As long as the money is in place, it shouldn't be a problem. We can also form an alliance to help them guard against the Spanish and Dutch warships. In the end, they should compromise. If they let us choose to cooperate with the Spanish or the Dutch, this is their loss, an official of the Kyushu army said. So, we are actually threatening them, letting them weigh the pros and cons. Once they find that the advantages of letting us outweigh the disadvantages, then they will most likely agree to our request. Li Jin understood Luo Sheng's intentions. On the one hand, it is to give them some sweetness, on the other hand it is also a threat. If Britain does not choose to cooperate with the Kyushu army, then there are countries such as Spain, the Netherlands and even Franciscans that can cooperate. Next we will have 1 or 2 years to prepare. During this time, we will select and train a group of workers, and at the same time make machines, and prepare to build a factory in Britain. In addition to the production workers, chefs, teachers, and doctors will also be selected together. In order to quickly form a Chinatown in the local area, the Kyushu army official said again, you will participate in this whole process, which may delay your usual business, but it may not be a great opportunity for you. I will serve as a military leader. Li Jin awed in awe. It is a huge challenge for Li Jin to cross the ocean to build factories and open up markets on the other shore. Whether it is for achievement or wealth, it is also an unprecedented honor. Our Ministry of Households plans to establish a Western trading company to manage and guide our businessmen's activities in the West. This official comes from the Ministry of Households. Is this Western company the same as the Far East Trading Company? Li Jin had heard about the famous Far East Trading Company. Far East Trading Company is a company established to trade with Dongying and Korea. Far East Trading Company is going to change its name recently. Oh, Korea and Dongying countries are still very close to us compared to the West, so they have to be renamed Oriental Trading Company instead of Far Eastern Trading Company. It is said that the Oriental Trading Company will expand its business to the Americas in the future. The place. America? What is that place? Lee Jind exclaimed. Treasurer Lee, this is a topographic map of the world drawn by our Academy of Sciences. These two places are called Americas. The upper one is North America, and the lower one is South America. There are many natives on these two vast lands, but the technology is so backward that they don't even have ironware. They were enslaved by Western colonists and helped them with their work. The household officials took out a folded map with 7 continents drawn on it. This is the whole world. Lee Jind was shocked when he saw the complete map of the 7 continents. He saw for the first time which continents he was on, and where was China in them. Isn't it amazing? The area of any one of these 2 continents is as big as our current China. It is said that there are gold mines here and silver mines here. The number is shocking, so the Spanish Empire will become a large Western Empire. In fact, their population is not large. The 2 continents are separated from us by an ocean, the Pacific Ocean. The officials of the Ministry of Households pointed to the west coast of North America and the west coast of South America. In other words, I went through this route when I went to the west. Oh my God. This world is too big. Lee Jin's fingers passed through the southeast coast, Southeast Asia, India, the Cape of Good Hope, the Gulf of Guinea, and North Africa. They were more shocked, and he found he almost spanned half the earth. There is also this place, rich in mineral resources, and suitable for the development of aquaculture. The household officials pointed to a continent above the South Pacific. We have already had an expedition team occupying this only indigenous continent. They still in the Stone Age. Our expedition team should have conquered them a long time ago. According to time, their first group will return, and we will send another group to replace them. What is this continent called? Lee Jind asked. Oceania. Chapter 923. Injuries worsened 3 shifts. Boom. When Lee Jind was discussing trade with the West and the map of the world with officials from the Ministry of Households, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Please forgive me for failing to accompany me, Lee Jind said to the household officials. Who would be looking for something to yourself? In order to discuss matters seriously, Lee Jind closed the door of the mansion specially. Why are you here alone? Lee Jind opened the crack of the door and found it hard to see that it was Selena who was washing her face in tears. Let me in, Selena said cryingly. Lee Jind couldn't understand her, but when he saw Selena coming alone, he was still crying and it was hard to turn the door away, so he opened the door and let Selena in. Woo. As soon as Selena came in, she leaned on his shoulder and sobbed, making Lee Jind a little at a loss. What happened? Lee Jind didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. Selena didn't know if she didn't understand, or she couldn't make a sound. She just cried without making a sound. Ahem, Treasurer Lee, it just happens that we talked about the same thing, so I won't bother. The household official who came to visit Lee Jind saw that the situation was not quite right, and thought that Lee Jind was in debt, and it was not good to continue to intervene in the ethical drama here, so I intend to slip away. My lord, go slowly. Lee Jind was misunderstood again and again, but the household officials had slipped away from the soles of their feet and had to say from a distance. He closed the door again and helped Selena to the seat in the front hall. What happened? In order to discuss the matter, Lee Jind dismissed the British sailor who was going to translate. This time, when he was about to talk with Selena, he couldn't find anyone and couldn't help but worry. Selena cried for a long time before she stopped slowly, and looked at Lee Jind with tears in her eyes. She wanted to confide in him, but she also felt sad when she thought that Lee Jind could not understand what she said. If you want to tell me something, please wait patiently. When the sailors I hire come back, they will translate your voice to me. Lee Jind cannot communicate with Selena in oral language and can only help with a handkerchief. She wiped the tears on her face, trying to use a gentle tone. Language is a very wonderful thing. Sometimes you don't need to understand it, you can judge the other's attitude just by the other's tone. It seems that after Li Jin's comfort, Selina feels a little better. Why the sailor hasn't come back? It stands to reason that he should be back at this time. The British sailor Li Jin wanted to hire for the first time returned, so that he could understand what Selina was saying. My dear Li Jin's men had actually returned. He knew that Li Jin was negotiating with the Ministry of Households, so he looked inside through the cracks in the door to see if the guests had left. When he saw Li Jin helping Selina wipe the tears, he was shocked. It turns out that the treasurer and the noble lady of the mission have a leg. The British sailor was astonished, thinking that neither of them could provoke him, so he should be more acquainted and come back tomorrow. Master knows that I can do things like this, so I must be rewarded tomorrow. The British sailor took the wages given by Li Jin to drink wine, and thought happily as he walked. Li Jin waited for the British sailor in the lobby for a long time and waited for him not to come back. He was a little annoyed. This guy brings wine and vegetables back at this time every day. How could it be overdue today that I haven't come back yet? This month's wages must be deducted! Exclamation mark. Selina moaned in pain. Li Jin saw Selina, who had calmed down a little bit, with a pained expression. He thought of her coming alone. The place where the envoy was temporarily staying was some distance away from where he was, and if her leg was still injured, it's rude. Li Jin squatted down and took off her boots regardless of Selina's resistance and checked her wounds. However, Xiaoxiu helped her bandage her, and there was a smell of herbs, and it was not obvious that the wound had not deteriorated. Your injury may be more serious. Li Jin tried to touch Selina's wound. Selina was in pain and made a painful voice. Sure enough, you have to see a doctor right away. Li Jin thought of Xiaoxiu for the first time. Seeing that Selina's injury worsened, Li Jin estimated that she was unable to walk, so she had to carry her on her back. Quickly put me down. Selina was carried by Li Jin, and she didn't care about the pain, struggling to get down. If you go to the streets like this, wouldn't you have to be seen by everyone? Shut up. Li Jin didn't know how to express in a hurry, so he shouted sharply. For the first time, Selina was frightened loudly by Li Jin. Although she didn't understand what Li Jin meant, she was still quiet. Why are you shouting so loudly? Selina murmured, but she felt warm in her heart, and her ankle didn't seem to be so painful. Li Jin carried Selina to the hospital where Xiaoxiu was located, during which Selina only dared to bury her head on Li Jin's back and did not dare to look at the eyes of the surrounding pedestrians. I want to see Miss Xiaoxiu. The leg injury on my back has worsened. I'm afraid there will be some shortcomings. Li Jin came to the front desk and said anxiously, you go in first and come back to register when there is no problem. The front desk saw that Li Jin and the two came back not long after they had left, so they were very tolerant and asked them to find Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu was planning to leave the hospital and return to her residence, but Li Jin and Selina just turned back at this time. How did you make her look like this? The injury has completely deteriorated. It is even more serious than before the injury. After Xiaoxiu took off the bandage, she asked Li Jin coldly. I didn't do this. Li Jin was so innocent and helpless. Xiaoxiu hurriedly rushed for treatment, but the swelling was reduced and the medicine was reapplied, and her hands were in a mess. Does this matter really have nothing to do with me? Li Jin couldn't help, so he could only watch Xiaoxiu help Selina with medicine, and Selina looked at him intentionally or unintentionally. Li Jin was able to venture between China and the West. In addition to his adventurous spirit, he was also very clever. He gradually discovered that Selina seemed to rely more and more on him. Otherwise he would not come to him regardless of her foot injury. It's just that what happened to Selina, Li Jin still doesn't know. Whether you did it or not, but please take care of her, and don't let her injury worsen. Otherwise, it is likely to leave hidden dangers if you damage it again. It may be permanent damage, and it will last a lifetime. It's not good. Xiaoxiu put Selina in a plaster this time. Plastic fixation will bring short-term pain and inconvenience, but it will help repair the ligaments. Remember my words, You can't hurt her ankle joint again. Otherwise, she will be a lame in her life. I remember it, Li Jin said awe-inspiringly without expecting that the consequences would be so serious. Chapter 924, Incomprehensible Customs for More. A beauty almost became a cripple. Li Jin went home with Selina on his back, and he was a little scared when he thought of it. He was also a little angry at Selina's nonsense, completely different from her usual calm and smart. Did I cause you a lot of trouble? Selina went to Li Jin's courtyard, and when she calmed down, she blamed herself for adding a lot of troubles to Li Jin. Li Jin couldn't understand her, thinking that she should be encouraged as much as possible at this time, so he nodded. Seeing Li Jin nodded, Selina felt cold, and then asked, "Sure enough, I'm here to cause trouble for you. Shouldn't someone like me stay here?" Li Jin nodded again encouragingly. He felt that no matter what the other party said at this time, he needed his own affirmation. However, he didn't know that his approach was completely different. Selina is even more lonely. I can't find any job in the East. Apart from you and the doctor I met recently, there is no other person I know. Maybe my father is right. I should return to Britain. After all, it is not here, my home. This can be regarded as a good memory. Unknown Li Jin still nodded. Then I'll go back first, Selina said miserably. Seeing that Selina was about to get up, Li Jin quickly held her, pointed at her feet, made a gesture not to leave, and then made a gesture of picking up rice with chopsticks. This time, Selina didn't know how to understand it, thinking that she had just quarreled with her father and it was not good to return so quickly. So she chose to stay temporarily. Originally, Li Jin asked the British sailor who had worked for him to bring some food back when he came back, but the British sailor did not know where he disappeared. Li Jin had no choice but to go to the old building nearby and order some food, which they sent later. He also has to put out the tableware. The only thing worthy of the situation is probably that Selina has learned to use chopsticks when she is in Xiamen City. And Li Jin doesn't have to bother to find a knife and fork. Because Selina could hardly walk, Li Jin could only hug her to the seat, and then sit down to eat. Fortunately, it was the ankle that was injured. If it was the right hand, wouldn't you have to feed her by yourself? Li Jin, who was going straight, thought so. This was the first time he had dinner with Selina at the same table. My subordinates don't know where they went today. And I don't know what happened to you. After I finish eating Fan, I will send you back to the place where the envoy is. Li Jin pointed to the direction where Selina came. Selina shook her head vigorously. She didn't know why she suddenly didn't want to go so fast. Well, you will stay here for the first time. It's just that if my subordinates still haven't come back, there may be only two of us tonight. I don't know if you don't pay attention to the fame on the British side. It's not good if you pass it out. There is a fiancé. Li Jin Yiming knew that Selina couldn't understand, but he seemed to be talking to herself. Selina chopped rice silently, and cried as she ate. Two people who can speak the language tossed for a long time for dinner. When Li Jin was about to clean up the dishes, Selina wanted to help but was stopped by Li Jin again. Let alone help in her state. It's fine if she doesn't make trouble. I also need to boil water and take a bath. Li Jin wanted to kill the British sailor who was missing, and all these rough jobs would fall on him. Fortunately, Li Jin used to be a farmer in Fuzhou, and he was no stranger to making fires and boiling water. Li Jin is a southerner. After he came to the north, he was not used to the bathhouse here. It was not easy to find this house with a small independent bathhouse. He boiled hot water hard, and gestured to Selina with this gesture to let her wipe her body. Selina has been able to understand the meaning of Li Jin's gestures. Seeing Li Jin asked her to wipe her body, it was a little troublesome because she couldn't walk into the bathhouse. Li Jin had no choice but to hold Selina to the bathhouse again, put her on a wooden chair, and then brought a small wooden bucket and hung a clean towel on the edge of the wooden bucket. I really didn't have to work so hard to serve my mother. Li Jin sighed and wanted to go out and close the wooden door of the small bathhouse. Help can't do it alone. Selina's voice came from behind. Li Jin looked back subconsciously and found that Selina had taken off her top and put her shirt on her chest. Her smooth back was exposed in front of Li Jin's eyes, and her hair was on her right shoulder. "Don't look, help me wipe my back." Selina felt Li Jin's hot gaze behind her, and pointed to the towel hung on the barrel with shame. It was the first time that Li Jin helped someone rub his back. After a while, Li Jin came out of the small bathhouse, and he was not able to help the next thing. Li Jin twisted his fingers. He accidentally touched her skin when he was helping Selina rub her back, and it felt as smooth as a peeled egg. I'm really not reconciled. She will return to Britain soon. The next trip to the West may be a year or two later. Li Jin felt a little upset. After Selina finished taking a bath, Li Jin took her back to her room and let her sleep in her place. And he can only stay in his room for one night. "Do you want to stay?" Selina said before Li Jin left. "Huh?" Li Jin still didn't understand, and stayed for a while. "Nothing." Selina shook her head. Li Jin also shook his head, then left the room and closed the door. If Li Jin could understand English now, he would definitely slap himself severely. "I really don't understand the style at all, and I can't even feel the other's tone of voice." Selina was covering Li Jin's bedding, and she was more miserable apart from happiness, and she was about to return to Britain soon. Li Jin didn't sleep well this night, and he found that he also had troubles. "Is my daughter here?" Sir Greenville's cry the next day awakened them. Li Jin came out from the room under his men sleepily and opened the door, and found that Sir Greenville had brought someone to Xingxi to question the crime. And his subordinate who disappeared yesterday, the British sailor, followed Sir Greenville with an expression that could only help you here. Master Earl asked if you did anything excessive to his daughter yesterday. The British sailor said to Li Jin, "I'm not, I don't." When Li Jin explained, Selina came out of Li Jin's room and saw Sir Greenville who had come to ask questions, and she drew back in shock. "Can I say that nothing happened last night?" Li Jin was misunderstood again, very helpless. Chapter 925 Romeo and Juliet 5 shifts. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. It was only after Li Jin froze his mouth that he convinced Sir Greenville that he had done nothing to his daughter last night. Sir Greenville calmed down and almost triggered a diplomatic incident. Selina stared at Li Jin with a grimace, making Li Jin anxious, thinking she had done something wrong. He didn't know that last night or now was the only chance that Selina could stay, but it was wasted by Li Jin. Based on what she knows about her father, if she loses her innocence, she might be able to stay, but Li Jin explained that she couldn't help lying even if she wanted to lie. "Selina, you are too self-willed. You weren't like this before," Sir Greenville said angrily. "How can a noble woman stay in someone else's house casually? Come back with us later." "What did the old man say?" Li Jin asked the British sailor in a low voice, as if he knew the ins and outs of the matter. "I heard that the Earl had a quarrel with his daughter yesterday, which caused his daughter to run out. He asked his daughter to return to their residence with their envoys," said the British sailor. "Unreasonable. It turns out that you are the one who killed it." Li Jin found the culprit and was a little unhappy, because Sir Greenville, he was so busy yesterday, and Selina was almost disabled because of this. "My Lord Earl, I don't know what you and your daughter have during the festival, but she is injured now, because the quarrel with you yesterday caused almost permanent trauma. She is your daughter, and you shouldn't be like this when things happen. You are very irrational now. Please forgive me for not being able to return your daughter to you. She must cultivate with me until her foot is healed." Li Jin, who always pays attention to the golden mean, finally broke out in front of Sir Greenville with the spray. The saliva almost splashed on Sir Greenville's face. Sir Greenville's face changed drastically when he heard that his daughter was almost disabled, and he became pale after brushing it. "I didn't expect this to happen." Other members of the envoy whispered, because of Selina's injury, almost everyone present at the scene was biased towards Selina's position and felt that Sir Greenville was doing something wrong. Selina's listening point was different from others. She was moved by seeing Li Jin defending her like this for the first time and cutting her off from her father. How are you now? Sir Greenville asked. Selina didn't answer him. Our doctor said that if her ankle is injured again during this period, it is very likely that she will be left with a lifelong disability. Do you want to take her back? Li Jin said. Sir Greenville regretted his previous actions and dared not let his daughter do impulsive things. He quickly said, before our mission returns to Britain, let her be with you. Sir Greenville, this princess has said that you must calm down in case of trouble. If you continue to make trouble, the whole city will know. Princess Sophia appeared at this time. Wasn't it because something happened to your big loudspeaker to disturb the commander's mansion? Exclamation mark. Sir Greenville was speechless to Princess Sophia. Princess Sophia failed to persuade their father and daughter yesterday, and did not see Selina coming back tonight, so she appealed to Luo Sheng for help. So it was possible to find the whereabouts of the British sailor and Selina very quickly. Because this kind of family affairs alarmed the military master's mansion, Sir Greenville wanted to find a gap in the ground to get in. Daughter, you can hate your father as much as you want, but don't do anything impulsively. You have to think carefully about everything. Sir Greenville said, I'm sorry, Lord Earl, please leave temporarily. Li Jin, who was stiffened, knew that he would have to deal with Sir Greenville in the future, leaving a little leeway in his tone. Sir Greenville sighed and led the people out of Li Jin's courtyard. Are you all right? Princess Sophia asked Selina. Selina shook her head. It's just that it's getting harder and harder to walk. I don't know where I can go to the Chinese course. Don't I just let the Chinese lecturer come here for class? It's just a different place. We will pay the salary. There must be no problem. Princess Sophia said. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Selina thanked Princess Sophia. Earl is also for your own good. He is your father, so you can't hate him. Princess Sophia said. Your Royal Highness, this is not like what you usually say. Selina was a little surprised. Really? I'm usually a little careless, but I know family affection is a precious thing. My father left this world, and I still think of him often. Princess Sophia crossed her fingers and said on her chest. Princess Sophia also left after comforting Selina. Treasurer, I didn't become a traitor this time, but someone from the intelligence department asked me to lead me over, said the British sailor who worked under Li Jin. Where did you go yesterday? Li Jin asked. I saw you with the noble lady, so I went to drink alone, and when I was found drunk by the intelligence department, I was scared out of a cold sweat. The British sailor had lingering fears in his palms. He had also heard the legend of the intelligence department, and thought he had done something wrong. Fortunately, the intelligence department only came to find someone. This guy is just kind of doing bad things. Li Jin rubbed his temples with a headache. He can be said to be the most innocent person in this incident. When the courtyard where Li Jin and the British sailor were located had been added to Selina, Li Jin felt a little inconvenient, especially when arranging the room at night. He could only squeeze in the same room with the British sailors. Softly. What kind of light is shining in the window over there? That is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Get up, the beautiful sun. That is the person I want. Ah, that is my love. Alas, I wish she knew me in love with her. She wants to speak again, but her eyes have already told her thoughts. The British sailor sang loudly from time to time in his room, making Li Jin very puzzled. Are you reading the drama in your hometown? Li Jin asked. Yes, this is our famous drama Romeo and Juliet. It tells the story of a pair of lovers who are in love and cannot be together because of family hatred, and both commit suicide, said the British sailor. It's somewhat similar to our Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. Li Jin thought for a while and asked curiously, how do lovers express their feelings to each other with you? I love you, the British sailor replied. Irafu oil. This pronunciation is really strange. Li Jin touched the back of his head. Chapter 926. The confrontation between Dia and the businessman. 6 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. At the summit meeting of the East Asia branch of the Far East Trading Company in the Yokohama concession of the East China, Dayua faced the greatest pressure since coming to East China. She was sitting upright with 3 other directors, and there were 3 rows of Chinese businessmen active in Dongying on each side. Dozens of businessmen looked at her with slightly hostile eyes. "Miss, the company system you proposed, our members of the Far East Trading Company voted against this proposal with a majority of votes. This proposal harms our interests, and it hurts the people and money," said a wealthy businessman. These big businessmen are all those with vested interests in trade with Dongying, and because of trade and commerce, they have gradually become wealthy and rival countries. Their energy and influence are getting bigger and bigger. If it weren't for everyone knowing that Dayua might be standing behind Liu Sheng, with her background, she would not be able to compete with the big businessman group. The biggest background of Dayua is the Hokkien tribe in Mongolia, but in the Ocean Age, nomads have fallen behind, and the background from the grassland does not have much deterrent power to these maritime merchants. What's the opinion of the 3 directors? Dayua faced these people, feeling the pressure, and asked the 3 directors of the Dongying branch for help. There are too many supporting measures in the company system. Every businessman needs to have skilled bookkeepers, and our Far East Trading Company also needs to check every campaigner's report every year. The 3 directors who manage this side of affairs stood by the big businessman aside. "May I ask all the businessmen present here, who of you does not have your own books? As long as your bookkeepers are trained by us, you can become professional accountants, so that all companies have a unified bookkeeping format. We don't need to check everything every year. The company's account books only need to be spot-checked. As for the spot-check results, we incorporate the credit assessment system and punish companies that violate regulations." Dayua scanned these giants. A group of businessmen sitting on the round table remained unmoved. After a brief eye contact, one of them said, "The account books are extremely confidential business secrets for each of our businessmen. If the head office has to check the accounts every year, what if our trade secrets are exposed? And what does the head office want to do if we get our account books? If it is because the head office has leaked the contents of the randomly checked accounts, the inspectors will be investigated and compensate you for all losses. The reason why the head office has to check the accounts is to avoid tax evasion, prevent monopoly, standardize management, and impose income taxes." Dayua said. The businessman was in an uproar. The several benefits mentioned by Dayua are losses for them. In the future, the Ministry of Households and Dongfeng Company will be allowed to know their account books, and they will also have to levy corporate income tax. Will the taxation be heavier in the future? "Miss, you are adding to our burden." Once the big businessmen involved their own interests and united in an unprecedented way, it was obvious that they had to confront Dayua's new measures. "For the newly levied income tax, we will make appropriate reductions and exemptions on tariffs and city taxes as compensation, and the overall burden will not increase much. As for tax evasion, this is originally prohibited by law." Dayua said. "Forgive us for offending. It is unnecessary to let all individual businessmen set up companies to conduct trade. We are doing well now. Everyone is making money with their own ability, and they are safe. We have not paid less various city taxes and customs duties. There is no need to register a company. Make everything transparent," said a representative businessman. What Liao said is, "Now that everyone is doing business well, why do we have to create a company system out of nothing? Now it is enough to have a Far East Trading Company, and we need individuals to set up a company." "How cumbersome," a group of businessmen nodded one after another. Damn, these people just don't want to standardize management and expose their account books. Dayua stayed in Dongying for more than a year. Through open and unannounced visits, he knew how much tax these people escaped each year. This would make the rich get richer and the gap between the rich and the poor widened. This is an evil consequence of mercantilism. Dayua looked at the 3 directors who managed trade in the Dongying area again, and found that they shrugged helplessly. It is estimated that Dayua's proposal was absurd. In the past, Liu Sheng established the Far East Trading Company to organize merchants to trade overseas. Now the companies that DAU requires to be established are legal entities. It is completely different to expose every transaction of merchants to supervision. Far East Trading Company is actually a management organization, while ordinary companies are legal entities in the modern sense. 3 directors. You must know the views of our businessmen. The company system is completely infeasible. Its existence will hinder our trade. Therefore, our businessmen proposed to reject this proposal. Big businessman said. The 3 official directors looked at each other, and one person finally said, Far East Trading Company's Dongying branch has decided not to adopt a corporate system, and everything is business as usual. When the big businessman heard the verdict of the 3 official directors, they smiled with satisfaction. Daya is just a temporary director sent by the capital, and the 3 official directors who really call the shots are in charge of the big businessman here. These formal directors also don't want big businessmen to make trouble. The meeting is over. After the 3 official directors announced that the meeting was adjourned, they did not dare to look at Dayu's disappointed eyes, and left the meeting after clearing up the documents. Abominable guy when facing the shogunate, I have to obey. Once my own interests are involved, they will unite to deal with me. Dayu saw that everyone left the empty meeting place and hated that her power was not strong enough. Miss, don't worry. We still have a chance in the future. The economics students who came with Dau waited outside. Seeing Dau coming out with a face like frost, they all comforted when they knew that things were not going well. I won't give up. I want to find evidence of their tax evasion and make them pay the price. Dau bit her thin lip lightly. The big businessman gathered after the exit, and while celebrating the victory, they also took great precautions against Dau, who had cooperated. I found something wrong when Dau used to promote bank accounts. Now she is finally looking at us, but she didn't expect to deal with all of us, a businessman said. Old Lu, we have worked with Dau before. She always insists on what she wants to do, and this person is very smart. Should we think of a way to get her removed? Another big businessman said. I will find a way to get someone to impeach her in the capital and remove her. A girl who is not at home and teaches her children, so she has to show her face to carry out reforms. Lu Lao said. Chapter 927. The impeached Dau 7 more. Liu Sheng received the report of impeaching Dau and couldn't help but get a headache. He was behind Dau. Of course, it was with his consent that Dau dared to make drastic changes in Dongying, otherwise no one else could bear such consequences. Liu Sheng should be grateful that such impeachment only happened to merchants from Dongying trade. It might be even more difficult if it were in Jiangnan or other places. Military owner, what happened? Ella rubbed her shoulders for Liu Sheng behind her back, and found that Liu Sheng was holding a report, which seemed to be annoying. Your sister Dau was impeached. It is said that excessive changes have affected the normal trade between the merchants and the local area of Dongying. For example, many cumbersome procedures have appeared in the trade, which has increased the cost of transactions. It is most difficult for the merchants to accept. The thing is to set up a company and report its income to the Far East Trading Company every year and collect taxes accordingly. Liu Sheng put this report on the table. Is it necessary for the intelligence department to intervene in the investigation? I believe that Sister Dau is innocent, Ella said. If something happens to her, the impeachment is not such an official business, but a private life. Liu Sheng saw that the impeachment of Dau was what he ordered her to do. He was testing the attitude of the merchant group. Dau. It's just helping him take care of it. If Dau is talked about impeachment is personal style of life, that would be the worst case. After the merchant group became stronger and stronger, Liu Sheng tried to put 2 layers of shackles on them, one layer of finance, and another layer of law, to prevent the merchant class from becoming too strong and infringing on the interests of ordinary people and workers. However, it soon encountered a backlash from the merchant class, and Dau's impeachment was a sign. The merchant helped you a lot when the army chief got upset, and they provided a considerable part of the funds. Because Ella had been by Liu Sheng's side very early, She knew everything about Luo Sheng. I also know that Luo Sheng has a good impression of the merchant class and thinks that they will be pioneers in opening up. Yes, we were in a cooperative relationship at that time, and even now. We opened up markets for them, provided technology and machinery. They used technology and machinery in production, invested capital, hired workers, and paid taxes. This is a win-win situation. But capital is greedy. If they can benefit more, they will find a way to take risks. Luo Sheng thought for a while. This matter is really difficult to handle. Since there is impeachment, no matter what the relationship between Daya and us is, we need to send someone to investigate according to the process. At the same time, she must also investigate all the people behind her impeachment. It is best to ask Daya to ask about the situation in person. Although Luo Sheng laid a telegram to Dong Ying, the telegrams at this time were counted one by one. It is very troublesome to use the telegram to understand the causes and consequences of Daya's impeachment, and this kind of information that has to go through many hands is not safe. Military Master, do you mean to call back Sister Daya? I haven't seen her for a long time, but I miss her a little. Ella said. Not only must she be called back, but she must also be relieved of all her duties, Luo Sheng said. She didn't do anything wrong. If she is relieved of all her duties, won't the people behind her impeachment succeed? Ella asked puzzledly. Success? She is a very smart person, how can it be so easy for others to succeed? Luo Sheng said. But when I got along with her, I thought her person was very good. I used to think that if you want to take a concubine, it would be better to find Sister Daya than to cheaper other people. Ella said. Khan. Luo Sheng thought to himself that Ella was afraid of the careless Princess Sophia to replace her, but was not afraid of Daya, who was countless times smarter than Princess Sophia. What a magical idea was this! If Daya is in a competitive relationship with her, and she doesn't have Luo Sheng's preference, she is really not necessarily Daya's opponent. Maybe she didn't even realize this. It was so decided. When someone sends a telegram to Yokohama port, as soon as Daya receives the telegram, she will be relieved of her position as an interim director of the Far East Trading Company and vice president of the Tokyo branch. Let her pack her things and return to the capital, Luo Sheng said. Luo Sheng's order soon came to the Beijing telegraph station, and was sent to the Yokohama telegraph station via the submarine cable. The receiver of the Yokohama telegraph station was a little surprised when he received this notice from the staff department to relieve Daya from all duties and return to Beijing for investigation. Is this Dong Ying going to change the sky? General, the eldest lady is going to be sent home. Shi Daxuan, the deputy commander of the Beiyang fleet, didn't say anything after learning about the news. Repost it to the telegraph station in Edo Castle and let them deliver it to Daya. After being forwarded by the Yokohama telegraph station, the notice of dismissal came to Daya, who was very calm. She had already anticipated that there would be a day of impeachment. Miss, it must be those big businessmen who are slandering you. We will soon have evidence of their tax evasion. At this time you are relieved of your position, and our clues may be cut off. Some people who followed Daya said. Don't follow up on this matter, as long as you handle the daily affairs in the Tokyo branch. Daya said. Daya has worked in the Tokyo branch for more than a year, and she feels a little bit reluctant, and she doesn't know if she has a chance to return. Daya, returning to Beijing is not necessarily a bad thing for you. You are still very young, and you will be used here in the future with these experiences. The future is boundless. Governor Kian persuaded her for fear of Daya. Take a hit. I'm not worried about this. But if I'm not here anymore, I have to be optimistic about the Edo branch established by the shogunate, as well as the secluded Tadaka Sakai and the secretive Tanaka Seiichi. It seems peaceful here, but in fact they are all looking forward to it. My departure. Daya smiled. Although I am a mediocre person, I am not eating dry food. I will definitely take advantage of the activities in Edo City to keep an eye on their every move, Governor Kian said. Daya spent roughly 2 days handing over work, then returned to her simple residence to pack a little baggage. and took the Tokyo steam locomotive that had just opened to traffic to the port of Yokohama. Employees of the Tokyo branch who have a good relationship with Daewoo came to the platform to see off. Daewoo waved goodbye to them through the car window. Unexpectedly, I was recalled because of this incident. I don't necessarily have the opportunity to come here again in the future. Daewoo thought that he could return to the capital, and couldn't help but rejoice, and thought that there might be no chance to come here again, and his career became slim and worried. Chapter 928 The Great Demon Goes 8. The Great Demon King Daewoo has been recalled to Huaxia capital. The new leader of the shogunate's reformist Abe Tadaki quickly learned the good news. Especially Tadaki Abe, who led the defeat of the Edo Bank, went to Sakai Tadakatsu's home to tell the good news. Sakai is a little puzzled. Weird, she did a good job here. Why was she recalled? Our intelligence believes that she has offended those wealthy Chinese businessmen, and in order to calm the businessmen's anger, they dismissed her and called her back to the capital. Abe said, their military leader is not an ordinary person. He would dismiss a capable official because of a group of businessmen. She has destroyed our achievements in the past year. Sakai Tadao highly praised Liu Sheng and felt that Liu Sheng did it. There is no such thing. But Sakai-kun, this is the truth. The great demon king has left Edo Castle, and our chance to turn around has arrived. We at Edo Bank have been in a slump since the last big run. Once the great demon king leaves, we can take advantage of it. Operation. Except for the great demon king, the President Kien has almost no threat to us. After knowing that Daewoo had left Edo Castle, Abe rekindled his fighting spirit. Since the last time the Edo Bank he led was almost destroyed by Daewoo, he has been very jealous of Daewoo. The Bank of Edo did not dare to make any big moves when she was still in Edo Castle. Now that she was gone, Abe Tadaki became active again. Those Chinese businessmen took advantage of the last time the residents of Edo City rioted to buy a large number of our factories. I think we can also take the opportunity to find these industries. At the same time, Sakai's mind became active. The two people most feared by the Dongying shogunate were Zheng Zilong, who moved to Gangwon Island in Korea, and the other was Daewoo, who was recalled to the capital. The two remaining substitutes, Shi Daxuan and President Kien, are not so terrible in the eyes of the shogunate. The news of Daewoo's dismissal was not only ecstatic by the shogunate, but some Chinese businessmen who were afraid that Daewoo would find out what happened were also relieved. What they fear most is the problem of taxation. Moreover, most merchants have yin and yang account books, and do not want the real account books to be seen by the court. Some of them are not very clean in their trade with Dongying. Old Lu, your energy in the capital is so great that you can actually reach the military commander's ears, and you have also let the commander dismiss Daewoo from his post. From my point of view, Dongying would just keep the current situation. Banknotes. It's really easy to use. The company system and the annual report system are too bad, leaving our property exposed. If the government knows our wealth, they don't want to blackmail us, said a Chinese businessman. They are not entirely for tax evasion, and some people worry that once their wealth is exposed, they will be targeted by some officials. The situation in Dongying is now very stable. Even a mediocre person who is airborne from the capital can continue to maintain this situation. Lu Lao said, yes. We control most of the market under the shogunate. We are enough to look at the market in the east, other businessmen said confidently. They believe that even if there is no Daewoo, they can continue to complete their monopoly on the trade of Dongying country by virtue of their habit of dealing with the shogunate. In addition to the shogunate and some Chinese businessmen, Tanaka Saichi of the Huaxia Club also noticed Daewoo's departure. As soon as the great demon king left, the shogunate's control over Edo Castle was strengthened. It seems that our Huaxia Club will become the main force in dealing with the shogunate. As for others, it is useless at all. Tanaka Naichi secretly came to Edo railway station, behind the stone pillars, watching Daewoo leave by train. He could confirm that Daewoo was really leaving Dongying, and wondered if the Kyushu army would send other, more powerful people over. or continue to use the current team. He thinks that Dayu is his comrade in arms. This time Dayu leaves. The China association he leads will fight alone. Dayu took the steam locomotive to Yokohama port, and will take the Yongcheng steamboat back to the capital. At this time, it was drizzling at the dock, and Dayu was holding a paper umbrella and saw the steamship Yongcheng in the rain. The rain is not too heavy, and the Yongcheng has no problem going to sea as scheduled. The captain on the Yongcheng said, "The commander didn't say that you must return to Beijing immediately. Do you have to leave here in a hurry?" Shi Daxuan brought a few officers from the Northern Fleet to the dock to see Dayu farewell. "I haven't been back for a year. This may be the last time I've been in Dongying, just like I was an envoy to the western regions before," Dayu said. "Then good luck," Shi Daxuan said. "Thank you, General She, for your care in recent days." Dayu leaned slightly. "Welcome. I still have to keep my breath a little bit better in the future, because the people who deal with you are generally some old guys." Shi Daxuan roughly guessed that some big businessman whose interests have been infringed wanted to take Dayu away, so he was bidding farewell. "Remind her when Dayu." "I know. The military owner will not do anything to me." Dayu smiled lightly. Dayu bid farewell to Shi Daxuan and other officers of the Beiyang fleet, and got into the cabin of the steamship Yongcheng. "I heard that Western envoys have come to the capital, and there are princesses from Western countries. I don't know if they are still there. If they are there, then it will be interesting." Dayu seemed to be muttering to herself, as if she was dismissed from her post. "Don't care much about things." Shi Daxuan watched the steamship Yongcheng leave on the dock. "Master General, the eldest lady has caused a disaster this time, but she doesn't care. She doesn't know if it looks like this on the surface or what she thinks in her heart," an officer of the Beiyang fleet said. "Do you know what kind of nickname the shogunate has given her in recent months?" Shi Daxuan asked. "Dongying people like to use all kinds of weird nicknames. The nickname they gave to the eldest lady is the Great Demon King. I heard that the people in the shogunate knew that the eldest lady left after she left," the former officer said. "With her ability, it doesn't matter whether she is dismissed or not. She can stand on top of everything she does. Besides, she was originally the little princess of the Hawkin tribe. What does it matter if she doesn't do anything?" Shi Daxuan said. "It's great. Some people are at the end of our life as soon as they are born. Some officers envy. The most terrifying thing is that some people are born well, and they work harder than ordinary people." Shi Daxuan said, "I hope that those businessmen who offended her will not regret what they are doing now." Chapter 929 Preparations before returning to Europe. 9 more. Good morning. Selina has learned the basic greetings in Chinese, and she is always looking for opportunities to use them. "You too early." Li Jin always felt a little unbelievable. After a month of Chinese courses, Selina might have mastered hundreds of Chinese characters. Incoming. Selina saw Li Jin preparing the tableware, so she came to help. "Foot." Li Jin pointed to Selina's injured ankle. "It's almost done." Selina was resting in Li Jin's courtyard for a month. She is almost fine now. She has asked Xiaoxiu to remove the plaster and can walk on her own. Li Jin can now communicate with Selina using simple and short vocabulary. Although it is still 1,000 miles away from a completely normal communication, it is enough to make Li Jin cry in his heart and understand "Long live Treasurer." "I heard that the envoy will return to Britain in 3 days," said the British sailor who went to the restaurant to bring food. When Selina heard the news, she was taken aback. "You really want to go back to Britain?" Li Jin asked Selina directly. Selina hesitated for a while. Yes. Li Jin was a bit disappointed when he learned of Selina's decision, but he still respected her decision. Both of them had a tasteless meal, and Li Jin didn't even know what he was eating. The Royal British Embassy who came to the capital was divided into 2 parts. Sir Greenville and Father Selina will bring most of the members of the embassy back to Britain on the Royal Prince in 3 days, and Princess Sophia with several servants stay with the guards in the capital. According to Sir Greenville's own plan, if Princess Sophia can sell herself within the next year, she can naturally win a strong foreign aid for the British royal family. If Princess Sophia can sell herself, a new batch of envoys will come to China capital a year later, and by the way, she will take Princess Sophia back. Just as Princess Sophia spends a year in the East. Sir Greenville felt that his plan was perfect, and Charles I would agree to his plan. The only thing that worries about is whether Princess Sophia has the ability to take care of herself. Coupled with her old silly character, Sir Greenville became more worried. Your Royal Highness, you intend to stay in the East? Please write a letter to His Majesty the King to explain what happened. Your Royal Highness, you must pay attention to your manners and gestures in the East. And don't forget that you are still a princess. Also don't get lost. Learn Chinese quickly, so that you can ask passers-by for directions even if you get lost. Sir Greenville said earnestly, more worrying than telling his daughter. Okay, I know, the most important thing is money, Princess Sophia asked. I have deposited a sum of gold and silver in Huixia's bank in advance. This is a banknote from the Kyushu Bank. If you are short of money, go to the bank here to get it. Please keep it safe. Sir Greenville sent one. The banknotes were handed over to Princess Sophia. You can live well wherever you have money. You can go back to Britain, Princess Sophia said excitedly after getting the banknotes. It turns out that I patiently listened to my teachings just to get the cost of living. Sir Greenville was helpless. The princess was too real. However, based on his experience in China, Princess Sophia has enough silver to live a life here that is more moist than in Britain, and it is really not his turn to worry. Sir Greenville, when you go back to see my brother, you must remember to give him my handwritten letter. I will definitely return to Britain, Princess Sophia said. The minister obeys. Also, when your Royal Highness is in trouble, please go to the owner of the East for help. He should be happy to help you. Our two countries have reached an alliance treaty. He is our close ally. Sir Greenville guided Princess Sophia to meet Luo Sheng. I have hands, feet, and money. So how come there are difficulties to ask him for help? Princess Sophia pouted. Sir Greenville was really helpless to this princess, and his daughter Selina was much easier to communicate with. Is there any books from the East? I think it will be of great help to us in Britain. Princess Sophia finally remembered this very important thing. Let the envoy bring some books back to Britain. I have collected more than 300 books. And I should be able to harvest a lot. We also need to train a group of talents who can speak Chinese. According to the treaty signed by our two countries, they will take the lead in sending more than a dozen Chinese lecturers to our delegation. The Queen went to London to set up a Chinese language school to teach Chinese. In the future, our two countries will monopolize European trade and urgently need Chinese talents. Sir Greenville mentioned part of the treaty signed with the Kyushu army. Oh, I want to study in their Academy of Sciences. Their library has far more than 300 books. Princess Sophia decided to stay in the East for a year or two, thinking of what she saw when she visited the Academy of Sciences. Grand occasion, intends to enter the Academy of Sciences. According to the treaty, our people can enter their overseas areas as long as they pay enough fees. Sir Greenville will only support but not oppose Princess Sophia's decision to enter the Academy of Sciences. After all, Princess Sophia is a member of the royal family. If her vision can be high, it will be of great benefit to Britain. And Selina, she wants to go back with you? Princess Sophia asked. She must go back with me. She is the only one in our family. If she doesn't go to marry George, my old face doesn't know where to put it. Sir Greenville said. It's a pity. I thought I could have a partner in the East. Princess Sophia said. Your Royal Highness, please rest assured. The Orientals are very friendly. They are different from the fierce Ottomans and the casual Mughals. You will meet new friends here soon. Sir Greenville said. Of course you want to pay attention to those young Chinese businessmen who are bluffing. They are best at deceiving a woman as beautiful as you. Are you referring to Mr. Li? Princess Sophia is not stupid, knowing that Sir Greenville is talking about Li Jind. That guy almost left my daughter in the East. Sir Greenville naturally didn't have a good face towards Li Jind, who was going to dominate his daughter. I think he is also a first-class businessman in Britain. It seems that there is a better opportunity. but it is not worse than a nobleman. Princess Sophia said, aristocrats are always aristocrats, how can they be compared with merchants? A long time ago, only the cheapest people could do business. Sir Greenville said. Chapter 930 I beg you for help 10 more. Princess Sophia not only wanted to stay, but also joined the overseas department of the Academy of Sciences. Liu Sheng was dumbfounded when she heard the news. He thought that Princess Sophia was on a whim and said she wanted to stay. He didn't expect that she would actually do so. The most incredible thing is that Sir Greenville agreed to her idea. What is in the minds of the British royal envoys? Agree to Princess Britannia's request to stay in the capital, as well as the request to enter the overseas department of the Academy of Sciences. Liu Sheng was only surprised by Princess Sophia's strange behavior. For her to stay in the capital, as long as she doesn't do anything. As for the overseas departments of the Academy of Sciences, it is a money-trapping project. It is not the same as the selection of talents for the Academy of Sciences entrance examination. Wealthy overseas personnel can enter, but the core technology is limited. This month, Liu Sheng and others negotiated the cooperation plan with the royal embassy, and the other party gave many concessions. Liu Sheng also gave the other party some benefits to make Britain happy to become the bridgehead of the Kyushu army in Europe. The time for the royal envoys to leave the capital is getting shorter and shorter. Sir Greenville collected a number of books and sent them to the Crown Prince in advance, while other envoys desperately bought special products here, such as high-quality products, silk and porcelain, to satisfy their vanity after returning to Britain. In addition to the preparations of the royal mission, the dozen or so Chinese lecturers provided to them by Liu Sheng are also ready to go to London to spread Chinese. They will go through a long voyage at sea for several months until they see the Thames. The battleship Crown Prince, anchored in Tianjin, is also preparing fresh fruits and fresh water, and dry food for consumption on the road. Your mother's clothes. Selina neatly folded the clothes Aunt Li gave her in Xiamen City and returned it to Li Jind. Outside Li Jind's courtyard, Sir Greenville was waiting for Selina. If my mother knows that you can speak simple Chinese, she will be very happy. Li Jind took over the clothes returned by Selina and said to herself. Selina shook her head gently, and after returning her clothes to Li Jind, she left Li Jind's courtyard and returned to where the delegation was supposed to stay. She will leave with the delegation the next day. I still have something to leave the capital, but I will see you off tomorrow morning. Li Jind shouted behind her. Selina's back was shocked, but she didn't look back. The shopkeeper. Do you really want to let her go? The British sailor said from the side. I respect her choice, Li Jind replied. On the way back to where the envoy was, Selina said to Sir Greenville, Father, I want to see someone before I leave. Liu Sheng was not idle when the envoy was preparing to leave the capital. He once again determined whether there was a problem with the treaty signed with the royal envoy. If the imperial envoys only found out that there were still doubts after they left, it would take another year to make changes once and for all. Military owner, there is a member of the royal envoys asking to see. Yu Cheng came in and reported to Liu Sheng, who was watching the treaty. Who is it? Liu Sheng was a little curious. Tomorrow the royal envoys will leave except Princess Sophia and a few servants. There shouldn't be anyone looking for him at this time. The girl named Selina from the royal envoy, Yu Cheng said. Oh. It turned out to be her. I said she will ask me in the end. Let her come in. Liu Sheng had a better impression of Selina. She looked far more willing to accept Chinese culture than Princess Sophia and others. After a while, Yu Cheng brought Selina in. I don't know if it is appropriate to call you Mr. Chu. I have something to ask you for help, Selina said embarrassedly. Selina told Liu Sheng her request. Liu Sheng shook her head, and Selina explained it again. Liu Sheng hesitated, argued with her, and finally agreed to her request. Yu Cheng looked inexplicably far away, and rarely saw anyone begging Liu Sheng to do something, and Liu Sheng had to argue with her personally. After Selina left, Yu Cheng asked Liu Sheng, Sir, does she want to stay like Princess Sophia? No. Liu Sheng shook his head. Then why did you argue with her just now? Yu Cheng puzzled. I want to persuade her to dispel her strange thoughts, but she doesn't want to. Women are really strange. Liu Sheng sighed. Speaking of women, it's weird, Army Master. Can you give me a few years in advance or lend me a few hundredls of silver? Liu Cheng asked dilemma. What do you cost a few hundredls of silver? Liu Sheng asked knowingly. It's not the stupid woman Goya, because my bicycle broke down, so I borrowed 500 ls of silver from someone and bought a new bicycle for me. I am a man of 7 feet, how can I eat the food? I want it. Give her these silver coins, can't let a woman help me in debt. Right? Yu Cheng said. I'm telling you, there is no way to overdraft, nor to borrow money. You should pay the debt of favor with your flesh. Liu Sheng said with a smile. What kind of meat? No, even if I sell myself to that kind of place, I can't make 500 ls. Yu Cheng shook his head again and again. I mean, you sold yourself to Goya, saving you two from worrying about me. Liu Sheng hated that iron could not become steel. That night, it began to rain lightly in the capital. Li Jin hid in his room and drank booze. Because Liu Sheng was still looking for him to discuss the establishment of a Western trading company, he could not leave the capital, which means that at most tomorrow, he can only send Selina and her party to the Beijing railway station. End of the world. Meeting again maybe 1 or 2 years later, but at that time everything is different. And who knows if crossing the ocean will encounter any accidents at sea. Daughter, open the door. You haven't had anything to eat all night tonight. Sir Greenville stood in front of Selina's room with an umbrella and knocked on the door. Father, please let me stay quiet for a while. I have no appetite tonight. Selina said. Why is it raining at this time? Fortunately, the rain is not heavy. Sir Greenville was depressed. Sir Greenville is not worried about Selina skipping a meal. It is estimated that his daughter will be able to forget Li Jin after returning to Britain. Selina curled up in her bed and heard the sound of rain outside the house falling between the blue brick and green tile leaves, as if the rain here was more artistic than in Britain. She wasted an opportunity to ask Liu Sheng during the day, and now she feels a little regretful when she thinks about it. Maybe what Liu Sheng said was right. God bless a smooth return flight. Selina muttered to herself. Chapter 931. I understand. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. At the Beijing railway station, the huge sky-roofed building was trapped in the rain, and a row of soldiers carrying muskets stood at the door. Liu Sheng personally sent the British delegation back to Britain, so that the Beijing railway station was like a big enemy. Sir Greenville, this is my gift to King Charlie. I think he will be surprised. King Charlie must open it himself. Try not to let other people wait to see it, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. Liu Sheng asked him to hand a mahogany box to Sir Greenville. This mahogany box was only larger than the palm of his hand, and it was locked tightly by a brass lock. Ella stood behind him and held an umbrella for him, and she didn't know what Liu Sheng gave to Charles I in return. Greenville took the iron box to express their gratitude to Liu Sheng. I will be forwarded to His Majesty the King. His Majesty the King agreed to cooperate if the treaty, I hope I have some time in the next 2 countries can cooperate happily. It's easy to say that we will join hands in the future, and the entire Mughal Empire and even Europe will belong to us. Liu Sheng said. Once the contract is reached, Liu Sheng will be the largest shareholder of the British East India Company, and Britain will provide the Kyushu Army's fleet with a Plymouth port-stationed fleet. These two are extremely demanding requirements for Britain. As a consideration, Liu Sheng might have promised them a lot of benefits, otherwise Britain would not agree to the conditions that can be said to be excessive. It was also because of these 2 key conditions that Liu Sheng was still polite to Britain. After all, the other party provided some springboards. With Britain as the guide, Liu Sheng was less polite to other places. Earl of Greenville, you have returned to Britain, and you must forward my handwritten letter to my brother. Princess Sophia, who decided to stay, said to him, please also your Royal Highness to take care of yourself, don't get into trouble. Now our 2 countries are allies. You can ask the Master of the East for help when there is a major event. Sir Greenville said to Princess Sophia. It's okay not to kill anyone. Liu Sheng didn't mind that much. In the future, She will throw Princess Sophia into the Academy of Sciences, and let the professors and lecturers of the Academy of Sciences worry. Li Jin also came to the train station and stared at Selina, who was standing next to Greenville. She was about to leave here soon. Selina stared at him too, as if expecting something. Treasurer, this is the last chance. After all, the other party is a lady of the nobleman. Even in Britain, it is the object of many people's pursuit. The British sailor reminded in a low voice. She already has a fiancé. What else can I do? Li Jin said helplessly. Isn't it the fiancé? Why are you afraid of not being together? Said the British sailor. These desperadoes at sea had faced the threat of death every day on the sea before, and they didn't care about Li Jin's moral values. Luo Sheng glanced at Selina, and Selina shook her head slightly. Master of the East, please forgive me to say goodbye. If I have a chance in the future, I will once again go to the powerful East. Or the Master of the East, you can come to our London city in Britain. Although our place is not stronger than this side, don't unique, you will love it, said Sir Greenville. If I have a chance, I will go to the city of London to get a glimpse of the city. Luo Sheng said. He did go to Europe later, as he said now, but that was a long time later. Everyone, you are ready to leave. Please come in. The station master of the Beijing railway station came out and said to everyone in the rain, Selina, and everyone, it's time for us to return to Britain. Sir Greenville said to everyone, Father, I want to say goodbye to him alone. Selina said, hurry up. Sir Greenville frowned slightly, but he did not object to his daughter this time. He also knew that Selina wanted to say goodbye to Li Jin. Selina walked to Li Jin holding the oil paper umbrella, and gave Li Jin a hug. Li Jin never thought that Selina would hug him in front of everyone, and said bitterly, I will see you in Europe in the future. Selina said in a crying voice, I am lucky to meet you. I will not forget you. I love you. In order to prevent Li Jin from knowing her intentions, Selina used English to express her last sentence. She thought that Li Jin could not understand her at all. However, she did not expect Li Jin to know the meaning of love oil from the British sailors some time ago. After Selina finished speaking, she resolutely wiped away her tears, ready to let go of Li Jin and leave with the envoy. Suddenly, Li Jin put down the oil paper umbrella in his hand, hugged Selina, and said softly, I understand, I understand. Selina's body shook, thinking that her admired sweetheart had learned about the hidden secrets, but she was ashamed and sad, and the water dripped from her cheeks, and she didn't know whether it was rain or tears. Whatever his fiancé, I, Li Jin, want you to stay and return to Europe where birds don't lay eggs. What we Chinese men want will never give in. Li Jin hugged her in the rain and didn't want to go anymore. Regress. See you in a year or two. 1 or 2 years is enough to make things right and wrong. You can't wait for what you want. Promise me, stay in our China. Li Jin said unconfirmed. But Selina was sobbing in the rain. The two people leaned against each other in the drizzle, causing an uproar among everyone present. Sir Greenville was in a complicated mood. He did not expect that the relationship between the two would erupt at the last moment of parting. Li Jin's weak side was defeated, and finally made the decision to retain Selina. He began to hesitate to take his daughter back to Britain forcibly. The members of the other envoys did not expect that some of their companions fell in love with men from the East, and the attitude was more of watching the excitement. They had heard a little about Selina before. The British sailor hired by Li Jin was very pleased that his boss finally got the hang of it. He was naturally thinking about Li Jin. Since working with Li Jin, his salary has far exceeded that of working for a British businessman. The better Li Jin's life is, the better his status will be. Princess Sophia was completely stunned. She did not expect that Selina's hidden feelings would be hot for so long. In addition to the royal envoys, Li Jin's men, and Princess Sophia, Luo Sheng and his party were also present. Luo Sheng had nothing to do with this incident, but after Selina asked him yesterday, he became involved in this incident. Chapter 932 Help. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Selina, we should return to Europe. Sir Greenville struggled for a while, and decided to take his daughter back to Britain. Sir Greenville, I plan to keep your daughter in China. After Li Jin separated from Selina, he stared at Sir Greenville with red eyes, as if as long as he did not agree to leave his daughter, Li Jin would rush to fight him. Sir Greenville saw Li Jin being cruel, and for a while he dared not continue to force Selina and him to leave the capital. The shopkeeper, I will support you. The British sailors and several apprentices hired by Li Jin stood on Li Jin's side and confronted the royal envoy led by Sir Greenville. Luo Sheng had been observing the development of the situation, and he suddenly felt that someone was secretly pulling at the corners of his clothes. Luo Sheng moved to his side and found that Ella was secretly pulling at the corner of his clothes, and there was a begging expression in his eyes. Most of them couldn't bear to see the pair of Li Jin and Selina separated by tens of thousands of miles. Let Luo Sheng help them. Please calm down. Luo Sheng's words were similar to what Princess Sophia had said before, but he had more weight. Sir Greenville and Li Jin had to hold back listening to Luo Sheng's words even though they were on the verge of an outbreak. Sir Greenville, can we talk alone? Luo Sheng said to Sir Greenville. Yes. Sir Greenville saw that the supreme ruler of China had intervened in this matter, and he could only patiently obey Luo Sheng's orders. When Luo Sheng and Sir Greenville reached a corner, Luo Sheng went straight to the point. For the sake of my face, let Selina stay. Our China is more stable and prosperous than Britain, and your daughter stays with us. You won't be treated badly at all. Master of the East, you don't know that the daughter below has been married to Sir Thomas Munch's son, and it is impossible to leave the East. Sir Greenville said. Are they married in the church? Luo Sheng asked. Not really, Sir Greenville replied. Then this will not be the case. Everything is easy to say without getting married. And you think Li Jin will have a worse future than that son of Sir Thomas or something? To tell you the truth, I intend to use him to participate in the trade with Europe. Your future is not comparable to that of an ordinary nobleman on your side. Even if your daughter is married to the East, because Li Jin will travel between Europe and China in the future, she will still have the opportunity to meet you in Britain, so you don't have to worry about losing your daughter. Luo Sheng said. Sir Greenville listened to what Luo Sheng said, and it was uncertain. Luo Sheng mentioned his two pain points. One is that Li Jin is not a nobleman, and the other is that Huaxia and Britain are separated by tens of thousands of miles. It may take a year to get a daughter to marry Huaxia in this era. Separated, there is no chance to meet in the future. However, Luo Sheng's words eased Sir Greenville's worry a little. If Li Jin wants to open up the European market on behalf of Chinese businessmen, then Li Jin will definitely travel between China and Europe in the future, and he will have many opportunities to see his daughter in the future. In addition, the official merchant of the Kyushu army is not necessarily inferior to the son of a British earl. Sir Greenville can still understand how powerful the Kyushu army is and how rich the Chinese merchants are. If my daughter stays in the East, if she is in trouble in the future, can you help me send her back? Sir Greenville took a deep breath and mustered the courage to ask Luo Sheng. He didn't expect Luo Sheng to have the energy to take care of his daughter. He only wanted Luo Sheng to be able to send her back to Britain when her daughter was in trouble. At least he could provide a shelter for her daughter if he was still alive. I promise you. Luo Sheng agreed to Sir Greenville's request. After Sir Greenville had negotiated with Luo Sheng, he walked to the crying Selina, pulled the wet hair on her forehead away, and said solemnly, if you really intend to stay in the East, then stay. But don't cry and want to go home from now on. Father Selina thought that she would stay, and it was hard to see her father, even more sobbing. It's really embarrassing. Luo Sheng looked at Sir Greenville, Selina, and Li Jin, and wondered if he was Selina, how would he choose? There is love on one side and family affection on the other, separated by tens of thousands of miles. It would be great if there was an airplane. Luo Sheng thought of the advanced transportation in his previous era, and the distance of tens of thousands of miles is not a big deal in front of a jet plane. The idea of starting to develop an airplane sprouted in Luo Sheng's mind. Military owner, thank you for helping them. Ella said softly behind Luo Sheng. Actually, I don't need you to suggest that I will help them. Yesterday, Selina asked me to persuade her father to let her stay if Li Jind tried to keep her. If Li Jind let her leave, I would have nothing to do. At that time, I opposed her method of being too troublesome. If you want to stay, you can stay. Why should your own happiness be left to others to decide? Luo Sheng said. Luo Sheng's judgment was not wrong. If it weren't for Li Jind, who just understood the meaning of the English sentence, Selina's semi-evasive approach would almost make her go back to Europe. I choose to help her also have my selfish intentions. Li Jind will help me do things in the future, will owe me a great favor because of this. And she is a British nobleman. With her help, Li Jind led the businessman to open up in Europe. The market will be profitable. Is this kind of thinking very bad? Luo Sheng said to himself again. He sometimes has a utilitarian view when he does things. Now, what you did, the military master, is also a good thing for them, so that's it. Ayla shook her head, not thinking that there was any problem with Luo Sheng's approach. Sir Greenville eventually took the other members of the royal envoy to take the industry steam locomotive and left the capital in a drizzle, leaving Princess Sophia, Selina and several servants behind. Come here. Give us dry towels. Seeing Li Jind and Selina getting wet in the rain, Luo Sheng ordered his subordinates to distribute clean towels to them. Sir, thank you very much. Li Jind knew that Selina would be able to stay in the end. It was Luo Sheng's words that played a role. If you decide to be together, when she is learning Chinese, remember to learn fluent English from her, so that you can lead a Western company to settle in the city of London in the future. And if you have children in the future, remember to take our surname. Luo Sheng thought for a while, and that was the only thing he said to Li Jind. Chapter list. Chapter 933 Return of the Mission. How to explain to the old Thomas. After returning to Britain, Sir Greenville arrived at Tanjinwai, thinking that his daughter had stayed in China, and couldn't help having a headache. Look, Lord Earl, that's the steel monster we saw on the sea when we came. The members of the royal envoy saw the Vostok steamship docked here at the dock. Sir Greenville looked at the 100-meter giant ship moored at Tanjinwai Wharf. The black hull made it look like an iron ridge. The Vostok cable laying vessel ended the laying of the submarine cable from Beijing to Edo and has not yet taken on a new task, so it stopped at Tanjinwai. It turns out that the big ship made of steel is really incredible. The iron ship won't sink into the water, and it still has enough power to sail. Sir Greenville brought the members of the envoy to the Vostok underneath the hull. The three characters Vostok painted with white paint. They have technology that we don't understand yet, a power they call industry. During this month in their capital, I found out that they widely use steam engines, generators, machine tools and other magical things. Iron ships must be inseparable from these technologies. An envoy said, "It's a pity that we stayed here for too short a time. There is no chance to get in touch with the technology behind them, and they will not easily share the technology with us." The royal envoys originally only wanted to come and conclude a trade treaty with Luo Sheng. But when they discovered that there were many things they couldn't understand in the East, they tried to discover the truth behind them. During this period of time, they were not only negotiating with officials led by Luo Sheng, but also learned about the technical force behind the Kyushu army through various channels. The more they know, the more fear they are. The Academy of Sciences is the source of all their technologies, so in the treaty, I won a place for us to enter the overseas departments of their Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, how could we agree to the harsh conditions for them to station troops in Plymouth and purchase shares in the East India Company? We can compare, not as strong as the East, but we in Britain will be the number one in Europe. Sir Greenville said, "The Spaniards have been upset for a long time. Decades ago, their invincible fleet had expeditioned to us 4 times in a row. In the future, we will let them learn a lesson and the grievances of the Scots and the French. We must all settle." Soldiers, ready to board a ship, the captain of the battleship Prince yelled. The royal sailors temporarily staying in the Tanjin Guards battalion reluctantly packed their things one by one, and then boarded the royal prince. "Oh, I really miss the food here. I am afraid I will never eat such delicious food again when I return to Britain. The food provided by our navy is far worse than what their local soldiers eat. God, it's too tricky to raise our taste here, and it will be uncomfortable for a while. What the sailors of the Crown Prince miss most is the food provided by the Tanjin guards and soldiers. Every time they open a meal, they scramble to get ahead. They are in pain when they think of eating brown bread and bacon on the sea in the next few months, especially when they learned that the salaries of Tanjin Guardian soldiers were higher than theirs. They envied the local soldiers and were dissatisfied with their navy. Stop complaining. Being born in Britain is our life, the captain said sternly. Not to mention ordinary royal sailors and navy soldiers. Even his captain envied the soldiers here. There is no need to fight. No matter the salary or food is many times better than their Royal Navy. Moreover, the Royal Navy will risk its lives in the Atlantic with Spanish warships and pirates desperately. Captain, I suggest that our Royal Navy hire a Chinese chef to improve our food, the sailor called as he checked the ropes on the deck. Yes, we need to improve the food. We also have a lot of ingredients over there, the other sailors roared. Hire a chef to go back and make enough weight for a few people. What if the sailors on other ships come to grab people? You will also need money to prepare the food. Just think about it when you are dreaming at night, the captain said as he said, disembark. Maybe in the future, our two countries will trade, and there will be Oriental restaurants in London, muttered the royal sailor who proposed to hire an Oriental chef. The captain of the Crown Prince disembarked and reported to Sir Greenville, my Lord Earl, all the crew of the Crown Prince have boarded the ship and are ready to return. Right, Sir Greenville can only bite the bullet and return to Britain. The sailors of the Crown Prince came to the deck and waved goodbye to the officers and soldiers of Tanjin Guard. They were pirates when dealing with natives and Spaniards, but when they came to the east, they had a cult of worship. The General Guard of Tanjin led his soldiers to send away the group of visitors. Although these people are desperados on the sea, their adventurous spirit to survive is worth learning. Our navy also needs this kind of courage to cross the ocean. The General Guard of Tanjin thought to himself as he watched the Royal Prince and the fleet of 3 British armed merchant ships leave. At present, the navy of the Kyushu Army only patrols the western Pacific along the coastline, and has not achieved sailing across an ocean, let alone circumnavigation. The battleship Crown Prince and 3 armed merchant ships left Tanjin-Wise Wharf under the leadership of a warship from the Zili fleet. As the fleet sailed into the Bohai Sea, the steamship Yongcheng coming from the direction of Dongyingo passed by the fleet. Sir Greenville saw this small steamship on the deck. Compared with the cable-laying ship Orient, the Yongcheng, the first steamship, did not shock Sir Greenville too much. After all, when I left Tanjin-Weishong, I saw the Vostok parked in Tanjin-Weishong again. There is more than one iron hull ship in the east, indicating that they have mastered the technology of making iron hull ships. Sir Greenville was surprised that the time he stayed was indeed too short. Maybe Princess Sophia decides to stay for a year or two is the right thing to do. I hope that Her Royal Highness can learn some skills in the East and lead the people of Britain to live a better life in the future. Sir Greenville originally thought this way, but if he wanted to rely on the playful princess to earnestly learn Eastern techniques, he might as well expect his daughter Selina. Her learning ability is even stronger. The mysterious and powerful East, I will come again in my lifetime, Sir Greenville said to himself. Chapter list. Chapter 934 to Council. When the royal envoys left, the dismissed Dayu happened to take the Yongcheng ship back to Tanjin. Li Jin and Selina both fell ill after having a high fever because of the rain that day. Liu Sheng, who was dumbfounded, had to send Xiaoxiu to be their doctor. In this era, a high fever is still more dangerous. You two are really messing up. You don't need umbrellas if you have them. Xiaoxiu helplessly put on wet towels for the two of them. In order to facilitate simultaneous medical treatment, a temporary wooden bed was added to Li Jin's room, allowing Selina to live in. Cough and Cough were also hot-headed at the time. Li Jin said dumbly, I was wrong. Selina said on the bed next door. She heard Xiao Xiao's reproach. The commander asked when you two got married and whether he would pay for the money. Xiao Xiao asked, how can such a trivial matter bother the military master, and the characters have not been written yet? Li Jin hurriedly said when he saw that Liu Sheng had to pay the men. I have heard about you without a word. You don't want to keep others in our wake, Xia, and then don't want her. Although Xiao Xiao was not qualified to be present at the time, Li Jin and Selina's the matter has been widely spread, and as a girl, Xiao Xiao still yearns for such a romantic and extremely rare story. No, Li Jin, wouldn't be such a person. It's just that I was in a hurry at the time. My parents ordered me to be a matchmaker and I had to be prepared for etiquette. Li Jin said, you stopped her from her father and wanted her parents' orders. If you go to Britain, you might be driven out by the count with a stick. Not to mention that the matchmaker will come back after a trip to Britain. How much time has been delayed? Xiao Xiao said. That's what you said too. Li Jin was tough after a tough time, and he wanted to delay for a while like a conditioned reflex. Selina heard the conversation between her benefactor Xiao Xiao and Li Jin. She had only been learning Chinese for more than a month, and she could only know a little about it, and she was a little worried. She was indeed retained by Li Jin, and now she is a little worried. In case Li Jin only played her on a whim, wouldn't she have no support here? I have prescribed the prescription, which will be delivered later. You need to take the medicine on time every day. You can't work hard. You have to get better soon before you can help the military master. Xiao Xiao checked the two people again. Condition. Then left. There are only two people left in the room, Li Jin and Selina, who are sick. Li Jin does not know how to face Selina now. Do you want to wait for her to learn more Chinese vocabulary and be able to fully express her meaning before marrying her? Li Jin thought. Compared with Li Jin's hesitation, Selina helps that Li Jin will formally settle the marriage soon. Otherwise she will always be anxious. Would you like to go to the Academy of Sciences? Although you and Princess Sophia have a personal Chinese lecturer, you can improve your Chinese skills while getting in touch with some new things at the Academy of Sciences. I will ask the military master to let you enter overseas. Li Jin knew that Selina was eager to learn, and he was worried that she could not enter Cambridge University as a female, so he wanted her to enter the highest university in the East to fulfill her wish. At this time, he didn't know that Liu Sheng had already concluded a treaty with Britain, allowing Britons to have the qualifications to apply for overseas study, just like Dong Ying and Gorai Oz. Yeah, Selina listened very hard, unable to understand the long series of sentences Li Jin said. I almost forgot that you only learned Chinese for a month, and you must still not understand it. Let's wait until I get better. Li Jin said. You need to be familiar with Chinese quickly. Selina is worried about not understanding Li Jin's complicated words. Some of her thoughts cannot be conveyed through an interpreter, and she can't speak it in front of outsiders. Li Jin's apprentices and hired sailors were worried about Li Jin's affairs. They knew that their boss was weak in the relationship, and they couldn't help worrying about him. Our shopkeeper may be hesitant, and it will be delayed for a while, an apprentice said. He is good at everything, but this is too bad. We still need to help him. The British sailor hired by Li Jin couldn't stand it. How to help? We live in a side house. If the shopkeeper wants to squeeze a room with us when he gets better, we will not let it. Then they can only sleep in the same room. If we get along for a long time, it will inevitably be dry firewood, the British sailor said. It makes sense, but will we make the shopkeeper dissatisfied because of this? And then he will deduct our wages, an apprentice asked worriedly. The shopkeeper should want to live with the noble lady in his heart, but there is an excuse to escape. If we erase this excuse, he will not blame us, the British sailor said. Yes, only in this way can a good deed for the two of them be promoted. Several apprentices agreed with him. Li Jin, who was ill, didn't know that his subordinates had colluded, and refused to let him squeeze over, insisting that he and Selina live in the same room. Xiao Xiao came out of Li Jin's house and met Goya, who was waiting for her. Goya spent some time in the military training hall of the army. She is now standing upright, with a heroic temperament. If she returns to the Atayal tribe in Yizu at this time, she will find that she is completely different from the people of the local tribe. "Why are you here?" Xiao Xiao was a little strange. "Sister Xiao, you don't know the fellow Yu Cheng. I originally gave the bicycle to Yu Cheng according to the words of the military master. Then I lied that I borrowed the money to buy him. As a result, he doesn't come to me anymore." Said elegantly, "Yu Cheng is afraid to come to you." Xiao Xiao frowned slightly. At first she thought Li Jint was very persuaded, but as a result, there was a more persuaded Yu Cheng who owed Goya's favor and did not dare to come to her. "Why is it like this?" Goya is puzzled. "He thinks he owes you a favor, and it is estimated that when he plans to raise 500 tals of silver to return it to you, he will dare to come to you." Xiao Xiao said helplessly. "That guy is too weak," Goya said dissatisfied. Even Liu Sheng couldn't think that Yu Cheng's weakness was far beyond his imagination. Originally, he wanted to make Yu Cheng owe Goya a favor. But Yu Cheng didn't dare to go to Goya. "Good sister, do you have any other way?" Goya asked Xiao Xiao for help. "I don't know much about this." Xiao Xiao had no emotional experience and didn't know how to teach Goya. "It would be great if Daya's sister was here. She has always been very accurate," Goya said. Chapter list. Chapter 935. Try to build an armored warship. Our Admiralty wants to build a military steamship. Nelson of the Admiralty looked at Liu Sheng with hope, leading the steam ironclad ship Dongfeng to carry out the submarine cable-laying project. He saw the charm of the steamship, and he still missed the design plan of the secret-class steam ironclad warship designed by the director of Dalian Shipbuilding No. 1 factory. What an exciting thing to let the Admiralty have a steam ironclad ship as a seat ship. His current main battleship is the Victory that Liu Sheng summoned a few years ago. The Victory was one of the best warships in the sailing battleship era, but compared with the steam-armored warships, it could not compete at all. In particular, the steam-armored ships can carry more powerful 110-pound and 68-pound cannons. It's not the same. But Nelson knew that building warships was a pure expense, and there was no direct benefit at the moment. Liu Sheng spent a few years to let the No. 1 shipbuilding factory build the Vostok steamship. One is to improve shipbuilding technology and train skilled workers. The other is that Vostok can invest in the project of deploying submarine cables and wait until the cables are not needed. It can be sent to Southeast Asia to serve as an oil tanker to bring back the oil from the Southeast Asian islands. The cost will definitely be recovered. The armored warship depends on whether it is necessary. Pirates in the coastal areas have basically been eliminated. The existing 3 sailing warship fleets have sufficient strength to protect the safety of the coastal areas, and the continued construction of ironclad warships will not play any more role, unless. Nelson worried that Liu Sheng, who was worrying about various constructions, had no extra financial support for the extravagant project of the Navy Department to build a steam iron armored ship. The Victory was summoned directly by Liu Sheng, so Liu Sheng didn't have to pay the construction cost for it. Its construction in the past took 1/20th of the finances of the powerful Sun Never-Set Empire. Now the Admiralty wants to build a 100-meter-long steam iron armored warship, and the price to pay is even greater. Nelson knew that Liu Sheng was likely to reject his proposal, and he was mentally prepared. Even if Liu Sheng refused, it was because of financial constraints, and it would never be that someone who took the initiative to create the Admiralty didn't want to build the most advanced warship. There is a shipbuilding plan was beyond Nelson's expectation. Instead of rejecting his proposal, Liu Sheng asked him for the details. He didn't know that Liu Sheng also wanted to build a steam-armored battleship in his heart. The steam-armored battleship and the sail battleship represented 2 eras. There were the overlords of the ocean from the middle to the end of the 19th century. 200 years ahead of this era. This is the blueprint for the secret-class steam ironclad ship of the first shipyard. Nelson took out a crumpled drawing and gave it to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng saw that the design blueprint seemed to have been folded many times. It was probably because Nelson often took him with him. He was obsessed with this design plan, so a neat design drawing was crumpled. The estimated length is 1,152 meters. The full load displacement is 9,200 tons, and the angle of attack is 126 meters long. Luo Sheng was shocked when he saw the projected renderings of the secret class steam ironclad ship. After the shipyard built 2 steam iron armored ships, Yongcheng and Dongfeng, they already have such big ambitions to try to build superior steam iron armored ships, and their large iron armored ships from the beginning. No wonder Nelson was enthusiastic about this battleship. If such a big ship was built, the shock to the enemy would be even higher than that of victory. In the world of Luo Sheng, the first-class ironclad ship Diniyun, which was commissioned by the Ming Dynasty to build by Germany, had a full displacement of more than 7,000 tons. Of course, the supporting technology of Diniyun is far superior to the secret-class iron armored ships, and the secret-class iron armored ships are still the first generation of iron armored ships and relatively backward artillery. This does not affect the sensation that the secret class will cause once it is built. Unfortunately, it's too expensive. Luo Sheng glanced at the cost schedule attached to the blueprint and shook his head. Yes, because it is expensive. I have never dared to mention it. If you use the funds to build small and medium-sized sailing warships, you can build more than a dozen ships. Nelson said, the price of any new technology is extremely expensive before it comes out, and it takes a price to be the first person to eat crabs. But it's not necessarily impossible to build. Luo Sheng's turn made Nelson's eyes bright. I heard it right, right? Nelson listened to Luo Sheng's tone, and he even faintly agreed to build a steam ironclad ship. The secret-class ironclad warship envisioned by Shipbuilding No. 1 Factory is very expensive. It is not appropriate to be the first ironclad warship. You can try to build a smaller ironclad warship to protect merchant ships and have a certain combat capability against coastal targets. Luo Sheng by road. A warship with a length of more than 90 meters and a displacement of more than 3,000 tons will be built, and the number of artillery is about 20. An ironclad ship of this size can greatly reduce the construction cost, and you can try to see if the No. 1 shipbuilding factory has the ability to control the construction of the ironclad warship. If it is cost-effective, we can purchase larger armored warships in the future, or purchase small and medium-sized armored warships in bulk. Luo Sheng chose a compromise plan, wanting to let the No. 1 shipbuilding factory try to produce a small steam iron armored warship. It is like building a Yongcheng to test the waters before the production of Dongfeng. Iron armored warships of more than 3,000 tons may not be enough to see in the 19th century. But they are invincible in this era. The power of the artillery of our warships is constantly improving. The power is second. The most important thing is the speed. The positioning is to drive and destroy the pirate ships and enemy ships that threaten the caravan. We want to trade with the West, and we will continue to be harassed by pirates. Destroying and exterminating pirates will become the next combat targets of the Navy Department. Luo Sheng wanted to locate this ironclad warship that had not yet begun construction. This warship does not need to accumulate firepower as much as possible, because in this era, the firepower of the armored ship has begun to overflow, but it is pursuing a faster speed and the unique defensive power of the armored ship. Enough. Nelson rubbed his hands excitedly. Although Luo Sheng can support the construction of the iron armored ship shrinking, the ability to build an iron armored ship of more than 90 meters long and 3,000 tons is an exciting thing for the Admiralty. Building this ship will not cause trouble to you, such as finances. Nelson was excited and worried about Luo Sheng's financial situation. I don't plan to use finances to build this ship, Luo Sheng said. There are other ways to raise funds for the construction of armored warships. Nelson wondered. We can raise funds from the public. This is the great thing about the company's existence. Raising funds in the name of Western trading companies to build warships to protect the fleet. Luo Sheng said. Chapter List. Chapter 936. Ship and Cannon, Man's Romance. The Western Trading Company is like an autonomous organization like the East India Company. In my time, the East India Company owned a private army of more than 200,000 people. Its annual income in India exceeded £10 million. It owned its own warship. India built railways, roads, and bridges. It was one of the greatest beings of that era. Nelson lived in the strongest era of the East India Company and knew how terrible a company with privileges and an army was. The East India Company is an extremely rare mode of governance, which later became more like a country than a company. Of course it can't be completely like the East India Company. It will lose control. Europe has population and America has resources. If Western trading companies have the patent management rights and military, they may be separated from our homeland. Our government must have it. When controlling the establishment of a Western trading company, it must have more than 50 shares. And when additional shares are issued in the future, the government must subscribe for more than 50 additional shares. In addition to our government's need to occupy more than 50 shares, it is also necessary to restrict other people from acquiring shares on a large scale, and to spread the shares as much as possible. The people still don't understand the way the company operates, and the first batch of financing is likely to be from all over the world. Sea merchants. They will definitely want to profit from trade with the West. Luo Sheng said. He knows how terrible a company that monopolizes trade is, and it might become independent, so it must be led by the government. I don't know much about these, but I believe that if a Western trading company is established, it should be able to raise enough funds. How much initial shares should be issued? Nelson said. 1 million tals of silver. Luo Sheng said. 1 million tals of silver. Nelson was shocked. The Western Trading Company had not yet been established, and Luo Sheng planned to raise 1 million tals of initial capital. So how terrible the assets of the Western Trading Company will be in the future. The government subscribes for 60%, but the funds actually raised are only 400,000 tals. The 600,000 tals of silver that the government wants to pay does not need to be paid out now, and it will be replenished after the financial surplus. That is to say, the Western Trading Company will make a profit after the empty glove white wolf. The government can also get the most dividends from it, which can be used to subsidize finances. Luo Sheng said. 400,000 tals of silver is enough to build a steam-armored ship. Nelson thought that Western trading companies might be able to raise 400,000 tals of silver, and he was full of confidence in building a steam-armored ship. According to the design of Dalian Shipbuilding No. 1 shipyard, the steam-armored ship they can build is still the original design. Without too complicated protective armor, 400,000 tals of silver is more than enough. If you think so, you're wrong. This steam-clad armored ship may have a maximum range of only a few thousand nautical miles, and will face the problem of fuel exhaustion. If you want to go to Europe, you need to support coal and supply ships. Regular inspections are required every year. It is really a money-burning thing to go through a major repair ship every few years. Just like pouring a box of silver into the Pacific Ocean. Luo Sheng said. This is how the Admiralty is. Nelson scratched his head. At present, most of the shipyards of the Kyushu Army produce and repair wooden galleons, with only 2 steam ironclad ships. If the production of steam warships requires the construction of a large number of supporting shipyards, maintenance systems, and auxiliary ships, everything is extremely expensive. However, steam ships are the future trend and we must try to build them. While building them, we will trade with the West and make up for our expenditures through trade. Let me solve the problem of funding. Luo Sheng said. If you are under too much pressure, the steam warship can be put on hold. Nelson was worried for Luo Sheng, and he didn't want his daughter's husband to have an accident. Building armored warships and larger caliber artillery is a man's romance. Even if you tighten your belt, you must build ships and guns. While the shipbuilding technology of Dalian Shipbuilding No. 1 factory is advancing, the research and development of Armstrong artillery by the Armory factory is also progressing. Luo Sheng mentioned the research situation of cannon. Sure enough, Nelson heard about the Armstrong cannon under development and was very interested. I have always heard that the Ordnance Factory has organized many artillery experts and ballistic research physicists to develop this new type of artillery, but it has never appeared and equipped. Currently the front-mounted smoothbore gun is the most used in the army. You know it's right. In fact, The breech-mounted rifle gun has been in development. Although the Armstrong artillery under development is very powerful, it is too sophisticated and inefficient, too expensive, and not suitable for mass production. Moreover, several appeared during the test. In the blasting incident, some gunners died. This matter is extremely confidential. I suppressed it. Generally speaking, the current breaching rifle gun technology is immature and unreliable, Luo Sheng said helplessly. It's not that he doesn't want to produce more powerful and accurate Armstrong artillery, but that the technology is immature and the cost is too high. Easily blasting is a very tricky thing, and the deck may be bloody and bloody. Nelson knew that an easy-to-blast artillery would give gunners and sailors how much psychological shadows no one would like to use their own artillery. It may explode and tear itself apart. In order to improve the reliability of the new artillery and reduce the cost, the development of ironwork technology and smokeless gunpowder technology is also needed. And wait patiently. At this stage, the smoothbore gun installed before can already have enough firepower, Luo Sheng said. The Industrial Revolution system restricted Luo Sheng's development of military technology, and he needed more civilization points than other fields of technology. He could only explore advanced military technology on his own, so he was not mature in artillery technology and was able to barely produce early versions. Armstrong artillery, but expensive and unreliable. I am looking forward to the rewriting of the entire Navy's history at that time when the steam warship and Armstrong guns are used together, Nelson said. That's natural. Then the sailing battleship will be a pile of wood waiting to be sunk at sea, Luo Sheng said. What are you two of you talking about? Ella came back from the outside, helpless to Luo Sheng and Nelson, the two men who got together to discuss battleships and artillery. This is a telegram from the Guangzhou City Telegraph Station. When you were in Nanyang, the army owner sent the team to explore Oceania. The first batch of people have returned. They are waiting for the placement of the military. Ella will have a copy. The telegram obtained was submitted to Luo Sheng. The Oceania advance team. Luo Sheng almost forgot the small team he sent abroad. After more than a year, this squad gained a foothold in what was later called Melbourne, and sent back the first batch of adventurers according to the predetermined plan. Chapter list. Chapter 937 Unexploited Gold Mine. I sent them to the Oceania expedition at the time. According to the promise made to them at the time, they will be well placed for their return. They will have a 3-month holiday and a compensation. After the holiday, they can choose to return to the army or resign. In order to encourage overseas exploration, Luo Sheng compensated the expedition team generously. What can most stimulate people's desire for exploration? Money. Western merchants travel tens of thousands of nautical miles to explore the new route to the east just to make a profit of 200,500 in one voyage. It is also necessary to organize more people to establish towns in the local area, and it is best to have people settle there. Luo Sheng wants to establish permanent towns in Oceania to achieve control of Oceania. Oceania has a large amount of metal ores that Luo Sheng coveted, and this land is very clean, with a lot of land and sparsely populated. At this time, Oceania may only have hundreds of thousands of indigenous people in the Stone Age, and the local indigenous people can be driven as labor at an extremely low price. Oceania does not have a population of 100 million like the Mughal Empire. There is no problem of faith, no crooked teeth and historical problems of various local forces, and it is very suitable as a colony. Soldier, would you like to summon them? Elo asked. Just let them send 2 representatives to Beijing. I have a little understanding of the local situation. Although Luo Sheng roughly knows that the Oceania expedition team with muskets and 2 artillery has no problem in conquering the local indigenous people, I still want to know details of the expedition. The threat to the expedition team is definitely not the indigenous people, but the local water and soil diseases and lack of medicine. Prisoners can be exiled to the colony like Britain did. They are guilty. We can grow the population of the colony without paying any price, Nelson suggested to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng shook his head. No, although it is the easiest way to exile prisoners to the colony, they are full of hatred for the government. If they become permanent residents, they will easily betray the mainland. The United States and Oceania break away from Britain. It's a living example. Then it can only be developed through government organizations. Otherwise ordinary residents will not leave the current stable life and live in the backward, primitive and unfamiliar continent. Nelson said, during this period of time, let me think about it. We already have an expedition team stationed there, and no one will compete with us for a while. Liu Sheng is not in a hurry to colonize Oceania. With the continuous improvement of agricultural technology, the carrying capacity of Beijing's 20 provinces can support many more people. It would be better to develop Oceania later than to allow Oceania to break away from the current system after the development of Oceania. Liu Sheng had a headache for developing Oceania. Oceania is too far away, and the loss of transporting iron ore by galleons is not worth the loss. Unless it is a 10,000-ton ship specially produced to transport iron ore. By the way, there seems to be a gold mine in the Melbourne area. Liu Sheng suddenly wanted the world he is in. In addition to San Francisco, there is also a new golden mountain, Melbourne. In the mid-19th century, there was a gold rush, so that tens of thousands of Chinese workers poured into the local area. Liu Sheng took a map of the world drawn on the bookshelf and pointed to the Melbourne area in southeastern Oceania. I almost forgot that there is a gold mine here. Maybe we can use this as a reason to hire workers to go to the local development. In this way, we can attract ordinary people. Residents go to the local area to build a permanent town. At the same time, they can use gold mines to make up for the losses we have stationed there. And they can even transport gold back as a gold mine reserve. The gold mine. Nelson and Ella also leaned over to look at the location pointed to by Xiang Liu Sheng, which happened to be the temporary station built by the Oceania expedition team. If the amount of iron ore is large enough, its value is still higher than that of gold. But now that there is no giant wheel, what resources can be higher than gold and silver? Liu Sheng's eyes were a little frantic. The unit value of gold is high, and a large sailing ship can carry several tons back at a time. Unless it encounters a storm or sinks on a rock, it is definitely the most cost-effective trophy. Now Liu Sheng is very short of money, just like Charles I on the other side of the ocean. He wants to do a lot of things, not necessarily because of insufficient skills, but insufficient money. If there is a gold mine and it is planned to be mined, then supervision will be extremely difficult. First of all, it is necessary to ensure that the mining workers will not privately store the gold sand, and secondly, to ensure that the private mining of the gold mine is secretly carried out, and finally to supervise and be responsible. Officials who mine gold mines. As the chief of the intelligence department, Ella took the lead in considering the issue of supervision. The Melbourne area is 20,000 miles away from the capital, and the value of gold mines is too high. Maybe they will send a team of gold mining people to fill their pockets, or even jointly deceive the capital. It's risky to find people to do things. People are not machines after all. Liu Sheng knows that gold mining is prone to corruption, but there is always someone to mine. In addition to Melbourne, there are also gold mines here. Liu Sheng pointed to the place where San Francisco was. There were no colonists here, only Indian tribes. The Spanish colonists were still further south in Mexico, and the British and French colonists were in the eastern part of the Americas. These are all wealth, which can ease financial tension. Ayla knew that Liu Sheng was paying close attention to various constructions, and every major project was burning money, so that he was under great pressure. Well, it's time to establish a permanent town to mine gold in Western America. Liu Sheng couldn't comment. With the precedent of successfully sending an expedition team to Oceania, he can also send another expedition team across the Pacific to establish a colony in the San Francisco area and mine the local gold mine. You can send a fleet to the San Francisco area along this route, just sailing along the warm North Pacific current, and the speed is faster. Liu Sheng stared at the map, remembering the ocean currents he had remembered in the geography class. He thought it had no effect before, but in fact this knowledge helped to promote productivity. Ella listened patiently to Liu Sheng's muttering, always feeling that his serious and knowledgeable appearance was very addictive to her. Military owner, there is another news that Daeyue has withdrawn from Dongying. When do you plan to see her and deal with Dongying's affairs? Ayla said to Luo Sheng again. Let her rest for a few days before letting her come to see me. I have too many things recently. Luo Sheng thought of the establishment of Western trading companies, mining colonial gold mines, building steam iron warships, domestic industrial construction, and many other things. Just a while, then he'll go and notify Daeyue. Ayla knew that she could do little for Luo Sheng, so she had to help him to soothe Daeyue's emotions. Chapter list. Chapter 938. See Daeyue, Big Brother. Back Daeyue returned to her elder brother Wu Keshan's house in the capital. Sister, your elder brother is training cavalry on the prairie. I heard that you have been dismissed. Are you okay? When Wu Keshan's wives saw Wu Keshan's most beloved sister came back, they hurried out to help her with luggage. I'm okay. Now that the navy is focused on winning, the eldest brother's cavalry regiment doesn't know if it's still useful. Daeyue said. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? There are still things in this world that can run faster than horses. As long as nothing can run faster than horses, then the cavalry is the most powerful unit. A sister-in-law said. The use of muskets and artillery made the cavalry not invincible as before, and there are warships more suitable for expeditions, and the cars being developed have severely challenged the irreplaceable status of the cavalry. Perhaps only inland has some effects. Daeyue muttered to herself, as if not optimistic about the future of the cavalry. No matter how much the cavalry will not be eliminated in the past few decades, how can we manage things in the future? After your eldest brother knows about you, he is going to come back from the prairie overnight. I think he will be in the capital soon. He'll go to Kshiku and add some food tonight. Several sisters-in-law said in a rush. They are all a little afraid that Daeyue will be depressed because of the dismissal, and then Wu Keshan will become irritable. Several sister-in-laws, where does Kazuko I met on my way back from Dongying last year live now? Daeyue asked. She is an international student sent by the shogunate to live in the residence arranged by the shogunate. It is said that every year there are silver liangs sponsored by the shogunate. Sister, you don't have to worry about her. A sister-in-law replied. The students sent by the shogunate didn't make trouble in the capital, right? Daeyue was a little worried. I haven't heard of this. How dare the overseas students of the shogunate make trouble with us? Several sister-in-laws said one after another. Well, he'll find a chance to visit her. Daeyue's eyes were a little different. Daeyue's return caused Wu Keshan's house to be in a hurry. Wu Keshan's wives and concubines wanted to please this little sister, and some hired housekeepers and subordinates were even more busy. They all know about the dismissal of Daeyue, and this time they are no longer staying temporarily, but for permanent residence. Wu Keshan, who should have appeared in the first place, was unable to stay in Beijing at all times because he was the commander of the Monan Cavalry Regiment, so he couldn't come back for a while. When Zhang Liuo had dinner in Wu Keshan's mansion, a person came to visit. Sister-in-law, someone from the military chief's mansion is coming to see you. The sister-in-law who went out to buy vegetables met Ella, who came to look for Daeyue at the door and hurriedly came in to inform. Who could be that? Daeyue just returned home to put away his luggage, and the military commander's mansion sent someone to come. Could it be that Luo Sheng wanted to find something wrong with him so quickly? Daeyue came out and saw a carriage parked in front of the house, and several guards stood around. The people in the carriage had gotten out of the carriage and waved to Daeyue. Sister, why are you here? Daeyue was surprised that Ella would come in person. My sister hasn't been seen for a long time. I miss you. This time I have some feelings of looking for you at the Academy of Sciences before. Ella gave Daeyue a hug. I miss my sister too. Thanks to my sister's care all the time. Daeyue was also a little moved, tears overflowing from the corner of her eyes. The two of them had known each other a long time ago. Later, after Daeyue went to the western regions and Dongying successively, they could almost only be contacted by letter. This incident is not that simple. You won't blame the army master for it, right? Ella asked. How can I blame the Lord Military Master? Daya secretly wiped away his tears and chuckled. That's good. You must trust the military owner, he will definitely handle the affairs of Dongying. Ella said. I believed him, I always believed it. Daya said, holding Ella's hand. By the way, the military owner has been very busy recently, and may not have time to see you for the time being. You can give yourself a vacation for the time being. If I have time, I will come to see you too. You have been staying in Dongying, but I don't know. Is there anything fun over there? Ella said. Edo Castle is naturally not as fast as the capital. The only thing that makes me feel strange is the unique singing and dancing there. It is like a kabuki created by a girl named Aguni Izumo. Originally, when I was idle and bored, I want to learn it, but because the troupe is involved in that, I was banned by the shogunate from learning kabuki a few years ago. Daya relished her experience in Toei. What's that? Ella puzzled. It's when kabuki is popular, some women in the dust use the one when performing to corrupt the customs. Daya explained. Ella blushed slightly after hearing Daya's explanation. Because kabuki was banned, I learned some local kiguru dances. This dance is occasionally performed due to human life and death, disasters, marriages, and wars, just like the dances we used for ceremonial activities in older times. If there is time, I will show it to my sister. Daya said. If you learn well, do you want to show it to the commander? Ella asked. No way, no way. Daya blushed and shook his head vigorously. I didn't learn well. Then you can show me when you have time. What if you learn a skill and you don't appreciate it? Ira said. You're almost ready for dinner here, so I won't be able to stay anymore. Sister, do you want to stay for dinner? Daya said with a reservation. The military master and my father are still waiting for me. Ella replied. By the way, when I was in Edo Castle, I heard that the Western Kingdom of Britain sent an envoy to the capital. I don't know if the envoy is still there and what Western princesses look like. Daya remembered this, so asked. British envoys have left the capital when you return. That's really a pity. Daya originally thought that after returning to the capital, he would be able to see the rumored royal envoy. But they left a princess and a young lady. They still live in the capital. The princesses of Britain are so good looking, far above me. Ella continued. The British princess is still in the capital, and she looks more beautiful than her sister. Daya couldn't believe it, but she also had some comparative meaning. Tomorrow, I will call Xiaoxiu and Liu Ruai to visit the British princess with you, and you'll know. Ella still thinks that Princess Sophia is more beautiful than herself. I want to meet this princess for a while. The corner of Daya's mouth raised. Chapter list. Chapter 939. Daya and the princess. In the morning of the next morning, Ella brought Xiaoxiu and Liu Rushi to find Daya, planning to visit Princess Sophia, who was staying in the capital. 4 women with a lure of the country and the city were walking side by side on the street, and all the pedestrians on the street looked back. Devil, where are you looking? Are you disgusting that my old lady is out of shape? Ella, Daya and the others heard the roar of Hedong Lion, making them laugh. Sister Daya, you didn't know that after Princess Sophia arrived, Sister Ella was worried that the princess would replace her. Liu whispered to Daya. There is such a thing. Daya felt stunned. Even if she came first and then arrived, it would be her turn first. When will the Princess Sophia come out? Really, it would be great if Big Sister Daya had you there at the time, and you will surely be able to make the Princess Sophia slip away. Liu said. Am I that scary? Daya said helplessly. But Daya did have the idea of teasing Princess Sophia in her heart. At this time Princess Sophia went to see Selena, and the only person she knew most in the capital was Selena. If Selena had not stayed in the capital, her current situation, who was unfamiliar with her place, would be really embarrassed. The high fever of Li Jin and Selena gradually subsided, but because Li Jin's men did not allow him to enter the guest room, he had to stay in the same room with Selena. I want to go to the Academy of Sciences, the highest institution here, for further studies. Is your Royal Highness willing to go with me? Selena asked. When I go to Zhengzhou, I have no chance to meet people here. If I can go to their Academy of Sciences, I will definitely be able to meet a lot of young talents here," Princess Sophia said excitedly. "His Royal Highness, you can't only have a 3-point heat," Selena said. "I'm also very good at learning Chinese, but Chinese is too difficult." Princess Sophia frowned when she mentioned the Chinese characters evolved from hieroglyphs. "Every Chinese character is very vivid. If you understand it with your heart, you can easily understand and remember it," Selena said. "By the way, when will you and Mr. Lee get married?" Princess Sophia saw that Selena wanted to talk about a lot of truth, and quickly put aside the topic. Princess Sophia's words worked, and Selena suffocated her words. "How do I know?" Selena said with a grievance. "He took the initiative without mentioning you. Did he leave you tens of thousands of miles away from Britain, and he didn't even say anything?" Princess Sophia said incredulously. "How can this kind of thing be brought up by the woman?" Selena said. "How can't it? If I fall in love with someone, I will express my feelings loudly to him, even if his identity is as noble as the ruler of the East, Mr. Chu," Princess Sophia said. Selena looked at Princess Sophia with some surprise, as if she also had a lot of good points in her body. Legend can only come out when Princess Sophia and Selena are talking. It is not easy to interrupt. Military Master intends to set up a Western trading company, and will soon talk to me about setting up a company and going to the West to open up markets. But it will take at least a year before the British envoy visits again. This year is enough for Salon. Once Na learns Chinese and communicates normally, she can discuss marriage with her at least before going to the West. Li Jin is still looking for an opportunity. In his opinion, it is the deadline for himself before going to the West. However, Li Jin thought that in the future, he would often travel between China and the West, and would need to travel across the ocean in the middle. "I don't know if there will be any accidents at sea." Then, does Selena want to be a widow and think that Li Jin is even more entangled here? His father was a sea merchant, and he was killed by pirates along the southeast coast, so that his mother wanted to live alone in Xiamen City. Although becoming an ocean-going businessman in the Kyushu army is an achievement worthy of glory, it is also very dangerous. Li Jin was affected by the shadow of his father's murder and couldn't bear to affect Selena because of his own death. Thinking about it this way, Li Jin regrets how he left others in Huaxia, which is thousands of miles away. "Isn't this delaying her? Treasurer, someone is asking to see you." An apprentice dangling at the gate came in and said to Li Jin, which Li Jin was afraid that Luo Sheng sent someone to find him, and asked quickly, "Miss Physician Saza, there are 3 other women." The apprentice said. "There are 3 more." Li Jin froze. If only the Xiaoxiua he knew came, it might be to see if his and Selena's condition improved. But if 4 women were visiting at the same time, he would not understand the other party's intention. Although a little confused, Li Jin knew that Xiaoxiua had something to do with Luo Sheng, and helped him and Selena many times, so he hurried to the door to greet him. When he came to the gate and found that Ella and others had arrived, he was stunned. Not to mention that 4 beautiful women appeared at the same time. Just Ella's personal presence was enough to make Li Jin panic. Besides Xiaoxiua beside her, the other 2 women also had smart expressions, which made him feel that each other had different origins. "Is Princess Sophia here?" Ella asked. "She is inside, talking to Selena." Li Jin thought it was not for him. "Can we go in?" "Of course. Please here." Li Jin wiped his cold sweat. Princess Sophia was talking with Selena about what to do in the capital in the future, and then heard a noise in the courtyard. She came out with Selena. Dia finally saw the room at Princess Sophia, with a sense of surprise. "It's just that she is not as exaggerated as Ella's sister said." Originally, Dia wanted to help Ella to squeeze out this competitor and drive her back to Britain. Now that she saw Princess Sophia, she had no such thoughts. She knew that with Chuan's character, Ella had children, and it would be a wonder if Princess Sophia could compete with Ella. Princess Sophia was stared at by Dia, and at first she felt hostile, but this feeling disappeared in a flash, making Princess Sophia think she had an illusion. "Princess Sophia, I want to introduce a new friend to you, This figure Ella introduced Diaya to Princess Sophia. "It's nice to meet you." Diaya smiled slightly. "Me too." Princess Sophia has studied Chinese for a month. Although she is not as good as Selena, she can still understand normal greetings. She is a descendant of Genghis Khan. Ella added. Genghis Khan. Princess Sophia was in awe. The Mongolian cavalry used to hang up the European coalition forces to fight. Chapter list. Chapter 940. Selection of North American expedition members. Sir, these people are young people who voluntarily go to the New World. There are students from the medical school, engineering, economics, and water conservancy departments. They have the confidence to build a new town in North America. Standing in front of Luo Sheng were young people in their 20s. Some of them were old scholars who were born in studying the 4 books and 5 classics, and some were ordinary young people who only knew a few Chinese characters. Later, after entering the Academy of Sciences to study, they have become experts in different fields. Building a town on the west coast of North America is not an easy task. Almost everything needs to be built from scratch and requires a variety of talents. Before Luo Sheng went to Nanyang to supervise Cheng Yi, Huang Degong, Cao Bianjiao and others to capture the kingdom of Siam, and the Oceania expedition team that was temporarily built before returning to the capital, Cheng Hong led the team to set off for the ocean without being too rigorously selected, and this time the expedition team to the west coast of North America will be carefully selected. This new expedition team does not directly select people from the army, but selects young people from the Academy of Sciences who voluntarily go to the New World to build towns. They have knowledge and passion and are not so utilitarian. Dozens of young people lined up neatly in 2 rows, their eyes full of admiration for Luo Sheng. They didn't expect to see the supreme ruler of the empire. Moreover, Luo Sheng is also the founder of the Academy of Sciences, an object of admiration for all students of the Academy of Sciences. You are all talents with specific knowledge. You should have stayed on the mainland to contribute to industrial construction, but now you have a more meaningful task. When you travel to the New World, knowledge is second, and the most important thing is loyalty. It is not loyalty to me, but loyalty to China. The towns you established in the New World may develop into one or several provinces in the future, but they are also China's provinces. We must keep this in mind all the time. Luo Sheng preached in front of them, instilling the idea of great unification in these younger generations who might go to the west coast of North America to establish a stronghold in the future. The colonies of North America cannot be independent like the United States is to Britain, but must be a province in the future. Military Master, we originally voluntarily went to the New World to build towns for China. I will swear that no matter what happens in the New World in the future, we will always be loyal to China. One of the engineering students shouted. Always be loyal to China, other students shouted with enthusiasm. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction. The starting point of these people was different from the Britons who immigrated to the United States at that time. They had a sense of mission to shoulder the country, and they had a closer relationship with the old continent. Sir, can I take the liberty to ask for your signature? One of the women said cautiously. Luo Sheng was stunned for a moment before replying. If you don't dislike my scribbled writing. My name is Li Yazoo. I have been in the agricultural college for 4 years. I have always heard of Lord Military Commander. I never expected to meet you like this. The woman handed Luo Sheng a new version of The Wealth of Nations with Keynesianism. A considerable part of the content of the new book was written by Luo Sheng, so besides Adam Smith, the author of this book also included the name of Luo Sheng, which was regarded as a holy book by some students of the Academy of Sciences. Although Luo Sheng's handwriting was very sloppy, Li Yazoo was still a treasure. Seeing that Luo Sheng was approachable, other students couldn't help asking for the original. Luo Sheng was speechless for a while. It seemed that the writing was not important. What was important was his identity, and it was obviously a preaching, but it seemed that he had set up an autograph session. I got the handwriting of the army master. Li Yazoo was pleasantly surprised. When he wanted to talk to Luo Sheng again, Luo Sheng was already surrounded by enthusiastic students. For the safety of the army owner, please come one by one. Yu Cheng was afraid that someone would attack Luo Sheng, and hurriedly stopped them with other guards. Luo Sheng met the selected young talents, and then went to meet the selected soldiers, workers, and farmers. If the people recruited by the Academy of Sciences are for engineers, doctors, judges, and scientists of the Kyushu Army's stronghold in North America, then soldiers, workers, and farmers are the mainstays of urban construction. It is estimated that the expedition team to the west coast of North America has 500 people, of which 37 are students from the Academy of Sciences, 50 are soldiers, and the rest are workers and peasants. Because of the long distance, the number of workers and peasants also includes them. In order to encourage them to go to the other side of the ocean to open up wasteland, we not only allow them to bring their families, but also subsidize them every month, agreeing that the land that will be reclaimed will not be taxed for the first 5 years. The officials responsible for selecting workers and farmers asked Luo Sheng introduced the current situation. The people of China, especially the farmers, have a strong sense of the country, and the idea of relocating land is deeply rooted. Unless they are forced to run out of food, it is difficult to go to the other side of the Pacific Ocean to open up wasteland, which is 20,000 miles away. In order to recruit workers and peasants, the government promised many favorable conditions before recruiting a group of workers and peasants. Try to give them good conditions. They are still primitive tribes. I don't know if there are any other unseen epidemics, but we must think about the future. The storm in the Pacific is no joke. Luo Sheng knew how dangerous it is to cross the Pacific Ocean. All kinds of materials needed to build the stronghold are in preparation, such as herbs, shovels, pickled food, salt, bedding, etc., and ships will be arranged. 500 people plus sailors are likely to reach nearly 1,000. There are more than 10 galleons if there are materials. The official introduced other information to Luo Sheng. Don't worry too much. We will need a long time to develop the other side of the ocean, and we should be as fully prepared as possible to send a team over. Luo Sheng began to prepare for the adventure team in the San Francisco area, but the fleet of 1,000 people is already very large. It's an exaggeration. In comparison, Magellan's global expedition fleet has only more than 200 crew members. Another advantage is that with China mainland as a backing, the expedition team can continuously get supplies. They also need to be organized and trained. It is expected that in half a year, they will depart from Tanjin-Y on a galleon and arrive at Yokohama port for replenishment, and then sail along the ocean currents to the west coast of North America. The official preparing to confirm the departure time to Luo Sheng. Yes, Luo Sheng is not opposed to this arrangement. 6 months is enough time for the expedition team to run in and make adequate preparations. For things like exploring North America, Luo Sheng could only propose a plan from the highest possible height, and then he could perfect it. If he had to intervene in everything, he wouldn't be too busy at all. Chapter list. Chapter 941. Do you want to join Huixia? When Luo Sheng returned to his mansion, he heard some yin-yan's voices before entering the backyard. Could it be Xiao Xiao and Liu Ruai who came here? Luo Sheng knew that these two people would come to see Ella and play with Linga sometimes. Linga already knows how to count Arabic numerals. She's really smart. I don't know if she will be called her sister. The Chinese lecturer taught me these Chinese characters. 1 or 20. I only remembered their simplified form. The traditional form is too complicated. Luo Sheng heard a few quite familiar voices, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Ahem. Luo Sheng went to the inner courtyard and saw Dieye, Princess Sophia and others. In addition to Xiao Xiao and Liu Rushi who come here occasionally, there are 3 more people. Dieye, Princess Sophia, and Selena. Wait, how did they get together? Especially Sophia and Selena, who have not even learned half-hearted Chinese. It is difficult to communicate between them, right? Military Master Dieye saw that it was Luo Sheng and quickly got up. Mr. Chu. Princess Sophia also got up. Seeing her son Linga surrounded by so many beauties, Luo Sheng couldn't help but shook his head secretly. This stinky boy was a little too happy. It's just that being too spoiled will easily bring up a prodigal, and when he is older, he must rush to the army lecture hall or the navy lecture hall to practice as a Boy Scout. Poor Linga hadn't thought that he would actually be thrown into the army for a few years in the future, which made him lament for a long time. He is also very innocent, and it is not that he wants so many big sisters to take care of him. Did I interrupt your conversation? Luo Sheng was a little embarrassed. Ella made his small backyard just like the harem. However, Luo Sheng still cared about Ella's feelings and hoped that she would also have her own small circle, because Luo Sheng was often busy with government affairs and had limited energy. If there is nothing, we should leave now, Da said quickly. Luo Sheng looked around at the girls and found that Princess Sophia and Selena seemed to have something to ask for, and Da, who had just returned from Dongying, also reported something, and said, "It's not too late now. It's okay if you continue to stay in the backyard. If you continue to stay in the backyard, it will be fine. If you have something to say to me, you can take this opportunity to avoid having to make a special trip to find me later." Mr. Chu, you know that we have something to ask for, Princess Sophia said in surprise. Your thoughts are written on your face. After these years of experience, Luo Sheng is already very good at observing words and colors. His Royal Highness and I want to enter the Overseas Department of the Academy of Sciences. Miss Ella said that you need to get your approval from the adults, and I beg your adults for approval. Selena expressed her request to Luo Sheng very politely, which shows that the British aristocracy's strict rules etiquette training. Didn't Sir Greenville mention with you that as a diplomatic treaty, Britain enjoys the same rights as Dongying and Goryeo to apply for foreign affairs? Just walk through the process. Luo Sheng said about the money trapping project of foreign affairs. Control has always been very loose. In other words, can we enter the Academy of Sciences soon? A place as great as Cambridge University and Oxford University, Princess Sophia said with joy. To be precise, this place is dozens of times larger than Cambridge and Oxford together, Luo Sheng said. It's great. Selena is more eager to learn knowledge. After seeing Luo Sheng agree, her tone is flat, but joy is overflowing on the surface. Luo Sheng saw that Selena was extremely studious, and he might become a husband and wife with Li Jind. He couldn't help but love talent. Say Lena, you are going to marry our Chinese businessman soon. Have you considered joining our Chinese citizenship? If you join our Chinese citizenship, you can even pass the entrance exam to enter any department you want to go to. I think there should be more knowledge you want to know. Joining a Chinese nationality. Selena did not expect that Luo Sheng would make such a suggestion to persuade her to join the Chinese nationality. Mr. Chu, you are publicly wanting to leave our British citizens. As the Princess of Britain, Sophia was stunned when she saw that Luo Sheng wanted to let Selena join the Chinese nationality in full view. We in China have a saying that marrying chickens and dogs, marrying dogs and dogs. If Selena marries Li Jind, she will naturally join our Chinese nationality. Then she can enjoy the rights of civilians and be protected by our law. Luo Sheng said the devil's whispers are tempting Selena step by step. Don't you want to be exposed to the most advanced knowledge in the world? Don't you want your future children to enjoy our education, medical and health resources, and be the most powerful in the world at birth? Country. Luo Sheng's words seemed to touch Selena, and she was really tempted in that moment. Not to mention Selena, even Princess Sophia was a little moved, but she knew that she was still a British princess, and she definitely couldn't be tempted by Luo Sheng. Mr. Chu, that Li Jind has not discussed the marriage with Selena. Strictly speaking, Selena is still a citizen of Britain and cannot join the Chinese citizenship, Sophia's publicist said bluntly. Puch Yuan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He spent so much thought to help Li Jind dig Selena from Britain to help him open up the European market. Instead, Li Jind was dragging his feet. What's the matter with Li Jind? Luo Sheng asked sternly. Selena was left behind by Luo Sheng pleading with Sir Greenville. If Li Jind brushed her, then Sir Greenville would come to ask the crime, Where should Liu Sheng's face be left? Li Jind is a bad guy. He kept Selena strong in the east. It has been several days now. Maybe he didn't mention a word about the marriage. He just made a temporary intention. After he got it, he won't cherish it at all. Princess Sophia added fuel to the side. If Li Jind knew that Princess Sophia commented on him this way, he would regret that he had given the fan with the original Wen Zhengming to Princess Sophia. This Li Jind is too wicked. Although Liu Sheng had an extraordinary vision on many things, he didn't know what Li Jin's moral level was. There were many people playing with emotions in ancient times. That's not the case at all. He must have his own difficulties. When Selena saw Princess Sophia kindly help, she inadvertently turned into a smear of Li Jind. She was afraid that Liu Sheng might have any misunderstanding with Li Jind, so she quickly clarified. Regardless of whether he has any difficulties, since he chose to keep you, he is responsible as a man. I will help you, even if I use strong means, Liu Sheng said. Chapter list. Chapter 942. The erosion of capital. Tough means. Military master. Do you want to use force to force the two of them to marry? Liu Rushi and others were dumbfounded when they learned that Liu Sheng was going to force Li Jind to marry. He chose to keep Selena, so he should be responsible. Seeing that Li Jind and Liu Cheng had the same ink marks, Liu Sheng wanted to knock him unconscious and send him directly into the bridal chamber. In addition, if Li Jind didn't deal with Selena, Liu Sheng didn't want Selena to have access to even the core secrets of the Kyushu army, let alone let her participate in the plan to conquer Europe by trade. But my lord, if Li Jin changes his mind, wouldn't you harm Selena with a strong means? Dao interjected. What you said is not unreasonable and emotional, but you can only look at the person involved. Liu Sheng thought of this, and couldn't help sighing. Please give Li Jin some more time. I believe he will definitely take action, just like he left me a few days ago. As for the matter of joining Huaxia, I will consider it carefully. Please allow me before that, accompany Princess Sophia to study abroad. Before the princess can master Chinese, she needs a companion. Selena pleaded. I respect your ideas. Liu Sheng had no choice but to agree with Selena's approach. Although the Overseas Department of the Academy of Sciences is a money-trapping project, it is still able to learn Chinese and some basic knowledge. After Selena joins Huaxia, she will learn some professional knowledge to assist Li Jind in going to Europe to explore the market. Speaking of the Academy of Sciences, Liu Sheng looked at Liu Rushi. I heard that you are preparing for the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences in October this year. I don't know how. My tribute. I remember that although I was not prepared, it was slightly insufficient, but I might as well give it a try. Liu Ruai didn't expect Liu Sheng to remember her things, and was frightened. Among all the women present, she is the most humble. Princess Sophia is a princess. Dao was originally a little princess of the Mongolian tribe. Xiaoxiu has become a new generation leader in the Department of Medicine. Maybe she is the only one who has not yet Liu Ruai any achievement. Liu Sheng was able to remember her things, which was simply unbelievable to her. It's up to people to get things done. Just do your best. Liu Sheng didn't take it seriously. Liu Rushi was only 17 years old, the youngest among the crowd, and he could not be admitted to the Academy of Sciences this year. My lord said it is very true. Liu Ru, because of Liu Sheng's random question, aroused his fighting spirit and wanted to sprint again in the last few months. And Dao, let's go to the front hall to talk about Dong Ying's affairs. Liu Sheng dealt with them one by one. Sophia, Selena, and Liu Rui's affairs are all private matters, but Dao is more and more involved here. This is not a private matter for a powerful merchant group, and it cannot be said on the face of it. Dao looked at Ella, and only followed Liu Sheng to the front hall alone after she nodded. Liu Sheng noticed the exchange of their eyes. How did he feel that Dao intended to please Ella? You didn't blame me for the dismissal, right? Liu Sheng asked. The subordinates know that you transferred me to leave to let the people over-relax their vigilance so that they can send people to investigate and collect evidence, so the subordinates didn't blame the commander in the slightest. Dao said. Smart. worthy of being the first batch of high-achieving students cultivated by the Academy of Sciences. Luo Sheng also likes to talk to such people, and there is no need to spend any more words. Being too smart is not a good thing, Daya muttered in her heart. The promotion of the corporate system does not need to rush for success. Although the corporate system is objectively conducive to market monitoring and taxation, blindly expressing the benefits of our government will make the merchant group extremely disgusted. The essence of the company is to raise funds and invest. This will interest the businessman. You should understand what I mean, Luo Sheng said. Daya understood immediately. Military owner, you are right, but there is nothing wrong with what your subordinates did. Luo Sheng was very interested. What the subordinates explained on the board of directors of the Dongying branch of the Far East Trading Company is the harm that the corporate system has caused them, and their expectations can't be lower. It's like singing a play. There is always one person who sings with white faces and one person sings with red faces. As long as someone stands up to let them know the benefits of the corporate system, they will not be very resistant to this new form of trade. Daya explained. I do have this idea. Soon we will set up a Western trading company and issue shares to the public. Western companies are looser than Eastern companies. Other businessmen who want to trade in the West must register as companies. They can obtain large amounts of capital through corporate financing to build factories and open up markets in Europe. If they want to make a fortune in the West, it is difficult to support the risk of transportation across the oceans by relying on their personal strength. Luo Sheng said. When Daya saw that Luo Sheng had made arrangements, she didn't expect her to come back from Dongying simply because she believed that Luo Sheng had follow-up measures. There is also business evasion of taxes. Daya told Luo Sheng in detail about the clues traced in Dongying. Dongying is a market of tens of millions of people, and has always been keen on our products in China. It is easier to make money than many places in the mainland. Some businessmen do it for this, in order to make more profits. Some people smuggled with daimyo and samurai along the coast to avoid customs and ship taxes at Yokohama port. Some merchants have two sets of accounts, both on the face and on the back. And there are many deviations from the records of the Tokyo branch. Evasion of taxes by doing tricks on the account books. Some businessmen may start to try to buy off the officials of the Far East Trading Company that manages them. I don't know if any officials of the Far East Trading Company have been eroded. Luo Sheng patiently listened to Daya's remarks about her discovery. Even though he was psychologically prepared, he was still frightened by the power of capital. Unexpectedly, in a few years, big businessmen who made their fortunes through trade with Dongying began to use capital to erode power. I will send people to investigate what you said, and if the situation is true, I will use the law to deal with a group of people. After Luo Sheng realized that some businessmen were not following the rules and planning to cross the border, he paid close attention to the matter. There will always be people frantically testing on the edge of the law for profit. If it was only because they were dissatisfied with the company system proposed by their subordinates, they would not be a little frustrated at the time. They were just worried that the power of capital would eventually erode the Far East Trading Company that originally managed them. Daya said, You have been wronged by Dongying's affairs. But you have to know that I transferred you back is actually a kind of protection for you. Before the Dongying's affairs are over, you should be on vacation for the time being. You should not lack this salary. Luo Sheng asked. Less, very lacking. The subordinates also need to prepare their own dowry. Daya said cheeky. Then paid vacation. Catalogue of chapters. Chapter 943. The currency reform started. After you finish your vacation, I still have very important things to do for you, so don't think about it easily during this time. Luo Sheng didn't give Daya too much opportunity to breathe. The talents around him are very scarce, especially for Daya, who has work experience in the audit office, operates a bank in Dongying, and has frequent dealings with Chinese businessmen. The economists summoned are either purely theoretical or Western experience, which does not completely correspond to the actual situation here. I have to think about other things on vacation. Then this is also called vacation. Daya was a little bit angry. Since it is a paid vacation, Of course it is not that easy. Help me think about the issue of currency reform. Nowadays, silver ingots are of different colors everywhere, and there is no standard at all. The broken silver is randomly cut into smaller pieces during the transaction. Melting into silver ingots will cause losses. There are also copper coins that are more frequently used by the people. In order to make up for military expenditures during the apocalypse period, the imperial government ordered local governments to search for scrap copper and old money, and cast a large number of inferior copper coins as military pay or compulsory procurement of materials from the civilians. Bad coins expelled good coins and severely disrupted the normal financial order. Now this batch of copper coins is still in circulation. Luo Sheng said, "Does the military master want to issue banknotes or recast metal coins?" Da understood what Luo Sheng meant. In the past, the excessive distribution of treasure bills made the people uneasy about banknotes. We should not be too aggressive. We mint silver dollars and copper coins according to the same specifications, and recycle old copper coins and ingots. Our current coinage technology is due to the use of machine tools, and corresponding machines can forge more regular coins. Uniform specifications and values also facilitate currency exchange with other countries in the future, making our currency the world standard. Luo Sheng said of his ambitions to forge new money, and let all countries use new money to trade. Now it is Spanish silver dollars that dominate the world. Luo Sheng wants to replace Spanish silver dollars with his own minted silver dollars and mint new copper coins to meet the transaction needs of ordinary people. In addition to silver dollars and copper coins, we cast gold bricks as reserves and issue banknotes as auxiliary coins. What do you think? Da thought for a while. Clarify the silver standard so that banknotes can be freely exchanged for gold and silver. Luo Sheng said, yes, although China Huaxia lacks gold mines and silver mines, because of trade, a large amount of gold and silver flows in. Especially silver is the most. The silver standard is currently more suitable. Da said, the reason for keeping a lot of gold as a reserve is because when silver production increases sharply in the future, the price of silver will fluctuate, and the low weight price is not suitable for huge payments. At that time, it will be over to the gold standard. Even if paper money is used to replace silver dollars and copper coins in the future, gold reserves are needed. There is also a need to stabilize the price of silver, because a large amount of silver flows into our homeland, causing silver to depreciate. We need to produce more and higher value-added products to digest this silver. Luo Sheng and Da talked about currency changes. They were very speculative, and they talked for more than an hour without knowing it, until Princess Sophia, Selena and others were leaving. The new minting machine is undergoing final debugging. It will take a while. You can think about the various processes of currency circulation during this time. If you have any problems, record them and report them to me. You can also go to the Academy of Sciences. In the Department of Economics, in addition to Adam Smith and other people you know, there are also a group of people who understand economics and banking. They may give you more inspiration. Luo Sheng said, of course, these newcomers are economists newly summoned by Luo Sheng with the system, and their theories are more advanced than classical economics. I will often go to the Academy of Sciences during this time. Da was also a little excited when he heard that new people were coming in from the Academy of Sciences. Whether it is a Western trading company or minting new coins, it takes some time to prepare, so you don't have to feel pressured. You don't need to be responsible for this accident. Luo Sheng said, subordinates understand. Da replied, this time you are transferred back, not only for your safety considerations and for the people on Dongying's side to relax their vigilance, but also for another very important reason. Your eldest brother Wu Keshan once asked me privately, you are not young anymore. I don't want to. You continue to work as a errand outside, thinking that you need to stay in the capital. I agree to his request. Luo Sheng also said some reasons behind it. It turns out that there is still a big brother. He didn't say much. Da asked with some worry. He has other things. Luo Sheng said puzzledly. No. The subordinates retired first. With a sigh of relief, Da left with Sophia, Selena and others. After Dia and the others left, Liu Sheng always felt that there was something wrong with Dia's expression just now, especially his eyes were frenzied. Although Dia had some respect for him before, a calm person would not show his fanaticism to the surface. Is something wrong, or is it that I missed a link? From the information disclosed by Dia, businessmen in Dongying trading have come up with many ways to avoid taxes. If they have any demands, they must pay a corresponding price once the law is violated. The violation of the law is absolutely not allowed. If they have the ability to interfere with tax collection now, our finances may collapse due to lack of taxation in the future. The intelligence department needs to send more people than originally intended to detect this matter, and take the lead. A group of people in the country, kill 100. Liu Sheng is very important to taxation. All his projects are waiting for capital injection. Once the capital chain is broken, bankruptcy will not be discussed, but it will cause the project to be postponed. Every major project is very important to Liu Sheng, and he wants to make science and technology develop as fast as possible. Liu Sheng's business tax was not low for industrial construction, but he allowed these businessmen to earn more. Without Liu Sheng, those businessmen would not be so active, and they have many privileges in Dongying, Goryeo, and Nanyang. Worried about the invasion of pirates, I asked the section chief of the 2nd Division to personally lead people to Edo Castle and Yokohama Port to investigate the matter. Ella said, there are 4 sections in the intelligence department. Only one of them, Wai Long, needs to come forward on behalf of the intelligence department. His identity is exposed. The section chiefs of the other 3 sections have been in secret, and no one knows their real names. When they make a move, it usually means that someone is in trouble. New businessman Wang Chengyuan is also a big businessman involved in the trade with Dongying. From his investigation, if he is clean, then I still need him to help me. Liu Sheng thought for a while and said, List of chapters. Chapter 944, Da who doesn't want to marry. A large carriage came to Wu Keshan's residence, and Wu Keshan in a military uniform got out of the carriage. He knew about the dismissal of Da, and thought that his younger sister had done something wrong, so that Liu Sheng directly removed her. Knowing about this, Wu Keshan immediately asked for leave from the grasslands of Inner Mongolia and returned to Guanai. It's really not worrying. If there is a woman in our tribe, who else has yet to marry at this age? Wu Keshan can't help but feel a headache when he thinks of his younger sister's refusal to go on a blind date or accept the marriage arranged by him. People of this era have undergone considerable changes in their thinking after Liu Sheng's transformation, but conservative ideas still dominate the mainstream. Master is back. The servants in Wu Keshan's mansion told each other, little girl, if you have become thinner, you shouldn't embark on an official career. Those people will not consider whether you are a woman or not. Moreover, the literati and businessmen are too bad. How can we be soldiers? Wu Keshan saw Dia in the future. I can't help but feel distressed. Where did I lose weight? Dia said helplessly, mostly because his eldest brother thought he would be unhappy because of the dismissal. Sure enough, Wu Keshan mentioned her dismissal. Good sister, you don't have to do anything about this official. Our family is not short of money. There are also many ranches run by the family. Even if 2 or 3 generations pass, they will not decline. Plus, after becoming a province in China, in the future, there will be a large number of livestock freezing to death in winter, and there will be other provinces to support us with food, and we will not provoke wars because of lack of food. Big brother, do you want to say this as soon as you meet? Dia mumbled dissatisfiedly. Well, I'm not going to talk about this. Then what do you plan to do next? What other arrangements does the military master have for you? Wu Keshan felt helpless for this stubborn little girl. Because of Liu Sheng, the dignity of his eldest brother, such as a father, is not good, and Dia is in the household department, and he can't forcefully arrange marriage for Dia. As a result, Dia was unwilling to marry, and Wu Keshan couldn't help her find someone else's stalemate. Now the momentum of the Kyushu army is in full swing, and there are countless young talents in the army. If Daya really wants to find an adult, it will be a breeze. The worst situation may be that Daya has been dragging, but she may not be able to marry later. I will stay in the capital from now on, let alone half a year, or maybe I will stay in the capital without going to other places. Daya said. It's okay to stay in the capital. Wu Keshan thought that if Daya stayed in the capital, he might be able to help her get married. I bought you a yard in the capital a long time ago, but you have never lived in the capital for a long time, so I didn't give it to you. It is a garden-style house in the south of the Yangtze River. Although it is not big, it is very exquisite. It is also given to you by the older brother. A little thought. Wu Keshan took out a house deed and handed it to Daya. Big brother, you can rest assured that the money to buy a house is the share of the ranch share. When they joined the Kyushu army, they gave us a part of the new ranch that they will set up as the price of giving up. So the money comes in a very clean way. You don't have to worry about offending the army owner. Wu Keshan thought that Daya was afraid that the house he gave her was not coming from the right way, so he quickly explained. No, brother, you don't want to marry my sister again. Please, please, I don't want to consider this matter for the time being. Daya looked at Wu Keshan pitifully. Hey, eldest brother will force you so much. Eldest brother has not listened to you in recent years. Wu Keshan had a guilty conscience, so he had to laugh, intending to stabilize Daya first, and then secretly Chen Kang to help her find a good person. Deceiving. Daya saw Wu Keshan's thoughts, and was helpless for a while. Then I will accept it unceremoniously. Daya is still a little interested in the house he has obtained. She can't always live in her elder brother's house. It would be more convenient if she had her own courtyard. Who are we, brothers and sisters? I will hire another maid to take care of you, otherwise I am afraid that you will encounter any danger then. The last time you met with gangsters in Dongying, if it wasn't for the army to kill all the gangsters, he will definitely take the warriors of our Hawkin tribe to the bloodbath of Edo City. Wu Keshan looked terrifying when he mentioned this matter. Fortunately, when he learned the news, Luo Sheng had already dispatched people to settle the matter neatly. It's all over. Brother, should you go back to the cavalry regiment? When should you leave? Sister, I will send you off. Daya was afraid that Wu Keshan would find her a relationship again, so she urged him to go back to the army. I just came back and you are looking forward to my return. My house was given away for nothing. Wu Keshan's eyes widened. I asked the military for enough holidays. There is no war on the grasslands. The western regions have signed agreements with Russia and Kazakh. Because of the armistice agreement, the military's approval of leave is very lenient. I will stay in the capital for a while before going back. It's over. Daya muttered very quietly. What did you say? Wu Keshan asked. It's okay. I will go to see my house tomorrow. Now I will help some sisters-in-law prepare meals, Daya said. Wu Keshan saw that Daya had gone to the kitchen, and shook his head helplessly, wondering if he wanted his father to come over and negotiate with him to marry Daya. As for the old man, Mangusi has passed away. As long as he and his father firmly support, then Daya should not be able to oppose it. Wu Keshan had a good idea in his heart, and wanted to solve Daya's affairs this morning, not to let her become an older leftover woman. Daya hadn't realized that her eldest brother planned to use tough methods, because Luo Sheng took over the affairs of the Tokyo branch, and she was not worried at all. Tomorrow I will make an appointment with Ella and others to see the new house, and then go to the Academy of Sciences to see the new economist. Daya, thinking about the arrangements for the next few days, but thinking of her eldest brother Wu Keshan, Daya was also a little worried that the higher she climbed in the household department, she would really be alone in the future. And Daya found that she had a stronger desire for Luo Sheng after returning to the capital this time. Even she didn't understand why. Sister-in-law, your elder brother really doesn't have to tell you that the house that you bought for you cost him 1,200 tals. I don't think you should always go against him. Sister-in-law, when preparing meals, a sister-in-law said to Daya, 1,200 tals. Daya did not expect that the house her elder brother had prepared for her was not cheap, and 1,200 tls was also a very expensive expense for Wu Keshan. Now that the population of the capital is increasing, the government is restricting the purchase of land. In the future, the value of 1,200 tls of houses may increase several times. The sister-in-law couldn't help but envy Diayu, and Wu Keshan was not always willing to spend money. Buy a house for them. List of chapters. Chapter 945, Urbanization, a capital with increasing population. Beijing is the most prosperous city in China and even in the world, and the registered population is increasing. In addition to the population of the nearby villages, there are also Spaniards, Siberian tribes, Koreans, and Koreans who come to our capital to trade. Dongying people, some of them apply for temporary residence, and some apply to become permanent residents. Because there are no detailed management regulations, we will not open permanent residence for the time being, but only issue temporary residence permits for them. For those who have not registered but live in the capital without authorization people, we will forcibly send them out of the city. In addition, as the number of people in the capital increased, public security problems became increasingly prominent. The number of officers and soldiers who maintained public security has increased by 20% in the past. When there are more people, various conflicts are prone to occur, and people from different regions gather into small groups to improve their voice in the city, as well as the contradiction between the Aborigines and the migrant population. When Liu Sheng came out with a few officials from the Ministry of Households, he clearly felt that the capital now has a larger population than the capital when he first entered Beijing, and there are many migrants not only from overseas, but also from other provinces. Compared with the Aboriginal people in the capital, the people in the surrounding villages are also migrants. After factories begin to appear in cities, the population will gradually gather in cities with the best resources, and urbanization will accelerate as a result. As the most industrially developed place, Beijing has attracted the surrounding population, and the labor force is still not enough to make up for the vacancy. Liu Sheng heard two problems caused by the population from the words of the household officials. One is the management of immigration, and the other is the social security problem caused by the increase in the migrant population. Public security issues can be managed by sub-districts. Try to allow the migrant population to settle down, and the troubles will not be caught. Immigration issues require the establishment of a special immigration management agency, and the improvement of corresponding laws and regulations. Liu Sheng sees when the capital is becoming more and more prosperous. I am delighted with the changes, and at the same time I have to do a lot of things to reduce the distress caused by urbanization. In Liu Sheng's impression, many big cities inevitably brought a lot of troubles when they started to develop industries. The City of London during the first Industrial Revolution caused severe smog due to serious industrial pollution, which caused a large number of people to die or be affected. This is only one aspect. The conflicts and contradictions caused by the rapid population increase on weekdays are rarely recorded. The prevention and control of epidemic diseases is also very important. If there are a large number of foreign populations, it may bring some epidemic diseases, especially the more contagious plague. Once it breaks out in Beijing, the consequences will be disastrous. Liu Sheng thought of Xiaoxiu and him not long ago. The development and production of smallpox vaccines. If smallpox or similar large-scale infectious diseases break out in the context of the increasing population of the capital, the consequences will be disastrous. The plague is not to say that it is the technology of this era. In the 20th and 21st centuries, hundreds of thousands or millions of people will be killed. The more concentrated the population, the more serious the casualties will be. The medical department of the Academy of Sciences is responsible for epidemic prevention and control. Our household department will allocate funds according to their budget. The official of the household department said. Liu Sheng nodded, and he realized how difficult it is to develop civilization. Just a capital city can make him burn out. In the future, the capital will have to build underground railways, construct new sewers to drain and discharge waste, plan a 4-lane highway in advance, protect the ancient city wall, and electrified cities are the epitome of civilization. The road has to be walked step by step, and the meal has to be eaten one bite at a time. Luo Sheng knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to build this place into the appearance he wanted to see after his entire life, but he would try his best to make it the most prosperous modern city far beyond this era. Military owner, you called us out this time, not just to patrol around the capital, right? The official of the Ministry of Households asked. Yes, this time we have met Li Jind, a British businessman, and discussed the establishment of a Western trading company. He is an adventurous businessman. I also hope to set him as an example and encourage private businessmen to explore the West, the market, rather than actively waiting for others to come to the door. Luo Sheng said his intention. Can Li Jind, an ordinary Fujian businessman, be able to take on this important task? Maybe he just happened to go to Britain. The official of the Ministry of Households said. It's not as simple as it happens to be able to cross the ocean to the Western Ocean tens of thousands of miles away and come back alive. As long as this legend is reported by the newspaper, it can create a legendary explorer image. Don't underestimate it. The power of the people, they are the main body of trade, Luo Sheng said. When they came to Li Jind's house, Li Jind was shocked. Sir, how come you personally come here? If you have any instructions, send someone to let me go down to the army owner's mansion. Li Jind said flatteredly. I'll come to see if you are used to living in the capital, Luo Sheng said. Although I am from the south, living habits and diet are different from those in the north, but most of the habits are still the same, and there is no dissatisfaction. Li Jind said. That's good. Let me introduce to you. These are the officials of the Ministry of Household Management of the Oriental Trading Company. They have certain experience in foreign trade and often deal with Koreans, Dongying and even Westerners. Luo Sheng introduced Li Jind brought in officials. The Eastern Trading Company is the Far Eastern Trading Company. It is responsible for dealing with Korean, Dongying, and Western businessmen who come to the East for trade. Over the years, it has also trained a group of foreign trade management officials. Li Jind met all the adults in the next. Li Jind first dealt with the senior officials of the household department. In the future, we may want to work together, so please give me some advice. The household officials who came to know that Luo Sheng wanted to portray Li Jind as an explorer to stimulate non-governmental ocean trade, and he was naturally polite to Li Jind. I heard that you and Selino are living together now. I don't know if it's not convenient for us to go in and talk about things. Luo Sheng stared at Li Jind, wanting to see if she was the kind of heartbreaker that Princess Sophia said. Personal morality, sometimes it will also be a measure of enabling a person. Li Jind did not even know. She was taken away by the princess early in the morning, saying that she was going to a new house called a Big Fish Girl. After staying in the capital for more than a month, she had never heard of a big fish in the capital. Girl. After Luo Sheng heard it, he was very big. What big fish? It should be the big you that Sophia just met. It should be that Sophia's Chinese pronunciation is not allowed to make Li Jind misunderstood. Chapter 946. Establishment of Western companies. I am not the largest businessman in Fujian, but I am willing to buy 3% of the shares of Western companies with 30,000 taels of silver. Li Jind patiently listened to Luo Sheng's explanation, and directly bought 30,000 taels of silver, and the purchase was not yet established. Shares of Western companies. Regardless of whether Luo Sheng proposed to set up a Western trading company or not, Li Jind chose to support Luo Sheng with all the silver that he could mobilize. He knew that if he could have the opportunity to follow Luo Sheng, even if the Western Trading Company went bankrupt and had nothing, he would not be treated badly as a supporter of him. The first batch of raised funds of 1 million taels of silver is only the initial capital. It will be used to transform armed merchant ships, build frigates, and supply ships. It may take a year or two to form the first fleet to the west. We will ship at that time. The first batch of goods went to the west, and to establish factories and warehouses in the west, We still need to raise more silver. Luo Sheng said, 1 million tals of silver is not enough to support all the expenses of going to the West. Li Jin was surprised at Luo Sheng's ambition. The Western Trading Company, which has not yet been established, will raise 1 million tals of silver for the first batch of funds. Hearing what Luo Sheng said, the second batch of funds will be raised before going to the West. I don't know how much it will raise again. It is the second 1 million tals. We want to occupy the Western market as soon as possible, so we have to show our financial resources to the other party in one fell swoop. Luo Sheng was a little guilty and could only make the Western Trading Company's cake as large as possible, because 60% of the shares subscribed by the government were not used. The real money and the shipbuilding factories used funds raised from the public. The 30,000 tals of silver that Li Jin paid out will become part of the armed merchant ships and ironclad ships of Western companies. It is clear below that I am willing to act as a pawn at that time and go to the West in person. Li Jin is full of expectations for Western trading companies. A company that is worth several million tals upon establishment can be said to be unprecedented. At this time, Li Jin did not mean how terrible the 30,000 tals of silver he invested would become in the future. Li Jin would also use this share to become one of China's richest businessmen in the future. We chose to establish a base in the city of London, just like Nagasaki and Yokohama in Dongying. We trade with the city of London as the center to Spain, Sweden, the Netherlands, France, Russia and other countries. Our products use large machines. Low prices and good quality can quickly seize the local market. Except that Britain has a cooperation treaty with us. Don't be too polite to other places and completely smash their local handicraft workshops so that they can see the power of big machines. Luo Sheng expand a map and point to the location of the city of London. The reason why I chose to cooperate with Britain is not only because you happened to bring the British envoys back, but also because of their excellent geographical location. The three islands of Britain were separated from the mainland and had a bird's eye view of the entire Western Ocean, and they were located on the sea route from the Western Ocean to the Americas. Decades ago, they frequently looted Spanish merchant ships heading to the Americas. If we take London as the center, we can infiltrate the European continent and the Mediterranean, as well as the east coast of the Americas. Li Jin nodded frequently. After having an accurate map, he could clearly understand what Luo Sheng said. There are many pirates in the West, and I am afraid it will hinder our merchant ships from going to the West for trade. I heard the local sailors say that Barbary pirates, Ottoman pirates, Dunkirk pirates, Ostend pirates, etc. Almost everywhere there are pirates, and even armed merchant ships will raise the pirate flag when they reach the open sea, looting other merchant ships. There are also many pirates in the Americas, such as the Caribbean pirates of the sea. It seems that you have already understood a lot of the situation there. The local pirates are unimpeded, and even the navies of Western countries are unable to completely wipe out the navies, because they sometimes cannot tell where the pirates come from. In order to protect our merchant ships, the company must have a strong escort fleet. Luo Sheng has a headache for the pirates flooding the West. Without these pirates, the cost of sending warships to escort will be saved. No wonder Western trading companies have to raise such a large amount of funds. The cost of building a trading fleet with self-insurance capabilities is too high, and it cannot be done by a certain businessman or several businessmen. Li Jin said, even if he was able to come up with 30,000 tals of silver, it was very generous. But this silver was not enough for the construction of armed ships and warships. Our Admiralty wants to maintain the normal operation of the three fleets. There is no extra financial resources to set up new fleets specifically for Western companies. We can only build ships by raising funds. If we want to make money in the West, we need to invest. Otherwise the waterways are not safe. It's not just pirates. The Spanish Navy and the Dutch Navy that have had feuds with us in the South Seas may not be happy to advise our fleet to go to the West. All merchants who want to go to the West for business must gather together and go there for trade. Luo Sheng said, Li Jin solemnly, I am willing to persuade other maritime merchants to buy shares in Western trading companies, and go together to open up the Western market. I am not worried that no one will buy shares, Liu Sheng said. Yes, we have recently emerged many big businessmen in China. Even if everyone puts a few thousand taels of silver, they can eat 40% of the Western company's share. Li Jin found that he was a bit unreasonable. With Liu Sheng's energy, he only needed to use this when the news was announced. A large number of businessmen would naturally come to give money. We also need to build supply stations on the way to maintain a smooth channel. Guangzhou Prefecture, Malacca, Mumbai, Cape of Good Hope. These places will become the most important supply stations on the route. Malacca is under our control, and Mumbai has it. The British East India Company, we are their largest shareholder, and will soon be able to take over their stronghold in Mumbai. As for the Cape of Good Hope, there is no country to establish a permanent stronghold in the local area, and we want to take it down easily. Liu Sheng said seriously, plan how to control this eastern and western sea route. I don't know what else you can do to help Senior Military Master besides subscribing for 3% of the shares, Li Jin asked, seeing that Liu Sheng had already considered the general policy. You have to become a legend on the sea, stimulating everyone to go to the west to open up the market. Liu Sheng said, I become a legend on the sea? Li Jin was stunned. Later, the Kyushu newspaper will give you an exclusive interview and publish your story in the newspaper to make the people believe that there is wealth that can be easily earned overseas. Liu Sheng is also right. There is a market with hundreds of millions of people overseas. The silver mines in the Americas, the gold mines in South Africa, the oil in the Persian Gulf, the fishing grounds in Newfoundland, these are crazy enough. Chapter 947, Exaggerated Sailing Experience. Treasurer Li, why did you make up your mind to go to the west? Tens of thousands of miles away. A clerk from a Kyushu newspaper was sitting opposite Li Jin, recording Li Jin's expedition trip with a brush. 2 years ago, I met the British sailors who came to Xiamen Bay. I heard that the place we used to be barbarians also had ancient civilizations. I was moved to go to the west, and I also wanted to know that Westerners came from us. Where did the purchased silk and tea finally go? Li Jin replied. So the shopkeeper leaves to explore other civilizations in the world, discover wealth in unknown lands, and embark on a journey. The document tampered with Li Jin's meaning slightly. Is there any danger on the way to the west? When we went there, we didn't think too much about the issue of pirates. Fortunately, the ocean was very wide and we did not encounter real pirates. On the way, we experienced storms and diseases often encountered by ocean sailors, resulting in the deaths of 2 sailors and 1 handyman. Li Jin replied again. The process of yours is too ordinary and it is difficult to stimulate people to explore on the way to the west. You met the siege of the Pirate King. They surrounded your merchant ship with dozens of pirate ships, but you used courage. Wisdom convinced them. Our newspaper office can write a complete story for you. The newspaper official said. Will this be too exaggerated? Li Jin said. Also on the way to the west, you encountered a huge storm that swept thousands of miles. You fought against the storm at sea and finally defeated the storm. The newspaper clerk said again. Seeing that his story became more and more fantastic, Li Jin couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. If he really encountered dozens of pirate ships and sea storms that swept thousands of miles, he would not be able to sit here. Could you tell us in detail about participating in the banquet of King Charles of Britain? This is the most exciting place. The pirates and sea storms in front are just appetizers. Newspaper clerks guided Li Jin to tell his own story. Yes, when we arrived in the city of London, the King of Britain was very interested in our East, so he invited my apprentice and me to the palace to attend the banquet he held. At that time, almost all the nobles in the city attended the meeting, as well as Princess Sophia. Britain. The king also bought a lot of porcelain and silk from the merchandise I brought. The nobles in Britain were very interested in our porcelain and silk. In their opinion, They were high-end products, and they were willing to buy them at high prices. Li Jin recalled, "The King of Britain hosted a 7-day banquet to welcome you warmly. Your goods were looted by local wealthy people. They exchanged gold bars and silver dollars for porcelain and silk. You carried a ship full of gold and silver from the west. When I came back, I found my net profit was 20 times. The newspaper document continued, "Although it is indeed profitable, it is far less than 20 times as much. There are gold and silver everywhere in the West, but their goods are scarce, especially the porcelain, silk, tea, spices, and various industrial products that we are used to here." The Kyushu newspaper's documents exaggerated Li Jin's adventures as much as possible. In his writing, Li Jin was a great navigator and explorer. He fought against sea storms and conquered the pirates in North Africa with his wisdom. He was warmly welcomed by all British nobles. The most important thing is that the gold and silver flowers on the western side can't be spent, and the eastern products are selling well in the local area, so that Li Jin's profit is 20 times. After an exclusive interview with the Kyushu newspaper, does Li Jin feel that this is still his own experience? Obviously, it is forcibly shaping a sailing hero. "How do you feel?" Luo Sheng asked Li Jin all the time. "This is not my personal experience at all," Li Jin said honestly. "It doesn't matter how the real experience is. What matters is what we want to achieve. The people like to hear more legendary stories. Your story will soon spread in the form of storytelling and drama, so that the people will be interested in ocean-going sailing. Once the trend of expanding outwards is formed, our goal will be achieved." Luo Sheng disagrees. In ancient times, when the illiteracy rate was still high, nothing was more exciting than such exaggerated legends. It is impossible to tell them how dangerous ocean voyages are. When sailing in the West, it was inspired by Eastern legends such as Marco Polo's travels. It is believed that there is gold everywhere in the Far East, which will set off a sea craze. I just went to the West in the next place. I didn't expect to be well known to every household. It is beyond my expectation to develop into this way. Li Jin knew that as long as the Kyushu newspaper spread the story of adding more oil and vinegar, he would really do it, become one of the celebrities of this era, and even go into history books. Li Jin counted the gains in his heart. Not only did he make a fortune by transporting the goods in the past, but he was also fortunate to meet King Charlie and Luo Sheng. He became the official business partner of celebrities and the Kyushu army, and even kidnapped a daughter-in-law. Come back. Isn't this kind of gain too much? Li Jin felt like he was dreaming. It's good to get used to it. We need your image as a Western trading company and encourage more people to open up markets overseas and mine resources like you. Luo Sheng thought about going to other places to plunder raw materials and consume too much production from factories. As for commodities, local raw materials are kept as strategic reserves as much as possible. I am very willing to take up this responsibility, and then follow the fleet to set up factories in the West. Li Jin knows that Luo Sheng really intends to use him, which is deeply honored. Not every businessman has the opportunity to be found by Luo Sheng. He also has a certain value because he brought him back to the British royal envoy, and Luo Sheng chose to portray him as a sailing hero. In terms of personal kindness, Luo Sheng also helped him keep Selena. Last time I helped you cut off the head's daughter from the royal envoy, but I heard that you have no intention of getting married. If you regret it now, I will send her back to Britain. If it's just a whim, you still don't force it, so as not to undermine the cooperation between our two countries. We also need them to lead the way to explore another hemisphere. Luo Sheng mentioned Selena's matter. Military master, it's not that I don't want to get married as soon as possible. It's just that the people in our line are often faced with the threat of the sea, disease, and pirates. We are ready to lose our lives in the ocean. How can we inflict others on it? My father is on the ocean. After being killed, my mother still lives alone, Li Jin said. After listening to Li Jin's words, Luo Sheng understood his feelings. Even so, life is short and happy in time. Many sailors will spend almost all their savings on alcohol, tobacco, and women when they get to the shore. You should also look a little bit off. Chapter 948, Nautical Heroes. The story of Li Jin was deliberately exaggerated by Liu Sheng, and a large-scale publicity began in the capital. Extras. The nautical hero Li Jin personally talked about his trips to the West, such secrets as fighting pirates, meeting Western kings, getting rich overnight, etc., are all in today's newspapers. The newspaper boy yelled through the streets in the morning. The people in the capital had already heard about Li Jin's story when the royal envoys visited, and knew that it was Li Jin who brought the Western envoys back. So this time the Kyushu newspaper's special report on Li Jin made the capital a sensation again. Along with Li Jin's legend, there were some details about the visit of the British envoy. For the first time, the people in the city learned about the details of the visit of the royal envoy through the official route. Of course, Liu Sheng did not announce the news of the cooperation with Britain to open up the European market. Few people, even the government, knew about this, lest the Spanish and the Dutch would obstruct it. Li Jin's legendary story was published. For the preparation and financing of Western trading companies, the detailed information on the Western side became the focus of discussion among the people for the first time. Everyone is paying attention to Li Jin's story itself and whether the Western side is really full of gold. It is said that Fujian businessman Li Jin encountered the siege of the Barbary pirate king in the Boundless Sea. At that time, 9,981 pirate ships surrounded their ships, and each pirate ship had 20 cannons as thick as buckets aimed at them. Their merchant ship. There are 12,000 pirates on the pirate ship. All of them are fierce and evil. Many of them only have one eye, and the other eye has been stabbed in battle long ago. If the treasurer Li and his party were pirates at that time, there is only one end, and that is to be sold as slaves in the desert, and children and grandchildren must work as slaves for slave owners. A storytelling man in the tea garden told the legend of the recently emerging sailing hero Li Jin, which made the audience in the tea garden hold their breath. What happened afterwards? A listener asked. Guest officer, your question is good. Our shopkeeper Li did not expect that there would be such a vicious robber on the Western side. His merchant ship had no heavy firearms that could kill the pirates. There were only more than a dozen bird guns, and the entire merchant ship was only 2 or 300 people. If you want to force a confrontation with a pirate fleet of 12,000 people, it is purely a pebble attack. Mr. Pingshu said impassionately. Yes. How can 200 or 300 people compete with 12,000 people, let alone 1,000 artillery pieces on the other side? The audience nodded in unison. So shopkeeper Li wanted to evade his edge for the time being and chased the pirates on the sea for 7 days and nights. In the end, he was unavoidable. He could only rely on his brain to outwit the pirate king. This is called catch the thief first, catch the king. After shopkeeper Li arrived in Britain, the King of Britain named Charlie set up a huge banquet and invited him and his accompanying crew to a banquet. How big was the banquet at that time? There were hundreds of chefs, all kinds of birds and beasts. The feast lasted for 11 days. Westerners frantically snapped up the porcelain and silk brought by shopkeeper Li. It is said that shopkeeper Li made a profit of 100,000 taels of gold this time. The storyteller exaggerated the story about Li Jin originally published in the Kyushu Daily Times. Surprised the audience. 100,000 taels of gold. The audience was dumbfounded. That was 100,000 taels of gold. A ship of commodities can make a profit of 100,000 taels of gold. Is there really gold everywhere on the Western side? Some people are beginning to doubt its authenticity, and they all know that Pingshu is suspected of being exaggerated. This incident has been published in the Kyushu Daily News. Although there are some discrepancies, I heard that our products are sought after by Westerners. One voyage can get several times the profit. Otherwise, those Westerners will not frequently appear on the southeast coast. Nowadays, there are also many Westerners who came to our capital to stay temporarily, not just to transport our goods back to Western countries for sale. If we transport the goods to the West by ourselves, maybe we can make a profit from it, or we can simply establish a workshop in the West, and use our craftsmanship to produce it. Doesn't it even save transportation costs? Some people with more active minds wonder whether they can repeat Li Jin's legendary experience. It seems that there is a lot of gold and silver in the West, but there is a lack of Oriental goods. There are pirates in the sea on the other side of the West. We may not be able to outwit these people are also worried about encountering pirates. Li Jin was drinking tea in the corner with his head down. When he heard the story adapted by a storyteller, he couldn't help blushing. If only he was really as good as described in the storytelling. They seem to be telling your story. Selena accompanies Li Jin out to drink tea, and repeatedly heard Mr. Ping Xiu say Li Jin's name. He was talking about my going to your country. Li Jin explained to Selena in the simplest terms. If my Chinese is better, I can understand it. Selena seemed interested in Mr. Ping Xiu's story about Li Jin, but she still couldn't understand a large section of Chinese. It's better not to understand. Li Jin thought that Selena was an insider. If she knew that the Kyushu army officials deliberately pursued him, she wouldn't have to find a hole in the ground. Selena, not as good as us. Li Jin thought of Liu Sheng's suggestion to him again, hesitated again and again, and prepared to mention the marriage to Selena. Mr. Chu agreed to go to the Academy of Sciences the day after tomorrow. Selena didn't know that Li Jin was going to talk to her about marriage matters at this time, and inadvertently interrupted Li Jin, who was whispering. The application for you and the princess to go to the Academy of Sciences has been approved. That's great. Li Jin was interrupted and did not continue. In the future, my Chinese will be better. Can we talk about it in detail? Selena is full of hope to continue living in China capital. She has a special Chinese course in the overseas department of the Academy of Sciences, and she has unprecedented knowledge. Well, talk in detail when that time comes. Li Jin nodded. Several of Li Jin's men secretly observed the progress of his shopkeeper and Selena at another square table. When they saw that his shopkeeper was finally about to take a step, they were interrupted again and couldn't help scratching their heads in a hurry. These two people are not in a hurry, but the people around them can stand it. Roberts, if you are Britain, and if you are there, is there any other way to promote their good deeds quickly? Several of Li Jin's apprentices looked at the British sailors he had hired. I'm just a poor man in Britain, otherwise I won't venture to the sea. I don't know what the noble lady's mind is. The British sailor Roberts also expressed helplessness for the procrastination of Li Jin and Selena. Several apprentices sighed, and one of them suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Although Selena is a Briton, women in the world have similar thoughts. I have a way to quickly promote a good thing between them, and you need your cooperation. Chapter 949 The Princess Study Abroad Life. These two are our new overseas students, Sophia and Miss Selena from the West. In the overseas department of the Academy of Sciences, the lecturer, Sophia and Selena, who accepted temporary transfers for the original students of overseas department, surprised the original students and looked around curiously, wanting to see what the British people look like. Overseas department targets people from Dongying, Goryeo, and the newly established 3 provinces of Southeast Asia. This is the first time that people from the western side have been accepted. Even the lecturer from overseas department was shocked when they knew that 2 people from Britain were coming in. From this time on, the Academy of Sciences began to become a holy place for studying all over the world. At present, the largest number of overseas students are foreign students sent by the shogunate. They have been here for a year, and they have become familiar with the life here and have basically ended their Chinese learning. They knew that Western envoys were visiting during this period of time. When they saw Western princesses, they would all visit China. They couldn't help feeling that this place was more powerful. Even Westerners would come to visit and study. At least Dongying did not have this ability. In addition to the foreign students from the shogunate, there are also the newly appointed King of Korea, Li Hin, and the Korean students sent every year as usual. They maintain a delicate balance with the foreign students of the shogunate. Please take care of everyone. Princess Sophia and Selena came to the Academy of Sciences for the first time. somewhat uneasy. It is also difficult for them to distinguish between Koreans, Dongying people, and people from the 3 provinces of Southeast Asia. They are all yellow-skinned and black-haired. At this time, Sophia and Selina had changed into the school uniforms of the Republic of China approved by the Academy of Sciences, blue shirts and black skirts, with unique characteristics, which made the originally calm overseas area restless. Kazuko, please help the 2 classmates adapt to life here as soon as possible in the next period of time. The lecturer scanned the original students and asked Kazuko from the Shogunate group to take care of Sophia and Selina. Yes, sir. Kazuko's tone was very calm. Among these people, although Kazuko was an overseas student in the Shogunate, his father was a Han pirate in Hirado and Nagasaki before. He was more fluent in Chinese than others and was a woman, so he became a caregiver for Sophia and Salin. Natu seniors. The cafeteria here is so clean, and there are so many people. After the morning class was over, Kazuko took Sophia and Selina to the largest canteen of the Academy of Sciences. They were surprised by the scale of it. Enough to accommodate hundreds of people to eat at the same time. Moreover, the canteen of the Academy of Sciences has special plates, and there is a complete system for ordering and taking meals in line, and everyone is in order. Those 2 are the Western women who were rumored to have come to the Academy of Sciences, right? I heard that after the envoy left the capital, the 2 of them and some servants stayed behind and joined our Academy of Sciences. I read the newspaper a few days ago. They are members of the British envoy brought back by the nautical hero Li Jind. One is a princess and the other is a noble lady. They must be very rich. After all, there is gold everywhere in the West. If you marry them, you might be able to live without worrying about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Some students in the cafeteria saw Sophia and Selina who came to the cafeteria and whispered in private. Quite a few of them believed in the record of Li Jin's adventures and the Western world in the Kyushu Daily, believing that Western gold is everywhere, and then speculated that Sophia and Selina must be extremely wealthy. But in fact, the Earl of Greenville did not expect that Sophia and Selina would stay. The cash he brought with him was not much, and he could barely save Princess Sophia, Selina, and a few servants and guards for a year. Still have to be more frugal. How many canteens are there? Sophia asked Kazuka who led them. There are also 4 canteens like this. They will write down the number on your school uniform when ordering food, and then settle your expenses at the end of each month, so you don't have to pay for each meal. Every time I have a meal, it's cumbersome to carry the copper coins, and the copper coins after handling are greasy and not clean. The food in the canteen of the Academy of Sciences is cheaper than the small restaurants outside. Kazuko introduced the situation here for the 2 of them. Sophia and Selina didn't fully understand them, but they knew that they just learned to order food with the sun. I want this, this and this. When it was Princess Sophia's turn, she saw that all the dishes were delicious, so she ordered more than 10 dishes one after another, which stunned the chef wearing a mask. Kazuko also looked at Princess Sophia in amazement. Is she the big stomach king? His Royal Highness, our living expenses are a little bit, we can't be as extravagant as in the country. Selina hurriedly reminded the unconscious princess in English. I almost forgot. Princess Sophia had no choice but to abandon most of the dishes. I think you don't seem to be fluent in Chinese. Kazuko took Sophia and Selina to find a place. Just studied for more than a month. Selina said, if I have only studied for more than a month, it's okay. The most important thing is to say more, not afraid to make a mistake. Has he said? We will work hard. When the 3 of them were dining, some people around them inevitably cast their curious eyes. Suddenly the cafeteria became restless, and a student whispered, Senior Daya is back. You mean Senior Daya who has already graduated? Yeah, look at the queue for the meal. Sophia and Selina heard the name of Daya, and subconsciously looked towards the eyes of the crowd, and saw Daya who was waiting in line, and she seemed to be discussing something with a group of older professors in front of them. Topic: the first batch of graduates from the Department of Economics, one of the legends of the Academy of Sciences, Still he is a legend in the Academy of Sciences. Few people can have experience in the Ministry of Households and the Ministry of Etiquette at such a young age. No wonder the professors of the Department of Economics were all dispatched. I guess there is something important about her coming back to the Academy of Sciences this time. It is said that she is not married yet. I don't know who can pursue her. It is estimated that there are very few people who can be liked by seniors. At least you and I cannot be regarded by seniors. There are many people around who talk about them. They are in the same age as Dau. However, Dau was very young when he entered the Academy of Sciences. Now it has affected the operation of the country's economy. They are still studying, and the gap is not big. Dau looks like something is going on. Let's not disturb her. Selena stopped Princess Sophia, who was going to say hello in the past. Chapter 950 Academic Controversy. Adam Smith's theory of international division of labor has great flaws. According to him, assuming that the production of a batch of silk requires 100 Chinese workers or 200 Dongying workers, and mining a batch of coal mines requires 90 Chinese workers or 100 Dongying workers, then both the production of silk and the mining of coal mines are carried out by Huaxia workers. But in fact, because of the difficulties in transferring capital and credit, in this case, Huaxia workers specialize in silk production and Dongying workers can mine coal mines to optimize the distribution of labor. Economics should introduce mathematical formulas. For example, supply and demand are price elastic, which can be expressed through formulas. Unskilled workers will get less and less wages because of the use of machines. I suggest that we should vigorously develop education to solve poverty, and establish a progressive tax system to redistribute the income of the rich and the poor. Even for temporary for the rich, this kind of protection for the poor is also beneficial to them. They or their descendants are also at risk of bankruptcy. Through this protection mechanism, everyone in the society has the most basic insurance. The economists from various countries that Luo Sheng summoned occupy a corner of the canteen, and each expressed their own opinions, which aroused many people's onlookers. As a proud student of the economics department, Dau was among them, and she listened with great interest to the theories of some new economists after she left Beijing. The research fields of these economists involve income distribution, international and regional division of labor, taxation, supply and demand, free trade, and almost all aspects of the economic system. Although Dau does not quite agree with some theories that the government should fully let the market freely regulate, she can see farther on the shoulders of giants. I don't know if anyone has experience in currency reform. If we plan to change the existing silver ingots, broken silver, and copper coins, and mint new silver and copper coins, what suggestions do you have? Dau through Luo Sheng to her. The problem is conveyed to these people, let them worry about these things. It is necessary to ensure that the fineness of silver and copper coins pass. If the silver and copper content of the new coin is higher than the value of the old coin, then civilians will be willing to exchange the old coin for the new coin, so as to realize the alternation of the new coin and the old coin. I don't know if you are using a screw press, a roller press or the Eastern pouring method. Many economists talked about it, and many people's theories are related to currency. They discussed the production, use, and management of currency, which gave Dau some inspiration. However, these economists are not very convinced of their peers in certain areas. Sometimes they will argue so much that the discussion will turn into an argument, and occasionally someone can be seen blushing. Because Luo Sheng summoned too many schools, there were many branches in the field of classical economics alone, and they diverged on certain theoretical points. When they were arguing, Dau was helpless, and could only try to get along with the mud as much as possible. Is it you? When Dau was about to leave, she found Sophia and Selena, who had already studied at the Academy of Sciences. Are you also a student of the Academy of Sciences? Princess Sophia asked with curiosity when she saw Dau, who she only met not long ago, who seemed to be quite famous in the Academy of Sciences. I used to be. I was still in Southern Lining. I came to consult the scholars here today for something. It was quite rewarding. but it was inevitable that no one would be convinced at the end of every discussion. Dieu said, "Kazuko, I didn't expect you to be with them." Dieu found Kazuko, who was accompanying Sophia and Selena. It's been arranged like this by the husband of the overseas department. Big sister Dieu hasn't seen each other for a long time. Hezi happened to meet Dieu on a Yongcheng steamer a year ago. "Have you been here for a year?" Dieu asked. "Fortunately, except for having no friends. The knowledge here makes people feel less boring," Kazuko said. "Aren't you an international student sent by the shogunate? It should be easy to find your own small group." Dieu was a little surprised that Kazuko would be isolated by the shogunate's foreign students. "Because my father is a Han Chinese, and I don't usually like to talk too much to others." Kazuko was a little indifferent, as if he didn't care much about being isolated. It seems that there are really many differences between people. They can be isolated and hate each other for various reasons. That is, scholars will stand against each other for a long time, whether it is good for alternating current or direct current. Dieu said about a secret of the Academy of Sciences: the dispute between the direct current power supported by Edison and the alternating current power supported by Tesla. Liu Sheng accidentally summoned Edison and Tesla's two rivals, and at one time a dispute about alternating current and direct current was set off in the Academy of Sciences. The Kyushu Army's use of electricity was initially direct current. After Tesla was called out, he began to advocate the use of alternating current in the fields of long-distance transmission, household power, and corporate power, and claimed that direct current was not suitable for long-distance transportation. Use alternating current technology to replace direct current technology. The dispute between Edison and Tesla's direct current and alternating current made almost all physicists studying electromagnetics in the Academy of Sciences start to stand in line, forming two factions and arguing endlessly. The intense discussion lasted for more than a month, and the two sides almost fought. And finally Liu Sheng chose the more suitable AC technology at this stage. Alternating current and direct current actually have their own strengths. In the future, direct current may be more suitable. The technological tree provided by the Industrial Revolution system can continue to make breakthroughs in both alternating current and direct current technologies. However, the early breakthroughs in alternating current technology are even greater, opening up the technology of long-distance AC power transportation. The cost is smaller. There are countless similar academic disputes. The root cause lies in the countless physicists, chemists, mathematicians, and economists summoned by Liu Sheng, and many scientists have personal grievances. If it hadn't been for the system to allow them to serve Liu Sheng, they might have parted ways long ago. Princess Sophia, Selena, and Kazuko do not know about the dispute between alternating current and direct current. The four of them came out of the cafeteria and attracted the attention of many students. "What are you doing there?" Sophia and Selena saw a piece of grass. Someone was giving an impassioned speech on the wooden platform in the clearing. Under the wooden platform, some students were sitting scattered and listening below the large podium of the Academy of Sciences. Scholars in any field are eligible to present their latest research results on the podium as long as they back it up to the management agency of the Academy of Sciences. Generally speaking, the speeches of the Ministry of Humanities are delivered. As for the speeches of the Ministry of Nature, no specific speeches will be made public. The technical details are mostly just conclusions and some enlightenment. Dieu didn't know whether Princess Sophia and Selena could understand them. Today's topic is evolution and evolution. Hezi saw the rice paper posted on the wooden sign.